This is Audible.
Packing Heat, Knitting Club Book 2, written by Austin Bates, narrated by Christopher Koslerich. Chapter 1. Tucker. There was just something about the smell of coffee first thing in the morning, even if it wasn't mine. Sarah Elizabeth? Skim vanilla latte? I called from behind the counter. Sarah Elizabeth came forward, head still buried in her phone, and retrieved the latte, hardly sparing a glance up. Guess Sarah Elizabeth didn't do mornings. Clarence came in from the back, juggling several crates of flavorings, and I rushed over to help him with them. Clarence and I had been friends for years, so when I let him know I was struggling to find something part-time while I was in school, he'd been the first to offer to try to get me a job here at the Dream Bean. I'd only been here for a few weeks, but I was determined to make things work. "Thanks, Tucker," Clarence said, setting down his part of the load. He looked over at the line, already gathering all the way back to the door. "Okay then, let's get ready for the morning rush." I was still learning the ropes, but I really liked working at the coffee shop. Oh, it wasn't anything special, but that was part of the charm of it, really. I was working on my master's degree, and to be honest, I needed an intellectual breather sometimes. It was great to just come in and zone out. The hardest thing in front of me most days was focusing on just getting drink orders right and making sure that there was fresh cookies out. It kept me busy, but also let my mind rest. Most importantly, it helped me pay my rent. Spring semester had ended last week, and with it, financial aid. Unlike a lot of my classmates, I didn't have parents as a safety net, so if I didn't have the money to pay the rent didn't get paid, which was a problem, considering I liked living indoors. So I was grateful for Clarence, grateful for the Dream Bean, and grateful for Mrs. Schertz, the owner, for giving me a chance. I lost myself in brewing and mixing, and before I knew it, the morning crowd had thinned. "Come on," Clarence said. "Are you okay if we go and take our break now?" he asked, nodding at Heather still behind the counter. "Go ahead, guys. I'll hold things down," she said, smiling. Usually it was just the three of us keeping things going. Miss Schertz came in from time to time, but she was usually busy with all the other odds and ends that came with running a small business on your own. Clarence and I both raided the display case for some sandwiches and went to the break room in the back to chow down. "So how was your date?" I asked. It was quickly becoming our routine to work like madmen through the breakfast, pre-work rush, and then come back here to dish and gossip before going back out and taking over for Heather during lunch. "It was terrible," Clarence said. "I should have known better. Everyone said Michael was an idiot, but I thought they were exaggerating. All he could talk about was how hot he was, and how hot everyone thought he was. He hardly tried to get to know me at all. And then at the end of the night, he got my name wrong," Clarence said, shaking his head. Clarence had been talking about this date for days beforehand, with this alpha he'd been set up with. I laughed. "For real?" "No lie, he kept calling me Carl. And then, after I corrected him, he asked me if I was going to invite him up," Clarence continued. "You've got to be kidding me. He can't be that dumb." "He's exactly that dumb. Still, I might call him next week." "What? Why?" I asked, incredulous at the idea. Clarence's blue eyes danced with mirth. "I mean, he was hot." We were still laughing when he heard a voice coming from the office. "What's all this?" Miss Schertz asked. "Just talking about alphas, Miss S.," Clarence said, giving her a brilliant smile as she came into view. "Can't live with them? Live with them, honestly," she said, shrugging and clasping Clarence on the shoulder. We got back to work, letting Heather go on break on time for the lunch rush to start pouring in, and spent the afternoon making smoothies and lattes, chatting in between orders and joking with our customers. Somewhere after the first afternoon wave had come and gone, I felt my phone vibrate and looked down to see my mama's face on the screen. I ignored it, and instead focused on cleaning a bunch of equipment piled up in the sink from that morning. It vibrated again while I was blending a spinach and apple smoothie for Miss Johnson while she told me about her daughter's dance recital. I sent it to voicemail. Finally, after the third time, I gave up. My mama was a lot of things, but a quitter wasn't exactly one of them. "I've got to take this, Clarence. Are you okay?" I asked, holding up my phone. Yeah, fine. Go on, before she comes over here in person." I shuddered at the idea as I went out back to take the call in the alleyway and took a big breath before answering. I loved my mama, but that didn't mean I was excited to talk to her. The space between us had widened and widened as I went further and further in school. I wasn't sure if it was just a natural part of growing up, or if it was because, as I continued with my education, our experiences were just more and more different. My mother was very proud of me and all that I achieved, but she didn't really understand the choices I'd made with it. When I told her I wanted to go further and get my master's degree in social policy, I'd been met with a puzzled stare. "Don't you want to settle down, honey? Besides, social policy? Bless your heart, what are you even going to do with that?" she'd asked. I swiped my phone and took the call. "Hey, Mama." "Hi, honey, how are you?" she asked. "I'm good. Yeah, everything is good. What's up?" "Sorry, I'm at work right now." "Oh, not much. I just wanted to see if you were planning to come to Gran's birthday party." I bit back the groan forming in my throat. God, I couldn't believe I'd forgotten Gran's birthday. But with finals and everything, it had completely slipped my mind. We always tried to do something nice for Gran's birthday. There wasn't a lot to go around, but the family always managed to pull together for her. Gran was the glue that held the rest of us together in her gentle way. She'd never failed to be there for any of us when we needed her, so the least we could do was try to be there for her now. "I just wish your brother was able to make it." Ugh, and there it was. That was probably the main reason I'd actually been ignoring Gran's birthday to start with. The last time we'd had a family get-together, it hadn't been good. In fact, saying it hadn't been good was a complete understatement, and it was all because of Martin. Martin was my twin. There was a time when he and I had been inseparable, but these days, he just seemed like another part of my life that was unreachable. Where I had gone to school and kept my nose clean, it seemed like Martin couldn't do anything other than stay in trouble. I don't know, Mama. I'm going to need some time to think about it. Even if Martin wasn't going to be there, it was still likely to be stressful, with everybody trying not to bring him up for fear of upsetting Mama, or Gran, or both. Mama didn't say anything at first, and I could hear her thinking from here. "Well, that's okay, honey," she said in a manner that made it clear it was anything other than okay. "I just know Gran would love to see you." I know. And, well... "Yeah? What is it?" I asked. "Well, nothing, honey. I was just saying that if you wanted to come, we'd love to have you, and, if you do come, I'd appreciate it if you could put some money in the pot." Ah, so that was part of it. Honestly, I'd been planning on bringing money anyway, but now that she brought it up, I couldn't help but think that she didn't want me to come so much as she wanted me to bring my wallet. Right. Well, Mama, I've got to get back to work. I'll call you back later once I've made my mind up, all right? She sighed. "All right, Tucker. You have a good day, honey." "You too, Mama." I hung up the phone and thought about going straight back into the dream bean, but instead, I leaned back against the brick wall, tilted my head up, and took a deep breath. I wasn't sure what to do about Gran's party. I wasn't sure what to do about my brother, or my mama, or any of it, and I wasn't going to make a decision right now. What I was going to do was go back to work and lose myself in making lattes and sandwiches. Maybe by the end of my shift, I'd have it all worked out. Maybe. But I doubted it. Chapter 2. Neo. The unfortunate reality is that being in the line of work that I'm in, you sometimes run into situations that aren't very clear-cut. Yes, someone skipped bail or missed a court date, but what they'd done wasn't the kind of thing that you really thought was that bad. Or, you could easily see why making it to their court date might have been especially difficult for a particular skip. Usually, those folks, the ones that you kind of felt bad for, were so overwhelmed by the process and were so scared half to death that they weren't terribly hard to find. With no experience with the legal system, and more on the run, so to speak, out of fear, confusion, or due to some hardship, they weren't usually hiding very well, or very intentionally. Martin Spears was not that kind of skip. Martin Spears was a piece of work. Had I seen worse? Yes, I'd seen worse. Heard of worse, too. Law enforcement runs in my family. We're a general collection of lawyers, police officers, sheriff's deputies, and a handful of military men. Hell, Most of them were or had been one or more of the above. My daddy was a police officer, and my other daddy was a corrections officer. I grew up hearing worse just around the dinner table. What Martin Spears had, allegedly, done was awful, but, unfortunately, it was all too commonplace. That was another unfortunate reality of this line of work. Being a bounty hunter, you got used to not batting an eye at things that would make most people recoil. You had to be careful, or you'd become a callous bastard yourself if you weren't paying attention, my dad used to say. Martin Spears had beaten up his Omega, allegedly, and that was disgusting behavior. In a better world, it would make an alpha like Martin Spears noteworthy and uniquely infamous. But as things stood, that's not what made Martin Spears stand out. What made Martin Spears stand out to me was that he was a slippery, weaselly, prevaricating son of a bitch. Most people had ties to something or someone, a place to live, their things, a job, a wife, or a family member, something that they could reliably be counted on to return to when they thought no one was looking. Nothing. Martin Spears did not care or did not appear to care about returning to anyone. He had not shown hide nor hair of himself to anyone, not even to his Omega. The Omega who had bailed his sorry ass out and had indirectly gotten me and my clients involved in the whole mess. The same Omega that he was on the lam for beating up in the first place. See? Piece of work. I scoffed softly to myself at the thought of it all. I was headed back to my office when I decided to make this particular pit stop. I had run out of the obvious leads to find Spears, so I had to regroup and come up with a new game plan. But first, I needed caffeine, and the good kind. So I stopped into the Dream Bean for my usual triple shot of espresso just the way that Alice made it. Well, these days, the way her staff made it, same difference. Hell, I was tired. Maybe I'd take one to go for later. I was tired enough to contemplate just how disgusting reheating the espresso in my shitty office microwave would taste, and whether I would still drink it anyway, but I wasn't tired enough for my eyes to start playing tricks on me. Nevertheless, behind the counter, in the Dream Bean's trademark apron, operating some kind of machine with too many levers that made coffee too fancy for me, was Martin Spears. I blinked, but didn't let myself pause so as not to call attention to myself. Instead, I stepped in a line and looked down at the floor tile, as though I was minding my own business, 1,000 miles away in my head, deep in thought. He apparently hadn't caught sight of me, I noticed, as I stole a glance up at him. He seemed smaller than his picture had led me to believe, a little skinnier, a little less broad-chested, and a lot more floppy-haired. God, was he really that good? I wondered to myself as I continued sneaking glances at Spears and at my surroundings. No wonder he was hard to find. Looks could be deceiving, I knew, but he looked for all the world like a bored college kid working his part-time job. He didn't look nervous, or particularly cautious, or even like someone who would, allegedly, get into any fight, let alone a domestic as serious as the file described. It was just after lunch, so there wasn't much of a line, so about 2 customers later, I was at the counter, face to face with him. Mr. Spears? I asked for confirmation. Spears said confusedly. Yes? Spears. It was Spears after all. Mr. Spears, according to the contract that you signed with my client, I said, starting on my usual spiel. I didn't sign any contract. What contract? I heard Spears say, over top of the client-mandated explanation I was supposed to give all my skips. Finally, I started to recognize some of his file and his behavior. If nothing else, he didn't look like he wanted to come with me. Because you failed to make your assigned court appearance, I said, stepping out of line, through the little door that separated the counter from the rest of the shop. He was scared. He was still too frozen to run. Instead, he just retreated from the counter and backed into one of his machines. What appearance? What court? What are you talking about? Spears asked, stepping further backward away from me. The rest of the coffee shop was quiet, but my focus was narrowed on Spears. Every instinct in my body, and all of the experience that I built up over all the years of doing this, told me that he was about to run. He looked over his left shoulder. and shifted his stance to quarter-turn himself towards the back of the shop, where the back door was. As soon as his weight shifted, though, I caught him by the wrist and interrupted his attempt at breaking into a run. He tried to pull his hand back, but in his effort to rip his wrist back from me, he elbowed a machine. Well, I wanted the guy turned in, not scalded to death. So moving quickly, before the machine toppled off the counter and spilled hot water everywhere, I pulled him forward onto me and stepped back with him in tow. Of course, he brought up his knee to try to knock me off balance, but he didn't land the blow, his knee glancing off the outside of my thigh, knocking my phone to the floor and landing it squarely in the water that was quickly spilling out onto the floor. I swore at the loss of my phone. My focus was still on Spears. He let me drag him away from the accident in the making, but he certainly wasn't planning to come quietly. I assumed he'd be distracted by the mess we were making, and he was, for a moment. A second later, after he'd recovered, he tried to throw a left-handed hook. He might have been skinny and almost scrawny compared to me, but he was stronger than he looked, and he was fast. He was working at a disadvantage since he had to punch up towards me to make up for the height difference, so I fairly easily caught his fist in my left hand just before it connected with my face. I started walking him back towards the nearest wall, though he bucked as we moved, kicking over yet another machine and an entire row of neat display jars containing coffee grounds and tea bags. Having grabbed him by both of his hands, I forced him up against the wall. I reached into the cuff case on my duty belt and pulled the handcuffs out, all as I continued my speech. As a licensed and authorized bounty hunter, quit. Come on, quit fighting me, Spears, I said as he swiped, clawed, shoved, and tried to punch, all while he swore and spit. You get your hands off of me, Spears demanded. He was as literally weaselly as he was metaphorically weaselly, though, and he was trying to squirm out of my hold. So as I spoke, I turned him around and held him with his belly flush against the wall, using my own weight to keep him pinned. Like I was saying, I continued with a grunt, as a licensed and authorized bounty hunter, I was about to take advantage of the close proximity that this position brought us into when a scent cut through the steam, the overpoweringly bitter scent of coffee and the fragrant teas that usually permeated the Dream Bean. This close to him, I could smell the coffee shop, and I could smell cologne, the faint sweat he was breaking into, and something else. As a licensed and authorized, I tried to say for the third time, I could smell Omega. Not the Alpha Martin Spears. Omega. Well, shit. Chapter 3. Tucker. It was supposed to be a quiet afternoon. It was supposed to give me a chance to clear my head from all the issues with my family. It was supposed to be a nice little part-time job to help me make ends meet between semesters of school. Now it was none of that. Now, I was being pressed into the wall by what I thought had just been an insanely attractive Alpha customer. I hadn't been paying that much attention until I'd spotted him in the line. He was all dark eyes and deep voice. I'd been startled when he said my name. As soon as he'd gotten me pinned, he'd started reading me the riot act. Well, had been reading me the riot act before he'd stopped halfway through. I saw my chance and started bucking and pulling away from him, hoping that I could create enough distance between where his broad chest pushed up against my back so that I could slip out between him and the wall. It was impossible to do, though, with my hand pinned against my back. Jesus, talk about a rock in a hard place. But just like that, he let me go. 1 minute, his dark voice had been in my ear. The next, he was backing away from me. What in the actual fuck? I asked, turning around to glare at him. I wanted to punch him. I wanted to cry. I wanted to hide because I was sure that I had never been more embarrassed in my life. There weren't a lot of customers in the Dream Bean this time of the afternoon, but the few that were there looked terrified. The Alpha was backing away slowly now, with his hands up in a placating gesture, an apologetic look playing over his handsome face. I'm sorry. God, I'm so fucking sorry, he said. There were condiments and latte syrups everywhere. Several glass containers had broken, and the entire back counter area looked like a war zone. It was going to take forever to get all that straightened out again. Clarence and Heather, for their part, looked absolutely shocked and frozen at the other end of the counter. What is going on out there? another familiar voice called from the back office. Oh no, Miss S. What was she going to make of all this? I saw her come out from the back. Her eyes grew enormous when she saw the scene in front of her. Tucker, what is the meaning of all this? She asked. I'm sorry, ma'am, Dark and Handsome said, trying to start picking up the various items strewn all over the floor, including his soaked and hopefully ruined phone. This was my fault. I snatched them from his hands and pulled back farther away from him. Yes, obviously this was your fault, I said. Yeah, I know that. I was looking for my brother. Yeah, I kind of figured that out by now, I told him. It made more sense when I realized it was about Martin. Of course it was about Martin. I knew that now, but it didn't help me feel any less humiliated that it had happened. Your brother? Dark and Handsome repeated. Yes, you idiot. My brother, I bit out. Look, I already said I'm sorry, Dark and Handsome said, his eyebrows drawing into a serious line above his deep brown eyes. Yeah, I think you've said about enough, I said. Is there anything you'll let me do? Dark and Handsome asked, his temper starting to fray. He was angry? Oh, fuck him. He did not get to be angry about this. You want to help? I asked, taking a step closer to him, squaring my jaw and looking up at him. He wasn't the tallest alpha I'd ever met, but he was certainly taller than I was. That's what I said, isn't it? Dark and Handsome said, frowning now. Then get the hell out of here before I call the cops. Chapter 4. Neo. Fucking great, I huffed as I threw the door to the Dream Bean open. I would apologize to Alice later for the damage to her establishment, and I would apologize to my client for apparently not having caught Spears after all, and for the bill that they were probably going to get from Alice. If those apologies went over like my apology had just gone over with Spears, Mr. Not the Spears I was looking for Spears, though, well, it was going to be a long afternoon. Never mind the fact that I had another skip that I was hoping to track down later that day. I tried to get my phone to respond to me as I walked to my truck, but no matter how hard I pressed the button, the screen remained a dull, solid black. I took that as a sign that I was done for the day. I was going to put off talking to anyone else who might be angry with me. I was going to get myself a drink, but first and foremost, I was going to change out of my clothes. The scent of the Omega that I'd practically put into a half Nelson lingered on my shirt, along with the scent of coffee. I definitely needed to change. It was a little too much to walk around smelling like my own embarrassing failure. My office was closer than my house. I was definitely going there to get out of my clothes. Now. Try as I might to distract myself on the drive, my head kept going back to the horrible moment of realization that I did not have Martin Spears pressed up between me and the wall. I was lucky that the other Spears had even given me the option of leaving without having the cops called on me. By rights, I should be down at the station in cuffs myself, explaining why I was tired enough to start beating up on random people just working their jobs. Yes, obviously this was my fault. I remembered Spears, the coffee shop Spears, the littler of the two Spears, saying, obviously. I shook my head at myself and tried to force myself to concentrate on just getting to the office with very little success. I barely even managed to remember to stop by the grocery store before finally pulling into the parking lot. Although I had the best intentions of giving myself an apparently much-needed day off from work as soon as I had gotten changed at the office, the red light that signaled voicemails on my office phone taunted me. I couldn't just leave and not check. That would only mean that I'd come back to more piles of paperwork and missed calls to sort through tomorrow. I would just put my cell phone in the rice that I'd picked up from the store and check my office phone's voicemail. After checking my voicemails, including the various voicemails from Mr. Reiser, of Reiser Bail Bonds, who had handed me the Spears case in the first place, I decided to return a few calls, just to let myself have the rest of the day off without falling behind. Yes, Mr. Reiser, I understand. Of course, your business is important to me, so I wanted to tell you what happened before you found out through word of mouth. Well, what are you going to do about it, White? The gruff voice asked me from the other end of the line. I know Alice Schertz. I'm pretty sure I can smooth it over with her, and, well, at least I know where his brother works now. A lead's a lead, Reiser snorted. He didn't seem convinced. Well, just do what you can, White. Now! That was as close as I was going to get to mercy from Riser. Whatever. I'd take it after the day I'd had. After I finished returning phone calls, I decided that I might as well get a little paperwork done since I was already here. All in all, my rest of the day off turned into my going home an hour or two earlier than I might have gone home on a regular day. So much for taking some time to recover. I felt better than when I'd come in, but it was impossible to work off that much embarrassment in a couple of hours. Work was distracting, but only in fits and starts, and every so often, I'd remember some detail and cringe again at what had happened. Finally, I gave up. I hadn't been able to stop myself from working, and I wasn't sure how much it had helped, but I could at least make good on one part of the plan I'd made. I could still use a drink, so I headed for the angry Dexter. If I had to call a taxi to pick my drunk ass up from the bar at the end of the night, that was fine, I decided. But damn it, I was gonna take tonight to get my head straight and get over the fiasco that the day had been so far. Even as I sat down waiting to be served at the bar, the scent of syrupy caramel, hot coffee, and Omega still seemed to catch in my nose occasionally. It was all in my head, of course, since I changed specifically for that reason, but the scent memory kept suggesting itself to me, just as much as the memory of big, accusing brown eyes kept flashing across my mind. All that effort to finish up work left me without the ability to distract myself now. Work was about the only thing I had going for me these days. My friends were all busy with their own lives. Jones was here and there with the TV show he was going to be filming, and JP's hours were always irregular with the fire station. Once Blaze had gotten home, we'd hung out more since his schedule was more free, but here lately, he'd been off with his brand new Omega and their soon-to-arrive brand new baby. My sister, the other person that I was closest to, was expecting her own brand new baby soon. I was normally happy, or at least okay with work being my primary priority. But since work and I weren't on speaking terms today, that left me with not a lot to think about as I sat glowering in the bar by myself. Not a lot besides the Omega scent and his blazing brown eyes. I wasn't good at being alone, I realized dimly. "Hey," a voice said somewhere behind me, right before someone's hand clamped warmly on my shoulder. I instinctively bucked my shoulder to throw off the hand before whipping around in my seat as quickly as I could, ready for a fight if I had to be. "Whoa," the intruder said with a half-genuine, half-nervous smile. He took back his hands and held them up in a show that he came in peace and meant no harm. "Don't get feisty with me, sunshine. I ain't a barista after all." "Shut up, Camden," I grumbled. Camden was my cousin on my dad's side. He was a cop, like several of the other cousins on my dad's side. To say nothing of the cousins on my pa's side who were also cops. Like I said, law enforcement runs in my family. He was still in uniform, and for a half-second, my heart stuttered, and I worried that the little Spears had called the cops on me anyway. But he was alone, and his manner seemed too easy to really be here on business. So I rolled my eyes at him and reluctantly relaxed. "So you heard," I said, as Camden took the seat opposite me at my table and cheerfully waved over the waitress. "Small town, Burnt Hill," Camden said with a chuckle. "I bet almost everyone's heard." I groaned and dug the heels of my palms into my eyes, thinking of what the guys would all have to say about this. "What'd you think? Your Skip had decided to get a little part-time job at the Dream Bean? Just a little gig on the side?" Camden said, unsuccessfully containing giggles. Giggles. The 6-foot-something officer of the law across from me was reduced to the same teenage teasing I had grown up with, all at my humiliating story. "I was tired," I explained pointlessly as Camden's shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. "I'm sure you were," he agreed. The waitress came around to take his new order, and my order for another beer. I was even more tired now, truth be told, and I still couldn't shake the scent of the Dream Bean, and more specifically, the little Spears. "They look alike," I said, continuing to explain. "The little Spears is, well, smaller than the one I was looking for, but—" "The little Spears?" Camden asked, arching an eyebrow. "Yeah, well, I don't remember his name. The guy at the Dream Bean. He answered to Spears, which is my Skip's name, and then he said he was my Skip's brother. He's not as, I don't know, stocky as my Skip looked in his picture, and I don't really feel like it was the right time to ask him his name. So I've just been thinking about him as the little Spears," I said with a shrug, and as much nonchalance as I could convincingly muster. Huh, Camden said while his eyebrows knitted together. Something was off, my gut told me. Furthermore, something told me that something told Camden's gut that something was off. Sometimes, after you made a living hearing people obfuscate to your face, you developed a vague sensation of when you weren't getting the whole story. It was hard to put your finger on what exactly made someone sound evasive, but I heard it in my own voice, and I knew that Camden was hearing it too. So, Camden started to say slowly, as he puzzled together what sounded off. So that means you've been thinking about him. Yeah, I said defensively, more defensively than I meant to. I beat up an Omega for no reason and I completely wrecked his workplace. I feel guilty about it. An Omega? Camden said with a snap of his fingers, like he'd found the answer to something. Floppy brown hair, on the skinnier side Omega. Short? I grunted in acknowledgement that that description fit the little spears as opposed to the larger spears. Yeah, the cute little guy at the Dream Bean. That's Tucker, he's new. I buy croissants from him in the morning. Oh, man, Camden snorted and laughed as the waitress came by with my drink and his food. Oh, man, you beat up on Tucker? Was he mad? I bet he was mad. I'd be mad as hell if you... Yes, he was mad. I trailed off, shrugging, not quite sure of where I was going with the sentence in the first place. He what? Camden asked. He sort of wouldn't hear any apologies and wouldn't let me help him, and then I said, stuttering as I squared up my jaw and tilted my head backward, like I was bravely trying to hold my own against someone bigger than I was. Like I was trying to front bravado when I wasn't really the kind of fighter that could back up what I was trying to project. Like I verged on the adorable, smelled really good, and was scrappy enough to stand my ground even if I knew I might lose. What in the hell are you doing? Camden asked. That's kind of how he looked at me when he told me to leave. He kind of tilted his head back like this and about told me to fuck off like that, I said, my demonstration evidently not conveying everything I meant to Camden. I meant someone whose dark eyes flashed anger but might have flashed something different in a different context. Someone who, in more favorable circumstances, might have teasingly squirmed against me and then teasingly squirmed away. I probably couldn't make the face that he had made, kind of a cross between a warning away and an invitation closer. A cross between a warning and an invitation? What? He definitely hadn't been inviting me anywhere. He had definitely wanted me to leave the shop. For fuck's sake, on top of roughing him up and trashing his job site, on top of having to eventually go back to talk to him, was I going to project this kind of weirdness onto him too? He told you off, didn't he? Camden said more than he asked, his lips slightly pursed. Yeah, wouldn't you? No, I know you. He told you off. You're into that kind of thing. You like a little bit of, feistiness? Bite? You like people who can give you shit, Camden finished with a grin. I guessed so. I didn't guess so. I knew so. I sort of like someone who could give as good as they got. It's just that this wasn't friendly, barbed banter between people who had tension. I had really, actually, genuinely fucked up earlier, and I didn't really see a good way to come back from this kind of fuck-up. I shrugged once again, and downed the rest of my beer without saying anything to Camden. Yeah, I knew I was into the kind of Omega that the little Spears, Tucker, his name was Tucker apparently, was. I could even talk myself into letting myself remember how he smelled, how his eyes looked, defiant and fierce, and how the press of his body felt against mine. But what else was there? Nothing. That was it. A memory that I hoped would fade soon, and that I hoped wouldn't fade soon too. What else could there be? Chapter 5. Tucker. I'm so sorry, Miss S. I can explain, I said the second I made it back into her office. As soon as Dark and Handsome left, she'd summoned me to the back and ordered Clarence and Heather to get the mess cleaned up as best they could. We needed to get ready for the after-work crowd that would be heading in any time. Son, I don't think there's any explanation you could give me that would make any of that make any sense, Miss S. said, throwing herself down in her office chair. It's been my brother, Martin. He's been in and out of jail for years now. The guy must have been sent to track him down. Neo, Miss S. said. What? I asked. Neo. That man. He's Neo White. He's been coming here for years. I know him. If your brother's gotten into trouble with the law, I'm not surprised that Neo's out there hunting for him. That's what he does for a living. Oh, right. Well, that's what happened. Honest, Miss S. I'm not in any trouble at all. That's why he let me go. He must have realized that I wasn't Martin. I'm so sorry, Miss S. So sorry. I'm so grateful that you've been willing to give me this chance. I had my metaphorical fingers crossed that she would give me her typical warm smile and tell me not to worry about it before sending me back out there to help Heather and Clarence. Instead, she looked down and sighed. Tucker, I like you. I do. You're a good worker. You're on time, and you're honest. I looked at her pleadingly, still clinging to hope that there wasn't a but coming. But I can't have things like that happening at the Dream Bean. Miss S., I started, but she held her hand up to stop me from going any further. I understand that this wasn't your fault, but I just can't do it. It's bad for business. We could lose customers over things like this. I wanted to tell her that it wasn't very likely that something like this would ever happen again, but even I could see there wasn't any point to that. She'd already made up her mind. I'm sorry, Tucker, but I'm going to have to let you go. I hate to do it, but it's what's best. Just give Clarence your apron and I'll send you your last check. Last check? First check? Same thing in this situation. I wanted to be angry at her, but I just didn't have it in me. I was in shock, honestly. Between thinking that I was actually in trouble to learning about my brother's latest exploits, I just didn't have it in me. There was too much that had happened, and honestly, I got it. Maybe it was because I was too numb to fight about anything else right now, but I did understand. It still sucked, and I was angry, but I wasn't angry at her. It wasn't her fault. I nodded blankly and swallowed. Thanks anyway, Miss S. Let me know if you ever change your mind, I said robotically. I could feel the part of me that was screaming at how unfair, unjust this was, but that Tucker seemed a million miles away right now. I walked out, not waiting for a response. There wasn't really anything left to say. Clarence looked up as he saw me come back out, but the look on my face and the apron in my hand must have given everything away. He stepped away from the busy counter and took the apron from me when I held it out for him. I wanted to go back to Miss S. and tell her to come look as the patrons kept pouring in anyway. Even the few that had been here for all the ruckus were still here. People didn't care. They just wanted their coffee and snacks. But I just didn't have it in me to fight it. I was exhausted. I'm sorry, Tucker. I was hoping she'd understand, Clarence said as soon as we got outside. I shook my head. Nah, don't worry about it. It's okay. Thanks for putting in a good word for me and helping me get the job in the first place. I was grateful to him after all. I didn't want it to be like this, but it didn't look like I was going to get a choice in any of it. Clarence nodded. You okay? I snorted in response. Clarence smiled. I know. Stupid question. I gave him a weak smile. If I'm honest, all I want to do is crawl in a hole and not come out again for at least a few months. Right now that sounded perfect. Maybe by the time I was ready to come out again, everyone would have forgotten it even happened in the first place. Yeah, I get that. Are you okay? Did he hurt you? I shook my head. No, I'm fine. Just my pride more than anything. What are you gonna do? Clarence asked. No idea. Could actually hole up, Not like I have a job or anything to get in the way, I joked lamely. Clarence didn't seem to think it was funny. To be honest, neither did I. I didn't really know what my next move was. Well, I'll tell you what. You go home, get cleaned up, and I'll come over with a bottle of wine. How does that sound? Clarence asked. Better than my original plan. Which was? Getting a head start on the whole holding up thing, probably. No. Don't worry. I'll come over and we'll brainstorm, okay? All right, I agreed. I followed Clarence's advice and went home and took a long hot shower. I tried to imagine the hot water washing off not only the syrup and coffee that had gotten all over me, but also the embarrassment, frustration, and worry. I knew Clarence was coming over, but I figured it was my house, and after the day I'd had, I was aiming for comfort. I threw on some pajamas and lay on the couch mindlessly watching the late afternoon talk shows and evening sitcoms until I heard the doorbell ring. Clarence came with wine as he'd promised, and also a hot, greasy pizza. Oh my God, I love you, I said, letting him into the room.
Well, I know it isn't my fault, but take this as my apology anyway. We got settled into the couch with wine and food when Clarence spoke again. I'm just sorry you have to keep going through all this, Tucker. It seems like you can't ever catch a break. Since we'd been friends so long, he knew all about Martin and the things that had happened. Martin had started out as a troubled teenager, messing around with pot and drinking. From time to time, he'd shoplift or get into fights at school. From there, he'd dropped out altogether, and once he'd aged out of the juvenile system, he'd started picking up charges. What can you do? There wasn't much for it. Despite it all, he was still my brother. I didn't like the things he was doing, and I would be the first to tell you that I didn't condone any of them. Martin was difficult, but that didn't mean I agreed with punks like Neo out there hunting people like him down like dogs. I wasn't nearly as angry at Martin as I was at Neo. Martin was an idiot, but Martin hadn't caused a scene at my workplace, and Martin had never been the reason I'd lost a job. I do know one thing, though. Like hell, I'm ever going to be in a position to let Neo White pin me against the wall again. Who? Neo White. That was the dude's name, I explained. Oh, I wouldn't say that, Clarence said, a dreamy look taking over his face. It was my turn to look at him in shock and confusion. I mean, that was literally his name, I said, pretending like I didn't understand him. Clarence rolled his eyes. You know what I mean. Come on, you had to notice how hot he was, didn't you? I didn't want to admit that Neo had caught my eye before he tried to illegally arrest me. He was broad-shouldered, and he didn't struggle at all when he was pinning me. He had dark hair and eyes, and stubble that covered his square jaw and drew attention to his full mouth. He was attractive. Just my type, usually. But nothing about today had been usual. At all. A little bit hard to notice what he looked like when he had my head shoved into the wall. Uh-huh. And all that muscle pushed up against you. I'd have been distracted too, Clarence added. I shook my head. But Clarence wasn't having it. Admit it, you definitely noticed. He wasn't gonna let this go. Fine. He was hot, okay? Total asshole, but totally fucking sexy too. Clarence finished, arching an eyebrow and taking a victorious bite of pizza. I rolled my eyes. Sure, yes, whatever. He was. If I'd met him at a club, I would have absolutely let him take me home. Clarence's eyes widened. Oh, you know what I mean. I wouldn't bond with him or anything. I'm not a complete idiot, but I also wouldn't kick him out of bed if he wanted to do everything but, I admitted. I'd never been one to tempt fate that way, but if any of the alphas I'd run into at the clubs had ever looked like Neo, maybe I would have been willing to throw caution to the wind. Still, it made my stomach fill with a nervous dread. Every Omega had a friend of a friend who'd taken things just a teensy bit too far, and then before they knew it, that alpha hookup had knotted them, and there they were bonded. So when you said you'd never let him pin you against the wall, Clarence prompted before trailing off. Like I said, never again. Ultimately, I didn't meet Neo in the club, or at the park, or in any of the normal ways I could have met an alpha at my job. I met him as my brother's bounty hunter. There was no way in hell I was ever going to be caught out flat-footed by Neo White ever again. By the time we were wrapping up the bottle of wine, I felt a lot better than I had before. I just wish there was something I could do about your job, Tuck. I thought for a moment before asking. Do you think you could try to talk to Miss S about it? No pressure. I know it's not likely to help, but I'm kinda desperate. I had enough money to get me through the immediate future, but anything beyond that, I wasn't prepared for. Clarence nodded. Sure, I'll do my best. I can't make any promises, but I can feel her out and see. Thanks, Clarence. I'd appreciate it. Soon after, Clarence called a friend to come pick him up, and exhausted, I threw myself into bed to try to sleep. I closed my eyes, but all I could think about was Martin. I had no idea where he was. I hadn't even known he was out of jail in the first place. All of those thoughts just led to more unwelcome thoughts of Neo. Clarence's comments weren't helping anything either. Oh well. At the very least, this answered the question of Gran's birthday party. If Mama wanted me to pay into the pot for the party, there was no way I was going to be able to do that without a job. See? Problem solved. Chapter 6. Neo. Between the distracting memory of Tucker and Camden's welcome intrusion, I hadn't wound up drinking more than a couple of beers at the Angry Dexter. Between the time I spent shooting the shit with Camden and the pizza he insisted we split between us, I had sobered up enough to decide that I could go back by the office before finally heading home. "We should catch up again, when you're not so down in the dumps," Camden said brightly as I prepared to leave. "Nico sometime? More pizza, maybe?" "Sure," I said curtly, but I couldn't help but give him a small smile. He was all right, Camden, even if he never, ever forgot an embarrassing story and never missed an opportunity to retell one. I said my goodbyes and headed back for the office, determined that I really wouldn't be doing any more work. I just felt naked walking around without my cell phone. To my relief, once I'd reached the office, let myself back in, and had anxiously peered into the small plastic bag of rice, I found that my phone was on. "JP, what's up?" I said, milling about my office as I returned one of the 7 phone calls I had apparently missed while my phone was out of commission. "Where were you?" JP yelled from the other end of the line. "I had to drive Blaze and Logan to the hospital. You were supposed to be the backup driver. I had to drive them myself. We were going to film and suddenly Logan's water broke, and he had the baby in my car, Neo. In my car. It was supposed to be—" Whoa, I said. JP hardly ever strung that many words together in a sentence, but the experience must have shaken him, since he was babbling nervously. "It was supposed to be in your car, man. It was supposed to be," JP continued, reproaching me until I finally calmed him down enough to get the full story out of him. Turned out Blaze and Logan's soon-to-be brand-new baby wasn't a soon-to-be baby at all. Baby was here as of a few hours ago. Shit. I'd gotten so caught up with hunting spears that I'd completely missed the knitting circle. Not to mention, I'd missed the birth of the Harper baby. "It's been a day, Jape. It's been a day," I said, by way of explanation of why I'd allowed Logan to birth his child in JP's car, which seemed to be JP's main source of anxiety right now. I swore up and down that I'd make it up to him, and that I'd make it up to Blaze and Logan, and that I'd go see them in the hospital, and that I wouldn't blow off Knitting Circle anymore, and probably a ton of other things, just to get JP to calm down and to leave me alone. I was happy for them, and definitely amused that the whole thing had gone down in front of JP, who was handling this as squeamishly as possible. But I couldn't help feeling that now that Blaze was settled, he'd be joining the ranks of folks who had found their person and had soon left my circle of friends and family. Good for them, I mean. That was fine. I was happy for Blaze, for Logan, for my sister, for Camden, for everyone who had found happiness. It's just, the more and more people left the circle of single people I moved in, the more it became obvious who hadn't left yet and probably wasn't leaving anytime soon. Me. I sighed, let myself fill out one more form, picked up the clothes I changed out of, and threw away the rice. I left the office for good this time, and just made myself go home to end this day at long last. If nothing else, at least I was able to sleep. I slept well, and slept long, and dreamed of something or someone that smelled citrusy and sweet, but when I woke up, I was more rested than I usually was. 38, and soon 39 was catching up to me, and these days, after an especially physical takedown, it wasn't weird to wake up with a sore knee that just wouldn't cooperate, or a crick in my neck that would stubbornly persist for days. It was a good thing that I managed to rest up and let myself get a somewhat later start that day, because if one thing was for sure, I would definitely not be getting my triple-shot caffeine fix anytime soon. There was no way in hell that I was going anywhere near the Dream Bean for a long time. Even if I had to eventually bring myself to talk to Tucker, I would meet him at a neutral location. I wasn't completely convinced that Alice wouldn't run me out of her establishment with a broom, to be honest, and if she did, I wouldn't have really blamed her. I focused on the other skip I was working on for another one of my clients to give myself some distance from the Spears case. The other skip that I was chasing wasn't from Reisner, which was also a bonus, and hell, within a few days I'd found him, and turned him back in. Job well done. A little silver lining to make up for the embarrassment that still burned whenever I thought of the Dream Bean, Reiser, either Spears' brother, or coffee in general. Not that it was easy to avoid thinking about it. Camden had been right. It only took 1 or 2 days after the Dream Bean debacle for literally everyone that I knew to hear about what had happened. That meant that literally everyone that I knew had something to say about it to me, too. JP, after he'd recovered from the shock of being an unexpected attendee at the birth of Blaze and Logan's baby. Jones, after he'd finished visiting Blaze and Logan at the hospital and had called. Everyone had had some kind of coffee-themed joke to make when they talked to me. At least, by the time he texted me to confirm lunch plans, Camden finally seemed to be working the last of it out of his system. Nikos? Tomorrow? I was going to respond in the affirmative when the 3 dots that indicated that he was typing something else interrupted me. If you think you can keep yourself from fighting the waitstaff, that is. I rolled my eyes and texted a quick, okay, back to him, but I was secretly pleased Camden had found me at the bar. Being cousins and all, we were just used to razzing each other. It just so happened that I had done something particularly easy to razz here recently. That was all right. I'd catch him for something he did some other time. The day that Camden and I were supposed to meet at Nico's, I stopped in early since I was already in the area. It was kind of an awkward gap in time, with almost too much time to sit there in the restaurant by myself, and too little time to really do or go anywhere else. Between the 2 alternatives, though, I figured I'd wait for Camden and Nico's rather than trying to go to the office, stepping inside for 5 minutes, and then immediately turning back around in time to make our lunch plans. So, I waited at Nico's. Being in law enforcement, and, especially, in my line of law enforcement, you make a habit of never sitting with your back to the door if you could help it. So I picked a booth where I could watch the main entrance to Nico's, like I usually did wherever I went. Usually, this is kind of a habit that becomes so deeply ingrained in someone and is such a precaution that you do it without thinking, and you often don't wind up seeing anyone important come in through the door. Usually. On this particular occasion, only a few minutes after I'd settled in, I found myself staring through the glass door of Nico's, face to face with Spears. Tucker Spears, not Martin, that is. I couldn't be that lucky this time. Tucker Spears saw me catch sight of him. Immediately his expression melted away from something neutral into something very angry and very determined. Instead of turning tail like lots of people might if they ran into someone that had roughed them up, he picked up his pace, swung the door open, and let himself in. He stood in the doorway for a second, looking around like he was a cowboy from an old Western movie, ready for a challenge. He went to the counter and said something to one of the servers. Maybe he was warning them about my propensity to beat up members of the service industry, I thought as I watched him. As soon as he'd exchanged a few words with the server, though, Tucker was on the move again. This time, he marched towards my booth and sat down across from me. Well, I said, after clearing my throat, and after it was clear that he wasn't going to say anything. I figured you'd either want to ignore me or fight me. I didn't figure you'd want to talk. I can understand, I said, trying to explain that I would have understood either way. Tucker interrupted me, though. Where's my brother? Tucker asked, his eyes almost unblinking. They were so focused on me. After a long silence, I swallowed and shook my head. Where is your brother? Tucker rolled his eyes, kind of melodramatically, to be honest. If I knew, I wouldn't be asking, and if I knew, I wouldn't be telling you either. Fair point. Though opening with a question like that might have just been designed to convince me preemptively that he didn't know where Martin was. So, did you sit down just to tell me that you don't know where your brother is? Regardless of whether you knew or not, what happened the other day shouldn't have happened, and won't happen again. I meant it. No, Tucker said, cutting me off once again. No, I didn't come for an apology, and I didn't come to convince you of anything. I came because if you're looking for my brother, then he must have skipped bail. If he skipped bail, then he must have done something. I don't know what he did. I didn't even realize he was out of jail for the last thing he did. That's how wrong a tree you barked up if you thought that I knew anything about my brother. I didn't even know he was out here among the living. Well, on the one hand, that made him seem disconnected from his brother. On the other hand, if you had a brother, just because you didn't know exactly where your brother was, didn't mean that you wouldn't have a reasonably good guess as to where your brother might be. In lieu of solid leads, I would take anything. But you want to at least know what he did, I said, finishing his train of reasoning for him. I'm sorry to say that I have a little bit of experience dealing with this kind of thing, so I know that, unlike a real cop, you don't have all those tricky laws about privacy to deal with. You could tell me what he did, Tucker said, nodding decisively. If you did that, I could almost let bygones be bygones about what you did at the Dream Bean. I furrowed my eyebrows at Tucker. confused about what sort of position he thought he was in. "You want me to give you information, and in exchange you'll accept my apology? Doesn't seem like there's much in it for me," I said with a scoff. "A man doesn't apologize as much as you've apologized unless he genuinely feels bad about what he did and wants his apology accepted," Tucker said. "You do. You feel bad about the other day. You could be a jerk cop that just takes it for granted that you're right when you're not. But you're not. So, do what's right. Make up for the other day by telling me what Martin did." I looked Tucker up and down. He wasn't wrong. I did feel bad about the dream being, and he hadn't needed to do or to say all of that. I would have eventually told him regardless. He was just adorably naive, the way he was banking on my wanting to feel better about the other day, and the way he thought he needed me to tell him this information instead of just going down to the courthouse himself. He was sharp, but despite what he said, he was inexperienced. The combination immediately made me feel a little bad for getting him involved, and made me want to help him. Anyway, there was always the offhand chance that if I told him what Martin did, he might be shocked into telling me where Martin might be. Worth a shot, I figured, as I nodded at Tucker to indicate that I was willing to share. "The latest thing you heard about was a misdemeanor simple assault, right?" "That part I know." "Okay," I said, feeling my hackles rise a little at the short tone that he took even after I decided to help him out. He also seemed to know a lot for someone who didn't know anything that might be relevant to finding Martin. "Well, he didn't spend much time there," I said, watching my fingers curl and uncurl as I gestured throughout my report. "A few months later, he was beating up on his boyfriend in public. Witnesses called the cops and, pretty predictably, he got picked up on a domestic violence charge. That same boyfriend hired my client to post Martin's bail, and since then, Martin is nowhere to be found. He didn't show up to his court date. The tire shop he was working at doesn't know where he is. Nothing. Not even the boyfriend knows where he is. So, that's where I'm at." I finished telling him what I knew, and I looked up to meet his eyes. Tucker seemed to have taken a break from a lot of things that were normally on autopilot, like breathing and blinking. For what felt like a moment, I must have stopped breathing too. I think we just stared at each other until Tucker blinked once, slowly. That was enough to break the spell, as next thing I knew, his whole demeanor had changed. He was moving away from genuine shock at what I was saying, and was now forcing himself into a pose that suggested relaxation, suggested nonchalance. Or at least, he shifted into a pose that was doing its level best to look nonchalant. "Does he do this?" I asked, after he'd finished shifting uncomfortably in his seat and had settled into the sort of unimpressed, arms-crossed posturing he was trying to pull off. Deep in my gut, without any other evidence, I was struck with a hunch. He learned that from watching his brother, I knew. "Does he do what?" he asked in response, jerking his chin up defiantly. "He doesn't have domestic violence priors. But you don't usually get to be that kind of person who commits assault only to get out and commit assault again without some kind of history." "So?" I asked, leaving the weight of my question hanging heavy in the air between us. "So did he hit me?" Tucker said, not softening an inch. "It's not an unreasonable question, though by the way you're holding yourself, I'd guess no." "No," Tucker said definitively. "No, he doesn't hit you, so you don't see any reason to stop protecting him?" I said, filling in the natural conclusion to his decision. "If he's picking on another innocent Omega, that's the other Omega's problem. Not necessarily something you—" "No, it's not like that. It's— You don't know anything," Tucker exploded, dropping the act altogether. Once again, a few moments passed in silence as he breathed hard and let his dark eyes blaze at me from across the table. Eventually he caught his breath again, shook his head at something internal, and then wordlessly slid out of the booth and walked away. I watched his back as he retreated to Nico's counter, but then gave up on that and stared into my water. None of that had positively indicated that Tucker knew where his brother was, but some of it also suggested that he might know and might have been throwing me off the scent. Maybe he was as slippery, or was trying to be as slippery as his brother. Regardless, that had all been a shit show. Where was Camden, anyway? I started to wonder before an abrupt slam on the table shook me out of my thoughts. "Number 1, Tucker said. He was leaning over, standing right over me, and keeping a white-knuckled grip on the side of the table that he'd angrily grabbed to get my attention. "Number 1, I don't think you're in a position to criticize the use of force on weaker Omegas. Number 2, I know you've come to your own private conclusions about what kind of person I am and what kind of people I come from. So let me go ahead and play into your stereotype. I'll say it again. I don't know where he is. If I did know, I'm not a rat. Come rough me up wherever you want. The answer's not going to change. I'm not the kind of person to lose my temper, and I'd certainly never lift a hand to an Omega, knowingly. But the tone that he took with me, and the fact that he was trying to cow me, made me feel a cross between anger and vaguely amusement. I said nothing. But if he was going to slam his hands and try to be physically intimidating, I could answer that. He had left me very little room to get out from behind my table, but that only heightened the effect of what I did. I let my face hang in neutral expression. I stepped out of the booth, and I stood up. It must have looked like we were going to dance. We were only a few inches away from each other, and I could almost feel his chest against mine as his heart hammered, and he breathed too hard. I would say that we were nose to nose, but he was short. His nose wasn't anywhere near mine. I was once again close enough to smell him. He was close enough to smell me, I could tell. I crossed my arms and just raised an eyebrow as I stared down at him. I didn't want to scare him. I wanted him to cooperate. But I didn't want him to talk to me that way, and I didn't want to be the object of his misplaced feelings about being willing to cover for his brother's shitty behavior. Remotely, I identified the desire to place my hand on the back of his neck and to gently suggest he sit down and that we try that conversation over again. Even more remotely, a little voice in the back of my brain suggested that I kiss him like in an old movie. Then we could really start the conversation over. But I would never do that. "Tucker?" the man behind the counter called, a little nervously. The way we were panting at each other, maybe the guy was unsure about whether we were going to fight or maybe do something else right here in Nico's. Tucker seemed to struggle about whether he wanted to stay and not back down, or whether he wanted to get his order and go. After a few seconds' deliberation, he obviously opted for the latter. He turned on his heel, got his takeout in a huff, and then left. As he left, he threw the door open to let himself out. He would have broken Camden's nose with the outside of the door if Camden hadn't been quick on his feet. Camden watched as Tucker stomped past, and then looked up to see if anyone else had seen what had just happened. He caught sight of me inside, started putting two and two together, and smirked knowingly at me through the glass. I could already tell he was composing a new litany of ways to give me a hard time given recent developments. Perfect. Chapter 7. Tucker. I'd been looking forward to comfort food. Now I was just grateful to be outside again. I felt so mixed up about all of it, and I couldn't make heads or tails of any of it myself. I wanted to punch him in his condescending, smirking face. I wanted to go back in there and continue the argument. I needed to get a grip instead. Otherwise, I was liable to fail on my promise to Clarence and hand Neo every reason in the world to pin me to the wall or the table. No, that would not be a good thing, regardless of what my temper or my cock thought for one reason or another. I was headed back to my apartment, when instead I made another turn that would take me to someone who could help me sort out that tangled mess in my head. Gran. I probably made this drive 1,000 times over the years, and I was pretty sure I could make it blindfolded, so while I drove out to her house outside of town, I let my mind wander, barely paying attention to the road. My temper was still flared from earlier. I was beginning to realize that Neo had a way of getting under my skin, regardless of whether he just tackled me at the Dream Bean or whether we were in the middle of a reasonably civil conversation. Well, it had started reasonably civil. It had also started because I'd insisted on having it. But I just couldn't resist. Neo clearly knew more about what was going on than I did, so what was I supposed to do? And that was just the question, wasn't it? What was I supposed to do? I remembered all too well the last time that Martin went postal. That simple physical assault conviction was anything but simple. We'd been at Gran's house and Martin had shown up. His eyes had been glassy, and he'd been unable to sit still. Mama and I had shared a quiet look, both of us clearly familiar enough with his habits to know that Martin was absolutely high. At first, he'd been weird, but that was all. Then, while the rest of us were bustling around trying to get dinner ready, I'd come back into the living room to find Martin in Gran's face, towering over her. Gran, I need it, he'd said. Martin, sugar, I just don't have any. What did you do with the money I gave you last week? She'd said, trying to get herself away from him. Martin, what in the hell are you doing? I'd asked him, rushing over. He'd bucked me off. Stay the hell out of this, Tucker, he'd snarl at me before turning his attention back to Gran. Come on, I know you've got something, he said, reaching for her pocketbook on the floor beside her. Martin, stop, I shouted. By this time I could hear the other commotion in the house coming closer as everyone else started moving toward us. Martin, sugar, I just don't. I don't have any money for you. I don't get my check but once a month, you know that. You lying bitch, Martin had said before shoving her. Gran had lost her balance, and I watched in horror as she fell, hitting her head on the edge of the coffee table on her way down. And then all sorts of things started happening all at once. My uncle came in through the door. Martin started screaming, and then Mama and I were rushing over to Gran. My uncle had dragged Martin out into the front yard by his neck, and my Mama had handed me a blanket she was using to staunch the blood in Gran's head before rushing over to the phone and dialing 911. When the police came, Martin had been arrested, now sporting a black eye from Uncle Earl, and Gran declined going to the hospital. The wound on her head had thankfully looked a lot worse than it was. The paramedics left with strict instructions to us that if she started getting dizzy or if she started vomiting, to call them immediately. I learned a valuable lesson that day, that Martin as he was now was not the same Martin I'd known growing up. How many times had Gran kissed our boo-boos? How many times had we stayed at her house only to be woken up in the morning with frying bacon and fluffy pancakes? How many nights had she stayed up with Martin on her lap after our daddy had died and Mama had just about fallen apart? This Martin didn't care about any of that. This Martin wanted money to feed a habit, and anything, anybody that got in the way, even Gran, was a target. So it didn't surprise me to find out he'd been caught hitting someone else now. If you told me a story like that about anyone other than my brother, I would have told you that absolutely, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that person should be locked away. Gran had been reluctant to press charges against Martin, but she was hopeful that if she did so, maybe it would be enough to encourage Martin to finally get his act together and get clean. He didn't have a huge record, and the judge and the prosecutor had both listened to Gran and what she had to say while the case was going forward. He'd been given another chance, and he'd blown it. Maybe I should have given Neo the information after all. I mean, I wasn't certain where Martin might be, but I knew several spots and most of his friends. I could probably give Neo a much more educated guess than anything he was likely to come up with. And besides, if what Neo said Martin did was true, then he absolutely should be in jail. And that was always it, wasn't it? But he was a dangerous, reckless, selfish mess. But he was my brother, and I didn't want to see him hurt. Despite everything, I still cared about him. He was my twin. We'd been together our whole lives. We'd been together through Daddy dying, and school, and all that stuff growing up that kids faced. I loved him, and I hated the man he had become, and for the life of me, I couldn't figure out which part of that won out. I pulled into Granny's driveway and let myself in. Hey, Gran, you home? I yelled once I opened the front door. Tucker, is that you, Sweet Pea? I wasn't expecting you. I went into the living room and saw her in her rocking chair. Hey, Gran, you had lunch yet? I asked, holding up the pizza. Well, I'll be. You came all that way out here and brought lunch, too. Come on in. I'll go get us some plates and such. Nah, Gran, you stay right there. Before long, we were digging in, and she was filling me in on her church's seniors group and all the town gossip. I already felt better just being with her. Sometimes just being with her was enough to put me at ease. She wiped her mouth with a napkin before fixing her warm, hazel eyes on me. You're going to tell me why you're here, sweetheart. Not that I'm not pleased as punch to see you, but I can tell you got a bee in your bonnet. I sighed. Gran always knew. There was no point in hiding anything from her, and besides, that was the whole reason I'd come out here in the first place. Gran, if you know someone you love is doing something wrong and it's, hurting other people, do you have a responsibility to do something about it? Gran leaned back into her seat. Sounds like this is about Martin, she said bluntly. It might be, I admitted. She sighed. I don't know what to tell you, honey. Did I ever tell you the story of my great-uncle Clyde? What? No, I don't remember. Uncle Clyde was a shine runner back in the day. He and one of his friends used to go up into the hills and make moonshine in the dead of night, and then once they'd got enough of it together, they'd come down and deliver it to the other folks who'd turn around and sell it. What? No, I had no idea about any of that. But what's that got to do? Hold your horses, Sweet Pea. Perfection takes time, she chided. I piped down and she continued. Gran loved a good story, especially if it had a moral at the end. Well, one night, my Uncle Clyde was running shine down the mountain and ran smack into a couple cars full of Burnt Hill's finest. Now, Clyde had this slick car. All the shiners did back in the day. They'd invest money into making sure their cars were as fast as possible to outrun the law. So Clyde did just that. But this night, he just couldn't shake 'em. So finally desperate, he reached for the pistol he had in the glove box, told his buddy to keep the wheels straight, and, story has it, Uncle Clyde hung out the window and shot at those officers. He was able to get away. All my daddy told us kids at the time was that Clyde had gone out of town on business, that he wouldn't be back for a while, and that if anybody asked you anything about Clyde, the only right answer was, I don't know. So of course, the law showed up before long and started asking everyone in the family, Where is Clyde? I don't know. Where was he on such and such night? I don't know. Finally, at some point, one of the officers got so frustrated that they asked Mother whether or not she had a brother named Clyde, and her answer was still, I don't know. We both stopped to laugh at the ridiculousness of the situation before Gran grew somber. But you know, eventually, one of Mother's sisters did eventually convince Uncle Clyde to turn himself in anyway. Told him that it didn't matter why he was doing it. Somebody's brother or father or son didn't come home that night, and he had to answer for what he had done. Sounds complicated, I said. Gran nodded along in sympathy. It is, Sweet Pea. It really is. Why, I told Martin just last week that if he did get into any trouble— Last week, I interjected. Gran, has Martin been coming around again? Gran looked uncomfortable, but finally nodded again. Yeah, he's come by a couple times. Gran, did he— I trailed off. My eyes squared in on the small scar she had on her temple. Her white hair hid it most of the time, but today, she had it pulled back from her forehead completely, and I could see it there. If anything, it sounded like Martin had gotten worse, not better. If he came around again, what had he done while he was there? What would he do if Gran told him no again? No, honey, nothing like that, she insisted, but her voice seemed off. She seemed tense. He just wanted a little money, and I had to give it to him, so I did. The rest of the visit passed pretty uneventfully, and by the time I left, I felt full and much more relaxed, but I was no more decided about what I needed to do about Martin. If anything, that made it more complicated. I definitely didn't want him coming around Gran and running the risk of him doing anything else. I also wasn't sure what his reaction would be if he were able to find out that I was working to get him put behind bars again. I had a strong suspicion that whatever his reaction was, it probably wasn't going to be good, and was more than likely going to be dangerous. At this point, it was pretty clear that it would be better for everyone if Martin was back in jail, but it was still galling to consider that I'd have to cooperate with Neo. I thought back again to our conversation earlier that afternoon. He was just so— he was such a brute, a bull in a china shop. He had just come in, wrecked everything, lost people their jobs, and then hadn't understood why I didn't want to just help him out after the dust had settled. I felt like my mind was more and more made up about what needed to happen with Martin, but if anything, less and less made up about Neo or my role in any of this.
Chapter 8. Neo. Jeremiah, I said, holding the tiny baby in my arms as his parents looked on. It probably made a cute little scene until I was struck by the sudden urge to sing softly, almost under my breath. Jeremiah was Don't, Blaze said with real terror in his eyes. I know, Logan said from under the blankets he had draped over him on the couch. He was only recently home and was still recovering. He was clearly still a little touchy, I imagined. I'd be touchy if I were him, I figured. What with the whole producing a whole new person with no pain management business he'd just gotten done with and everything.
I know. We've only heard all the jokes 100 times since he was born. But it's a beautiful name, and it's also a family name, Logan insisted. Sure is, I said, quickly correcting my mistake as Blaze watched me intently. And it's got a lot of history. Lots to live up to. If I remember my Sunday school lessons right. I didn't, but the assurance seemed like it put Logan, and therefore Blaze, at ease. Once we'd stepped back from the verge of a real crisis, I continued rocking little Jeremiah. Jerry. We were going to have to think of something to call him, and looking into his little face. He wasn't much to look at right now, of course. He looked like a wrinkly, splotchy potato that had gotten angry and screwed its face up too tightly. But, as goofy as he looked, it only made you all the more endeared to him. It wasn't really a profound observation or anything, but babies are really small. I could have held his head in my palm and his feet wouldn't have reached the crook of my elbow. That's how small he was. It made you deeply aware of all the ways that something could go wrong. It made you deeply aware of all the things that could hurt someone so small. And it made you deeply committed that none of these things happened, if you had anything to say about it. Do you want him? I like him when he's asleep, but the diaper changes are giving me a little bit of buyer's remorse, Blaze said, noticing how fascinated by his baby I was. Logan dug a hand out from under the covers and promptly punched Blaze in the arm. I laughed as quietly as I could to avoid disturbing Jeremiah, who was still, thankfully, very much asleep. What's it like? I asked Blaze. Blaze specifically. What it was like for Logan was probably a whole different kettle of fish that I couldn't even begin to fathom. What, the diaper changes? Blaze asked amusedly. Ha ha, I retorted. Blaze chuckled very softly, and then took a deep breath and grew a little more serious. Panic. Panic all the time, at every moment. Any second, any tiny decision that you're making makes you terrified and angry at yourself that you're having such a hard time doing something that looks so simple. But it's everything. The temperature of the house, how many layers you've got 'em in, how the crib is arranged, and how you put the seat in the car. It's all terrifying, agreed Logan with a nod. I looked between them worriedly. I wasn't sure why I was worried. They were obviously just being honest and griping as new parents. They obviously loved Jeremiah to absolute pieces. But real concern just seized my heart out of nowhere. And every day that you go to sleep, for the couple of hours that you get to sleep anyway, the fact that you didn't fuck it up irredeemably feels like winning. It feels more like winning than anything you've ever won in your life does. There's no comparison. Something about your brain, man. I just love him. I love him enough to change his gross diapers and to get up at night, to bring him here and put him down there and all kinds of things. I don't get how people don't feel that way about their kids. I don't. Blaze paused and cleared his throat. If I had known that he was speaking from personal experience with his own family, I might have missed it altogether. I nodded to let him know that it was okay, and he didn't have to say it. I had understood what he didn't say. He nodded back at me. I took it like appreciation that I had spared his saying something deeply personal. Logan, for his part, was rubbing Blaze's arm, the same arm he'd punched earlier with a finger. You're going to be a good dad, Neo, Logan said, turning to me after he and Blaze had traded little "are you okay, I'm okay" smiles. I shrugged, staring down as I rocked Jeremiah again. You are, Logan maintained. You seem worried about it, but I don't think you should be. You're going to be a good dad. If nothing else, you can knit him booties. Or her. I said, looking up and smiling a little. It's a ways off, if it's going to happen. Doesn't seem like anything's on the horizon. Besides, it's different for me, I said, tilting my head back to point my chin at Blaze. You're retired. You're not doing any of the dangerous stuff that you used to do, so you can be at home. I'm still going out, getting beat up by folks sometimes. It's not the right time to even be thinking about that right now. Who knows when, I said definitively. Yep, that was convincing. That was normal. And nothing I'd said was inaccurate, right? It just was the way it was. Speaking of which, Blaze started to say, is it true you beat up a kid at the— Yes, I said, but it came out more like a groan than a real statement. Both parents shushed me quickly, and I clamped my mouth shut, immediately sorry for the noise I'd made. Jeremiah didn't seem to mind, or to notice, really. Blaze snickered while Logan threw him a look. "One of these days," Logan said, resuming the conversation we'd been having before Blaze's sidebar. "When you least expect it, you can't go by when the timing is quote-unquote right. Timing wasn't right for me. I just gotten over a terrible, terrible breakup, and Blaze had been lying around the house despondent, distraught, directionless. He was burdening his poor granny and—" All right, Blaze said with a grumble. "Yeah, I was really sad. You don't have to overdo it." "Anyway," Logan said, "timing wasn't right for anyone, until it was. You'll see. It'll be the same for you. Nana always says that love has a way of only showing up once you've given up on it. I don't know why." I was appreciative. I was grateful that Logan was obviously still not feeling back to normal, but that he was thoughtful enough to go out of his way to make me feel better about things I didn't know what I felt badly about. He was good for Blaze. Blaze was way less bottled up since Logan had made him start going to therapy. The boys and I razzed him whenever we'd be having a beer, and he would bust out with something like dialects or schemas. Even his own granny would make fun of him sometimes when we were knitting. "That's called metacognition," Blaze had said on one occasion. He was finishing an explanation of something he'd learned in therapy, and how it applied to JP, while we all worked intently on the tiny baby caps we were practicing for Jeremiah. "Metacognition, huh? Sounds like a fancy term for thinking that your thinking might just be bullshit," Granny Harper had said from her armchair, much to everyone's approval and roared laughter. Of course, knitting with Granny had helped Blaze too. Knitting with Granny had landed him Logan, and had helped all of us work out some of our tension. I wasn't really ready or willing to consider therapy for myself, but nobody could deny that knitting with Granny helped you with whatever you needed help with. "So I guess this means we're taking a break from the channel?" I asked, shaking out of my thoughts and turning to Logan. "Until you're better?" "Yep," Logan said, with a wince as he readjusted himself on the nest of blankets and soft pillows that Blaze had built him, and that he sat on and underneath. "Me and Blaze might have Jones over to help us film the Baby's Here video in a few days. Just so the subscribers know we're okay. Although, honestly, I think all 50,000 of them would happily watch the videos without you all, us, or the baby, as long as we had Nana and Granny on a particularly cruel streak with each other." "Oh," Logan said, which made Blaze look over his shoulder in concern for whatever horrible thing he thought might be happening to Logan. "Oh, no, I'm fine," Logan said with a smile, and a pat to Blaze's arm. "I was just thinking of the time that they got on each other about all their old beaus." Blaze wrinkled his eyebrows together, attempting to recall what Logan wanted him to remember, and apparently coming up empty-handed. "Sure you do," Logan said. "We were working on the vertical stripes at the time, remember? Nana mentioned a boy from high school and how fondly she remembered him, and then Granny started to imply unkind things about her. And the boy, and then Nana told her that things only hadn't worked out between them because Granny had to meddle." "Oh, yeah," Blaze said with a snap and a laugh. "And your Nana basically told my Granny, sweet as you like, that she shouldn't have interfered with all her old sweethearts. And it came out they'd been dating the same people," both Logan and Blaze said in unison, before they dissolved into hushed giggles. I sighed. Did Jeremiah feel like as much of a third wheel as I did right now? Evidently not. He seemed to answer with a great big yawn and a weak little stretch of his arms. Sickening. Disgusting. Puppy love so sickly sweet it made you want to book your annual dentist appointment early. I was so happy for them that I couldn't contain a little smirk. I was also so achingly aware that whatever it was that they had between them and in their life, I sure didn't have in mine. Chapter 9. Tucker. I'd run out of things to do around the apartment. In my time of recent unemployment, I cleaned the whole thing from top to bottom twice, and had spent so much time poring over the job websites and putting in for anything that looked like it was temporary and paid pretty quickly that I'd given myself a headache from the constant laptop exposure. Even the baking show I'd been halfway watching all afternoon just wasn't working for me anymore. Finally, giving up on any other option for productivity or entertainment, I decided to do some advanced reading for my master's thesis. I'd been slowly collecting a pile of interesting news and research articles, and even a couple of books so I could hit the ground running when I got back to school next fall. I cracked one of the thick books on policy and the opioid epidemic and how the crisis had impacted criminal sentencing. Obviously, in some ways, research was imitating reality these days, and it was probably part of the reason why the pile, while steadily growing over the last semester, had remained largely unread. But it was time to face the music, and so I started reading. A lot of the studies focused on the factors that led to opioid addiction in high-risk areas, and they spent a lot of time evaluating childhood factors. It was impossible to not think about my own childhood, and with that, Martin's as well. Daddy had died when we were pretty young, and Mama had really struggled with it. Eventually, after a lot of work and a lot of support from Gran and the rest of our family, we were able to get back on our feet again, but Martin had always taken the loss harder than I had. He'd struggled more in school than I had, just to pay attention and keep focused. Eventually, Dad had left him frustrated. As we'd grown older, it had become clearer and clearer that I was an Omega and Martin was an Alpha. By the time we were 8 or 9, Martin was a couple of inches taller and bigger than me. I had always been quieter and shyer than Martin, and by that time, other kids had realized that I was an easier target to push around. I still remembered the time that he punched Alex Carpenter on the playground for making fun of me and knocking the book I was reading out of my hands. Martin had given me a smile and helped me pick up my stuff, and at the time, I felt like I had an ally, like Martin was looking out for me. Even when I'd gotten older, I still thought of that memory as sweet. That wasn't a really great strategy for life, though, punching anything and anyone that got in your way. Mama had said more than once that Martin was a good person deep down. I wasn't so sure of it. These days, I was more certain that once upon a time, he'd had the potential to be good. I wished more than anything that I had the ability to turn back time, turn him back into the kid that had seen his brother getting bullied and put a stop to it instead of becoming the bully himself. By this time, the book was long forgotten. I was just there reading the same sentence over and over again. I shut it and tossed it down on the coffee table with more force than was likely necessary. I was out of ideas, so I decided to go for a walk to clear my head. I walked and walked until I found myself downtown. It was later in the day, and most of the little shops and offices were already closed. I made sure to head in the opposite direction of the Dream Bean. All I needed was for my face to stir up some more drama. I honestly hadn't been paying much attention, too involved in wallowing in my own self-pity, when I found myself across the road from a small, nondescript office building. It looked perfectly unassuming, painted a drab off-white with black shutters. I'd never really noticed it before, and, given a different set of circumstances, probably never would have given it a second look. Now, however, I knew just from the name of the place exactly what was waiting for me inside. White & Co. Bounty Hunters, the gold letters spelled out across the door. Neo would be in there. To say we had parted on bad terms last time was a major understatement. 2 minutes longer that day, and we would have ended up in a brawl on the floor. I had a choice. I could just keep walking. I could just keep on not saying anything, and let the chips fall where they may. Maybe Martin would be caught, maybe not. I can distance myself from it and let Neo figure it out on his own as best he could. If my brother went to jail, if he got out, if he continued to beat people, what was it to me? None of that was on me. Martin was a grown man, making his own decisions, and so was Neo. There was no reason for me to get in the middle. Or I could go in there. There was still a chance that the Martin I remembered was in there somewhere. And regardless, there was an Omega out there in the world possibly suffering because Martin was out here instead of somewhere where maybe he could get some help. He might end up in jail, but maybe after that he could get some counseling, Some programming that could make a difference. Maybe. There was a chance. I walked across the street, and before I could regret it, I pounded on the door. I waited, and no one answered. I felt stupid. This could never work. I sighed and turned to head back when the door swung open. "Tucker?" a familiar rough voice asked from behind me. I turned, and there was Neo, a shocked look written across his face, his dark eyes wide before they narrowed again, and his arms crossed. "You here to finish the job, or what?" he asked, voice mocking now. He leaned against the door jamb, looking me up and down. "I'll admit, you've got me beat in the temper department, but I still have about 6 inches and 70 pounds on you." Oh, fuck off. This was such a bad decision. My temper was already flaring. "Really? 6 whole inches? My, bet you say that to all the Omegas," I simpered before pushing past him into the office. Neo sighed. "What the hell do you want, Tucker? Seriously, I don't have time to go around and around with you. I came over here to have a civil conversation. I have an offer," I said before seating myself across from what I assumed was his desk. Neo snorted, but nevertheless sat himself across from me. "Last I remember, you're not the best negotiator." "Insulting me isn't going to get you anywhere," I insisted. "Oh? And that little stunt at the door was what exactly?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. I smiled sweetly. "A greeting you deserved." Neo surprised me by chuckling and shaking his head. "You're a piece of work, Tucker Spears." And I'm the nice one," I said, before straightening myself up in my chair. "Which is why I'm here." "So, you didn't just head on over here to make dick jokes?" "Nah, my sparkling wit is just an added benefit of my company," I quipped. "I'm here about Martin." "Well, yeah, I kind of figured. So, what's your offer?" I delayed long enough. "I want to help you catch him," I said simply. That got Neo's attention. He put his elbows up on the desk and put his hands together before leaning forward. He was close enough now that I could smell him. It wasn't as strong as the first time when he'd been pressed into me from feet to shoulders, but the scent was more than enough to bring up the distracting memory. He smelled mellow like tobacco, slightly smoky and just barely sweet. He smelled like deep woods in autumn. "And why would you want to do that?" he asked, more for himself than for me. Still, I answered. "Well, I'm certainly not doing it for you," I added, maybe also more for my benefit than my conversation partner's. "I'm doing this for Martin," I asserted. "Okay," Neo said slowly. "As far as I'm concerned, you're still the asshole that lost me my job," Neo grimaced. "Alice fired you?" I nodded. I didn't realize he hadn't heard, but I supposed it made sense. I certainly haven't offered it up. "I didn't know. Shit, no wonder you've had it out for me." "Well, and the part where you want to put my brother in jail," I added. Neo waved his hand, as if that was old news. "I'll talk to Alice tomorrow and try to get you your job back. I've been going to the Dream Bean for years. Maybe I can make her see sense." "No, absolutely not," I asserted. Neo's eyebrows furrowed. "You've done enough damage, Neo. No, I'm handling it." "And how exactly are you handling it?" Neo asked, leaning back into his chair. "My friend Clarence, he works there. He's trying to talk to Miss S himself. I've got it under control." Neo looked skeptical, but let the issue drop. "All right. Well, what do you know about Diamond?" "What?" Well, it's a fairly expensive bit of rock, I'm told. Quite shiny. Omegas drool over them come Christmas and Valentine's Day," I said dryly. "What? No, Diamond. Rupert Diamond. What do you know about Rupert Diamond?" The name sounded vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place from where. Nothing. Rings a bell, but I'm not sure." "Rupert Diamond is a snake," Neo said. "All right. I guess I'll have to take your word for it, but could you be a tad more specific?" "Rupert Diamond ends up being directly or indirectly tied to about 75% of the fucked up shit that happens in this town. Drugs, guns, shady deals. If there's $1 to be made under a table, you can bet Rupert Diamond's got his hand down there waiting for it. Okay, so I wanted to know what this had to do with Martin. Martin's connected with Diamond. I'm not sure exactly how deeply, but as I keep poking around looking for your brother, Diamond's name keeps coming up more and more. Holy shit. Well, that couldn't be good. Before I knew what I was doing, I was on my feet, pacing. What does that mean for Martin? I asked. Neo shook his head. Nothing good. It means that the deeper he is with Diamond, the harder it's going to be for Martin to just leave it and walk away. I stood still, my back to Neo. I never said anything about trying to change Martin. You didn't have to. His voice was closer, and when I turned around, he was there behind me, a few feet away. Now that I'd turned around, he stepped closer still. Tucker. His voice was softer, deeper than I'd remembered it ever being before. Martin has to want to change, all right. You can't change him for his own good. If it's going to work, he has to want to change even more than you want him to. I should have stepped away, but he was right there, the scent of him filling my lungs, his voice careful and lulling. I want to accept that. I really did. Chapter 10. Neo. Well, that was a sweet thing to think. Not necessarily accurate in my previous experience either. Not by the way I'd sometimes find myself catching the same skip over and over again. Still, it was sweet. You had to really believe that someone was going to change, or at least, you had to really want to believe it. He's going to change. This time is going to be different. It's just a bad situation, that's all. I'd heard it all before from all kinds of family members. It was the kind of thing people hoped in more than they really believed. It was the kind of thing people thought about you when they loved you, or when they were too naive to know any better. Tucker was looking down at his shoes, nodding at them. He seemed like he was mulling over what I'd said, maybe debating back and forth to himself. The tension of the moment passed. I sighed and waited for him to come to some kind of decision. As sure of himself as he'd seemed when he'd come in agreeing to help, there was something underneath all that fake bravado that revealed that he wasn't sure about being here. The way he talked was smart, sharp, and always quick to come back with something. The way he acted, though, was a completely different story. He seemed like he was constantly forcing himself to do things that were a lot braver than he seemed to feel. I decided to give him privacy by staring at the wall, the clock on the wall, and the work that I'd been doing before Tucker had interrupted. You should, Tucker said, breaking the silence. I whipped my head away from where I was watching the paperwork on my desk and looked at him. He was looking up and around, sort of unsurely. What? I asked him, thinking that he was about to say something like, you should look at my mother's house again, or you should go fuck yourself. No, it's nothing. Never mind. No, what is it? Come on, I said, urging him on to tell me whatever he was getting ready to tell me I should do, encouraging him to speak up if he had anything to say. The kid was having a hard night, after all, and I was trying to cut him a break. Tucker shook his head and sighed like he was getting ready to take some kind of plunge. Well, I was going to say, you should come with me to my grand's house. I wrinkled my eyebrows together for a second. Okay, I started to say. If I had a second longer to think about it, I might have realized what he was proposing, but he was too quick. He finished the rest of his blurted-out sentence before I could parse out what was behind the invitation. My grandma's birthday is soon. We're having a party. You should come. With me, he explained with a shrug, and another glance down at his shoes. Because Martin will be there, he added quickly. I couldn't help but snort. Was he worried I would think he was asking me out to his granny's if he didn't add the because Martin will be there? Well, maybe it wasn't an unreasonable thing to worry about. In a different context, that might have sounded like the lead-up to asking someone out. Maybe not to their granny's house, but regardless. I figured, I said, crossing my arms with a chuckle as I tried to smooth over the awkwardness. You don't have to do that, you know. Invite me, I mean, I said. I was trying to explain that he didn't have to stick his neck out like that. But before I could finish my explanation, something weird flashed across Tucker's face. Relief at the fact that I hadn't misunderstood him, sure. But then, a second later, he almost seemed a little hurt. Maybe he even seemed a little hurt that I hadn't misunderstood him. Maybe instead of smoothing over, I'd actually seemed like I was brushing him off. Was there more to that invitation? Most people, even if they were tipping me off about a family member, would much rather not be seen hanging out with someone who was eventually going to arrest another partygoer. He was definitely talking about catching Martin. I didn't have any doubt that he had been genuinely struggling with coming to a decision, but there had definitely been more emphasis on the "with me" part of that "you should come" statement, I decided. Tucker looked up at me, watching me put the pieces together. He took a tiny step forward, but instead of taking a reflexive step backwards, I held my ground, putting us as close as we had been at Nico's. If it had been a movie, if it had been a TV show, it was obvious what was going to happen next. This is where I would have swept him up in my arms and would have kissed him. Would have. Except I was suddenly and acutely aware. That's all it was. I was swept up in the tension that seemed to rise between us every time we were together. If I leaned down and kissed him, he'd have slugged me across the face and would have been absolutely right to. The kid was smart. He was book smart, and he was smart in the sense that everything he said had a bite to it. I wanted him to shut up, and I wanted him to keep talking to me like that. I wanted to give him back as much as he dished out, and I wanted to watch him flush red when his temper started to get the better of him. But that's what I wanted. The kid was smart, after all. I wasn't exactly a slouch. The smart half of the family that didn't go into law enforcement went to law school. We weren't a dumb bunch exactly, but I wasn't smooth with the lines I'd watched my cousins and friends impress Omegas with. I wasn't smooth or interesting, or especially impressive to Omegas in any particular way. I had one cool thing that might have potentially helped me charm Omegas, and that was my job. But that only went surface deep. My job was only interesting until you realized how much of my life I spent watching creeps in my car or crouched over my desk doing mountains of paperwork. And you had to be interesting, didn't you? My Uncle Alex, Camden's Omega dad, had been way younger than my Uncle Peter, Camden's Alpha dad, and that had blown up in their faces. True, Uncle Alex was always the fun uncle, and the most fun dad, and you could sort of tell that in the way Camden was a perpetual joker to this day. But I guess that what Uncle Alex thought of as stability in Uncle Peter eventually soured into boring stodginess. And what Uncle Peter must have seen as Uncle Alex's sense of infectious, youthful optimism probably started looking more like immaturity and flightiness. They'd split up. The differences were too much for them. Unfortunately, that's not really how it worked for alphas and omegas. Regardless of what the divorce judgment said, they were still bonded. Always would be. Needless to say, Camden's graduation from academy had been an experience. I wasn't especially smooth. I had a job that was both too boring and too dangerous, and to top it all off, I was old. I was also a professional on the case that involved bringing in this lead's family member. Man, who was I kidding anyway? Even if he thought he was interested, he wouldn't be for long. I took the step back that I should have taken instead of walking closer to him in the first place. Great, I said sort of brusquely. Great. That's a big help, and I'll take it. If you don't think that'll make things uncomfortable with your folks, that is. I've already talked to your mama, but she didn't seem too eager to share any information. You sure that helping me won't get you into trouble? Tucker tilted his head back a little and squared up his jaw. I was starting to learn that this was the face that Tucker made when something was intimidating him, and he was trying to intimidate it back. He'd made that same face at me as he was kicking me out of the Dream Bean, and as he was daring me to fight at Nico's. It might, but they'll come around. Maybe this way. This time Martin will get the help he needs, Tucker said. Then they'll see, he said, finishing with a decisive nod. I half smiled, but wiped it off my face before he could see it. I figured he'd be insulted by it if he thought I wasn't taking him seriously. There was that good old infectious optimism, huh, Uncle Pete? Chapter 11. Tucker. I didn't know what else to do, so I did what I do best. Call up Clarence and bribe him with wine while I tell him all my troubles. It was kind of a thing we had going lately. Wait, so you decided to help Handsome Muscles bounty hunter find Martin? He asked before he took another slug of wine from the glass. We were on our second bottle. It was definitely at least a 2-bottle problem. I know, I said, burying my head in my hands. And then you invited a Handsome Muscles bounty hunter to your granny's house for her birthday? I made another sound somewhere between a bellow and a moan. I don't know where that came from, I said, trying to plead my case. Clarence gave me a knowing smile. You had a hot alpha in front of you. I can pretty much guarantee you where it came from, he said, looking pointedly at my crotch. You're the worst. The worst. Didn't you just finish a 20-minute story with how Neo was the worst? Clarence asked. I groaned and flung myself down against the sofa cushions. That's different. A different kind of worst? Exactly, I said. Besides, I didn't even tell you the worst part. The worst of the worst, if you will, Clarence offered. Exactly. Well, go on then. If the part about Martin and the birthday party and all that wasn't enough, I tried. Are you ever going to get to the point? I'm trying, I said, face flushing at the memory of Neo, so close I could smell him. So close I wanted to taste him. Try harder, Clarence prompted. He wanted to kiss me, I said, coming up from my cushions. Clarence gasped. What? Yeah, I think so. He was all close and smelling amazing and looking at my lips, and why didn't you lead with that? That's like the best part of the story. Worst part of the story. Worst, remember? Why is the worst part the part where Handsome Muscles bounty hunter tried to kiss you? Maybe because he thinks he's a total badass alpha who clearly doesn't care about the men he puts in jail every day. Clarence made a non-committal noise. What's that supposed to mean? It means... I don't buy it, Clarence said before draining the rest of his glass and setting it on the coffee table. I think you're saying all this because, in reality, somewhere in there, and I don't even think particularly deep down, you want Neo to kiss you. I don't think you'd be protesting nearly as much otherwise. What? No way, I said. I was going to continue to tell Clarence exactly why that wasn't a thing, but just that moment, my phone pinged. I looked down. It was from a number I didn't recognize. Should we talk about what we're going to do before the party? During the party? After the party? Speak of the devil. It had to be from Neo. And who is it that's made your face do that? Do what? What's my face doing? My face isn't doing anything. That's just my face. Nope, not your face. Should I reply? It probably wasn't a good idea to reply right now. I'd had several glasses of wine. Maybe it was the conversation Clarence and I were having, or maybe it was the fact that I was completely convinced that Neo had wanted to kiss me today. But it seemed for all the world like Neo was trying to flirt with me. It wasn't a good decision. But, to be honest, I hadn't been making many of those here lately. No real harm in one more. After the party, that party speaks for itself, right? Smiley face. Yep, it's him, isn't it? Clarence asked, throwing himself back into the depths of my couch. I brushed my hand in front of my face. It's fine, it's nothing. Really, I said. Another non-committal noise sounded from the pillows. I just feel like you'd feel better if you were honest with yourself. I could protest the concept as a whole, but there was no point. Clarence knew me better than that. All right, so maybe I'm a little curious about what it'd be like to be kissed by a big, brawny, badass alpha, but that doesn't mean I want to kiss Neo. That's different. Yeah, okay, sure. You want to get all trussed up on a wall by a dark, handsome alpha with biceps the size of my head, but I guess the one that's already on offer just isn't quite up to snuff. I just think that we should probably just stay professional, you know? I mean, I don't know. Maybe Neo would see it as an ethical issue? An ethical issue? Clarence deadpanned. Yeah, like a dereliction of duty or something. Didn't seem to have that issue earlier, Clarence said. Drop it all right, please. For me? I asked, batting my eyelashes at him. Fine. Oh, I almost forgot. You won't guess what I found this morning at the Dream Bean. Go on, I said, eager for anything that wasn't Clarence grilling me more about Neo. I was in Miss S.'s office this morning, and I found a bunch of realtor information. Business information. I think she might be planning to sell the coffee shop. I felt myself deflate a little. It hadn't been good odds from the beginning, but if Miss S. sold the Dream Bean, there was no way I was going to be able to get my job back now. It was demoralizing, and if nothing else, it helped me sober up and get a grip on some of my feelings. It didn't matter if Neo was handsome. It didn't matter that I'd watched his dark eyes dip down to study my mouth. It didn't matter that there was some part of me that wanted that smoky forest scent rubbed into my skin. None of that mattered. Neo's recklessness, Neo's whole devil-may-care attitude, had cost me my job, a job I'd needed. I tried to keep the conversation up, but shortly after that, Clarence was slapping his knees and calling it a night. He caught a ride home, and then I was on my own again. I wanted to go to sleep. I took myself through a drunken shower before tossing on some sweatpants and trying to throw myself into the bed. It had been a dramatic day, and I was exhausted, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't manage to fall asleep. I rolled myself on my back, my hand drifting to my stomach as I stared at my ceiling. I was all out of ideas. Well, my hand slipped lower. Maybe not completely out of ideas. My hand slipped under the band of my sweatpants. My cock was half hard, the slightest damp droplet of pre-cum starting to form at the tip. I teased myself, giving my cock loose strokes as I tried to give myself over to the feeling of it. It had been a while between the end of school, the beginning of a new job, and the ending of that same new job since I'd had the energy to take my time with this. With the wine in my veins, it made it easier to relax. I brought myself to full hardness slowly, relishing the feel of it, my back arching slightly as I tightened my grip on myself. I let my mind fill with the collection of memories and fantasies that I usually used when trying to get myself off. The scent of old boyfriends, the feeling of sharp teeth at my neck. My hand picked up its pace, and any hopes of this being long and drawn out were quickly fading. It had been too long, and I was too pent up. I imagined hot, warm flesh under my fingers, hard muscles and sweat-slicked skin pressing into me, holding me down. Unbidden, the smell of tobacco and forest were under my nose. Neo shoving me into the wall, his chest an unrelenting barrier behind me. It was all too easy to imagine, that body pinning me into place. The rough drag of his stubble against my cheek, against my stomach, against the inside of my thighs. I could imagine what his voice sounded like groaning in pleasure as he rutted his cock into mine, crooning my name as his fingers dipped in my heat-slick hole. I could imagine how my mouth would feel stretched around his cock, dragging moans from his throat as I made a meal out of him, trying to hold his hips back before giving in and letting him fuck into my mouth like he wanted, hands threading through my hair. His face inches from mine, begging to be kissed. I could feel the familiar pulsing electricity at the base of my spine, and seconds later, I was spilling, splashing cum over my fingers and up my stomach nearly up to my neck. I panted, my chest heaving in the aftermath as my cum cooled on my bare chest. Oh, this wasn't good. This wasn't good at all. I was thinking with my cock, and that made me think that maybe the whole thing, offering to help Neo, inviting him to my grands, had also been the result of thinking with my dick. Oh, this was way worse than just not good. This was the worst, the actual worst, literal worst, worse than any of the other worsts. It was complicated. Chapter 12. Neo. Hello there, sir. Are you Mr. Owens? The skip looked at me suspiciously from inside of the motel room he was renting. He had taken a long time to answer the door, Never a good sign. And it only cracked it open. Also never a good sign. I cautiously stayed angled away from the door's opening, letting my hip fall just out of view as I tucked it right behind the doorframe. This position let me keep my gun out of sight while, to the untrained eye, I just casually relaxed against the door. Since it put me at some distance from the person on the other side of the entryway, the position also tended to put people more off their guard if this wasn't their first run-in with the law. Of course, that was to the untrained eye. Mr. Owens, as he was calling himself, wasn't that kind of skip and didn't have an untrained eye. Neither did I, though, and that's how I could tell that Owens was also hiding half of his body, including his left hand. Not ideal, but not unexpected either. Yeah, that's me. Okay, well, I'm looking for a Mr. Matthew McConnell. Do you? There's nobody by that name here, the skip said, beginning to close the door as he started retreating into the room. I quickly stuck my foot in the door to keep it forced open. McConnell looked up at me in fear. There was always a moment when they realized that this, what was about to happen, was definitely going to go down. Mr. McConnell, according to the contract that you signed, I said, starting on my usual speech. As I recited the statement, I drew my gun from my hip holster, trained it on him, and walked him backward into the room. He let me suggest him backward, but made sure to angle himself so that he walked behind the door. I could see it happen clearly a second before it actually happened. He was doing this to give him time to pull his gun on me in return. Almost as soon as I could visualize what was about to happen, McConnell's right hand flew up reflexively in front of himself in a keep back gesture. He wasn't really afraid of trying to keep me back, though. At least, not completely. He was obscuring my eyeline in hopes that I wouldn't see his left hand make for the gun tucked behind him in his waistband. Fuck. At that point, adrenaline took over. My arm shot out as I curled my hand around his right wrist and tugged him forward onto myself. He tried to pull himself out of my grip, but in tugging him onto myself, I upset his balance and knocked him off his feet. Using his own momentum against him, I brought my knee up to meet his gut as he stumbled forward. McConnell let out a grunt as my knee connected with him, but he was tougher than he looked. He had the wind knocked out of him, but it didn't stop him from trying to turn his fall onto me into a takedown. With his weight on me, I fell backwards, landing on the floor or, actually, on my tailbone as it hit the floor. Like I was saying, Mr. McConnell, I said as I walked him back out to the truck and helped him climb inside without concussing himself. According to the contract that you signed with my client. Man, I needed that, I thought hours later as I finished the paperwork that came with dropping McConnell off at the police station. If for no other reason than to save face with myself about the failed bust at the Dream Bean. Before saying my goodbyes to the guys at the station, I pulled out my phone to check on what I might have missed in all the commotion. Oh, Valerie. My sister had her hands full these days, but we always tried to check in every few weeks. Hey, stranger, you're probably busy, but I just wanted to see if you could catch up tonight. I could probably have dinner on the table by the time you get here, if you let me know you're coming. And I'm out of diapers for Nick, just FYI, if you are coming. No pressure. See you in a bit. I rolled my eyes at the text and sighed. After crossing town to the pharmacy, and then crossing town again, I finally arrived at Valerie's house, diapers in hand. Oh, great, Valerie said as she answered the door, grinning at the box of diapers. You took my hint. Wasn't much of a hint. You know I've never been good at saying no to you, I said with a sigh that, as tired as I was, way overplayed my sheer exhaustion at having to get the diapers for her. You're a good brother, she said with a laugh, and a step to the side to let me in. My heart skipped a beat to see her mimic the same motion that had triggered the fight between me and McConnell, but the moment was gone as quickly as it had come. Don't you have someone else to do this for you? I asked, following her inside and locking the door behind me. Where's Maggie at? Maggie, Valerie said, calling behind her as she led me to her kitchen, is on Tybee Island, some kind of family law conference. Something about being by the beach will help them learn about custody mediation or something. I didn't feel like tagging along. I'd sure as shit say not. You look like you're going to pop, I said, eyeing her very swollen, very pregnant belly as I climbed onto a stool by her kitchen island. Ow, Jesus, that's not a good idea. That's not a good idea right now. I don't give a shit about your house rules, Val. I'm going to eat in the living room or I'm going to pass out and die. Okay. I'll bring you your food. Go on, sit down. It's fine, Val said, bustling around the kitchen while I limped back to her living room and the cushiest-looking piece of furniture I could identify. I could hear her moving dishes around in the kitchen, the clinking of utensils together, and the ding of the microwave as she heated up dinner and brought it out. Does your wife know you're eating crappy Chinese leftovers? Isn't she all about organic food and homemade cucumber juice for the sake of the baby? I asked. In response, Val sat down beside me, speared a piece of pork into her mouth, and shrugged. Probably, but like I said, she's at the beach, and I'm very pregnant and very home alone. So, no organic for me tonight. How are you? How've you been? Are you still? She asked, quirking her eyebrow up. Knitting, I said, finishing her sentence. Hell yeah, I'm knitting. Check this out. I fished out my phone and started scrolling through pictures of the granny square I was working on. We're working hard on a blanket, the guys and I. It's going to be big, and all of us are contributing at least one square. Granny Harper, Blaze's grandma, said it's traditional for the squares to represent each of us some way. How does a pair of gray semicircles represent you? Val asked, squinting at the phone as I shoveled a fork full of pork, rice, noodles, and anything else that I could pick up into my mouth. On and off, I said through the food I was chewing. Enough. Enough? What's an enough? Val asked confusedly. Oh, handcuffs, she said, with a little clap of her hands and a laugh. Yeah, enoughs, I said, shrugging like it was obvious what I'd meant, which only made her laugh harder. We caught up. She complained good-naturedly about Maggie, complained good-naturedly about her cozy home life, complained good-naturedly about baby Nick, and about how maybe it was a bad idea to have one still in diapers and one on the way. But at least, that way, they'd get the hard part done early, and once and for all. I told her about the skip, and she tutted at the impromptu wrestling match earlier. We just hung out, like we used to when we were kids. That is, until my phone buzzed in her hand. Whoa, she said, opening the text and reading it back to me. That part speaks for itself, right? And then smiley face? What? Who is Tucker? What are you hiding? Huh? Nobody. Tucker's nobody. It's not a big deal. Mind your business, I said, grabbing for my phone back. Huh? She said, playing a brief game of keep away before handing it to me. That face says different. Seriously, who is he? Nobody, I said. I hesitated for a second until, of course, she put on her "you wouldn't say no to your baby sister, would you?" face. Don't. He's... And I told her who Tucker was. Tucker was witty and smart and working on getting even smarter, and was half a foot smaller than me, but was brave enough to confront me, but was still tender enough to come around to the idea of helping me. And I had thought that Tucker was interested, and Tucker might have been interested. And if I was reading his text right... Smiley face? I think you're reading it right, Val interrupted to say. If I was reading this text right, then Tucker definitely was interested. But Tucker was also young. Way too young for me. Remember Uncle Alex and Uncle Pete? I asked, a little mournfully. Yeah, but... Val started to say. But nothing. Tucker was smart and young and smelt great, like honeyed orange slices. And Tucker was clearly busy pulling himself out of a hard upbringing and onto bigger and better things. That meant that Tucker had no time for an old, overworked alpha with not one college credit to his name and with a bad back that was only going to get worse if days like today kept happening. All right, shut up. Just shut up. I'm pregnant, so you have to do my bidding. Shut up, Val said, slapping her hands against her knees. I'm not going to sit here in my living room in my house listening to you talk shit about yourself. So shut up. Maggie's house, I mumbled, but it didn't seem to deter her. Maggie's and my house, thank you. Now listen, fine, you didn't go to school, and what does that have to do with anything? I'm a lawyer, so I have my doctorate. Ugh, I said, shrugging, like maybe it didn't really count. I do. It counts. I have my doctorate, so take it from me. I know plenty of idiots with terminal degrees, and I've met plenty of really smart, capable people that never even thought about going to school. And that's you. You run your own business, you work hard at your job, And little kids love you to pieces. I love you to pieces. I meant it earlier. You're a good brother. You're a good guy. And you're going to be a good alpha and a good dad. Anyone, trust me, anyone would be lucky to have you. You shoved Jake Mueller for talking shit to me in the 7th grade, so I'm repaying the favor now. Don't talk shit about my brother, she said, punching me lightly in the arm to punctuate her statement. Stop. I've already had the crap beaten out of me, thanks, I said, catching her fist in my hand gently. She smiled at me and relaxed into my hand, which made me soften up and relent. I gave her a weak smile in return. Thanks, I repeated. For everything, I mean. Chapter 13. Tucker. There was no avoiding it, even though I wanted to. If this whole party scenario was going to work, I was going to have to bite the bullet, put on my adult pants, and text Neo. It hadn't been a problem the last night, clearly. Jesus, apparently 4 glasses of wine was enough for me to get all sorts of flirty in ways that I didn't mean. Well, sort of did, sort of didn't mean. Whatever. Regardless, it had happened. Hey, you're right. We should definitely meet beforehand to strategize. Nico's this afternoon? I sent the text before I had an opportunity to second-guess myself. I watched as the message flipped over from delivered to read. Then, the dots that indicated that he was writing a reply popped up. Then they stopped and went away, and then started again, and then stopped and disappeared again. I was going to have a heart attack. Good Lord, none of this mattered. There was no reason for me to be staring down at my phone like a 15-year-old kid. I slung my phone down on the couch and decided to wash my dishes instead. That is, until exactly the moment my phone pinged, and I threw myself across the room to look at the message. I unlocked my screen. Sure, so you would too. All of that bellyache for this? I'd already suspected my dumb ass had made the wrong call, but this felt like the final proof. He hadn't been flirting with me yesterday. I'd just been drunk and lonely, and, if the way the night had ended was any indication, hornier than any person had a right to be. But if that was all it was, good, fine. That just meant that it hadn't had anything at all to do with Neo. I hadn't been lying to Clarence. I wanted things to be professional with Neo. And I was still so angry about my job that even having a civil conversation with him was nearly impossible. It wasn't about liking Neo. I didn't like Neo, obviously. And if I spent nearly an hour worrying over my clothes, my hair, everything else before I went and met with him, well, that was just because I had standards, right? I never liked admitting I was wrong. I'd always been a smart kid, probably too smart for my own good, and I'd gotten used to knowing things other kids my age didn't. When I'd presented as an Omega, it had been even more critical to be right and to advocate for myself, rather than get shouted over by every alpha in the classroom who wanted to confront your well-researched, peer-reviewed articles with what he thought about how things should be. It wasn't a pleasant thing for anyone to admit being wrong. But for me, I hated it. Hated everything about it. That said, well, I might have been just the teensy-weensiest, itty-bittiest bit incorrect. Okay, I'd been wrong. There, happy? Because whatever part of me was convinced that this had nothing to do with Neo, that part of me, yeah, that part was a liar. Somehow that part of me had convinced myself that Neo wasn't dead sexy. And that wasn't just wrong. That was a tragedy. He came to Nico's, his hair tousled, the stubble already prominent on his strong jaw, even though it was only 2 p.m, his dark eyes sharp and focused on me as he stood up from the table and pulled a chair out for me. I arched an eyebrow at the gesture, and Neo managed to make awkward and embarrassed look hot as he looked down at the floor and muttered, "Well, I thought we should probably get in the habit of being nice to each other," he said gruffly. I bit my tongue before I said anything snarky and took the seat. I should have been embarrassed. I was embarrassed. Just the night before, I'd gotten myself off thinking about his hands and mouth all over my body. But more than I was embarrassed, I was surprised, excited. I knew in theory that Neo was attractive, but I was suddenly aware of how much I specifically found him attractive. "Thanks," I said, trying to clear my head. "You're probably right about that. Actually, that's the part of what I wanted to talk to you about. I think there's really only one way to make this convincing, he said, taking the seat across from me. The waiter must have already been by before I got here, and I reached for the cool glass of water sitting at my seat. Okay. I think we should tell them we're dating. The water I'd been drinking spewed over the table instead. Sorry, I said, reaching for a napkin. But what? Are you serious? Of course, at this point, the waiter came to the table, and we ordered quickly before Neo continued again. He looked puzzled. Yes, of course, it makes sense. You're not just going to bring your friend, your older alpha friend, to your grandmother's birthday. That's suspicious. But your older alpha boyfriend? That could work. People might buy that easier. He looked hesitant. I think he expected me to revolt at the idea. I mean, it wasn't anything I'd really thought of. In reality, I'd probably been avoiding thinking of the specifics of how we were going to pull this off. But now that he'd thrown it out there, I had to admit that it made a certain amount of sense. I shrugged. Okay, I said simply. Okay, he asked, clearly not expecting my response. Yep, okay, I repeated. Huh. Well, if I'd known you could be this agreeable, he said, smirking. Oh, when were you going to figure that out? Before or after you pinned me to the wall? I asked. Neo snorted. Am I ever going to be able to make that up to you? He asked. All right, come on. Clearly that was meant as flirtation. How else was I supposed to take that? What with him all half smiling and leaning forward slightly. Fine. Two could definitely play this game. Well, I might be able to think of something, I said, winking at him. Apparently whatever bravado he'd worked up died a little when it was challenged. Good, he said awkwardly. I guess some people might have found it off-putting, but I just found it endearing. Maybe he wasn't all brooding and bad boy. I had a feeling, under the leather jackets, black t-shirts, and guns, there was someone who might just be a goofball. Well, come on, boyfriend. You've got to get used to me flirting with you. Is that what you do with your boyfriends? He asked. The waiter set down the food in front of us while I nodded. Well, yeah, of course. Doesn't really seem like there's much point if you're already together. I snorted. Yep, and that's why you're 1,000,000 years old and single, I teased, giving him a smile so he knew I was just picking at him. Hey, who are you calling 1,000,000 years old? Neo exclaimed. You, I said. Should I call you sir? I'm told men of a certain age like that kind of thing. Neo shook his head. Depends. Do I get to put you over my knee if you're not good? Only if you play your cards right, I simpered. Neo tried to shoot me a look full of expectation, but halfway through he started laughing. I never heard him laugh before, and I quickly learned it was infectious. This is ridiculous, Neo said, wiping at his eyes. Says the man that tackles random folks in coffee shops for a living, I added. It was really hard not to like him. I really wasn't supposed to. But as we sat there nibbling breadsticks and trying one another's pasta, it was impossible not to. He told me about his recent takedown. Skips? Why do you call them skips? Because they skip bail, get it? Neo explained before popping a meatball into his mouth. That's terrible. Neo just shrugged and offered me another breadstick. I wasn't supposed to like the man who was determined to put my brother back into jail. Okay, so I wanted to put Martin back in jail too, but that was different. He was my brother after all. Eventually, lunch wrapped up, and I tried to school my smile into something not quite so beaming when Neo said goodbye. I didn't really feel like going back to my apartment. I felt lighter, more helpful than I had since Neo came into the dream bean and flipped my life upside down. I hoped that we were going to be able to pull this off, and that maybe Martin wouldn't hate me for it someday. Which reminded me, I needed to go visit Mama and let her know about our new guest. Hi, honey, she exclaimed before opening up the screen door. Come on in. I felt awkward sitting on my own Mama's couch like a stranger, but it had been a while since I'd actually been there. Sorry, if I'd known you were coming, I would have gotten some food together for you. If there was anything a Southern woman was good at, it was saying things without having to say them. Why didn't you call? Oh, no, Mama, you don't have to do that. I actually just ate. I wanted to stop by to let you know I decided to come to Gran's birthday after all. Really? That's so good, Tucker. Everyone's going to be tickled to see you, she said.
You've been away too long, she didn't say. Yeah, I wanted to see if you needed anything for it. Cooking or whatever. Anything you need, I added. Oh, no, honey, that's fine. Well, I didn't think you were coming, so we've got most of it covered already. Again, where have you been? But that's all right. I figured I might as well go ahead and get the rest of it out there, too, while I was at it. I wanted to bring a guest. Her eyebrows flew up her forehead behind her bangs. Really? Who, Clarence? No, it's someone else. He's a friend, I said. A friend? She asked. There was no way around it. Besides, she was going to put two and two together soon enough anyway. An alpha, I explained. More eyebrow-raising followed. An alpha friend? Yes, Mama, an alpha friend, I said. And are you interested in this alpha friend? Mama, I said warningly. Well, it's just a question, Tucker. I just wanted to know whether or not this alpha was courting you. Whether he had intentions. Mama, how come every time we ever talk about my romantic life, you start sounding like someone out of a Tennessee Williams play? I don't know what that means, but I don't like that tone, Tucker Grayson Spears, Mama sniffed. I sighed. Okay, yes. I'm interested in him. We've been, seeing each other. Mama made a squealing noise. Oh, honey, that's so wonderful. Tell me all about him. He's handsome and pretty smart, charming in an awkward kind of way. He's older than me, I added, giving her a look. Oh, that's fine. You've always needed somebody older. It'll be grounding for you, she said, waving a hand. What's his name? She asked. Oh, Neo. He's a bouncer. Yeah, he's a bouncer. Jesus, that was close. No way that Neo was going to make it out of here alive if the family knew what Neo really did for a living. Mama looked speculative for a second, and I tensed. A moment later, though, she nodded and smiled, and I breathed a sigh of relief. I'm just so happy for you, Tucker. All I ever wanted was for you to be happy with someone who treats you right. And so long as this Neo person does those things, you won't hear me complaining. Part of me was touched by Mama's admission, but another part of me wanted to laugh. Sure, I wanted to be happy, but the idea that Mama thought that maybe the person who could make me happy was Neo? I stayed around for a while longer before getting up to go home and giving Mama my goodbyes. I hugged her extra tight. For all our differences, I missed her. I'm glad you're coming, honey. I miss you, she said, echoing my thoughts. I felt guilty about all the times I could have come up here and didn't. Mama was up here on her own. Sure, I was in town and Gran was just up the road, but I imagined she still wouldn't mind the company. I missed you too, Mama, I said genuinely. You make sure that alpha of yours comes, all right? Now that I know about him, I need to interrogate him. On that note, I let go and finally made my way back to my apartment. I thought, all in all, it had gone well. Mama had seemed to buy that Neo was my boyfriend. I just hoped we were able to pull it off. Chapter 14. Neo. Okay, this time for real. I sighed and fiddled with my hair for what felt like the 100th time that day. No matter how I got it to lay, it didn't feel like it was right. I was pretty sure that my hair had accidentally looked better than it did now that I was trying to get it to look good on purpose. Look good? Yeah, relax, White. You're not trying to look good, just presentable. It wasn't actually a date. I kept having to remind myself. Once we'd met for lunch, and Tucker had accepted my fake boyfriend cover, he decided we needed to meet again, this time to get the details of our cover straight. So, obviously, this wasn't a date. As soon as I'd covered lunch and explained that all of this could be written off as a business expense, he'd suggested Marisol, one of the few fancy restaurants in town where couples could go and have a nice night out. Well, it's not like I have the money to go there on my own right now, Tucker had said, arching an eyebrow. Which is your fault, went unsaid. So, conclusion, not a date. Nobody was going to judge anyone else on what they look like, and use that as a way to decide whether they wanted to continue the relationship or not. Nobody needed to worry that they were coming off stilted, or strange, or that the conversation had awkward pauses in it. There was nothing to worry about, because nobody was going on a date. The relationship
such as it was between Tucker and myself, would continue just the same if I showed up to dinner in sweatpants. Other than rolling his eyes and making some smart comment like I figured he would, Tucker would still bring me to his grandma's party and would still help me catch Martin, and then we would still part ways, regardless of what I did, how I talked, or what I wore. So there wasn't any reason to change outfits or fuss with my hair or worry because the fact remained, this wasn't a date. Despite how I'd run through that train of thought in the shower, as I brushed my teeth, as I looked in my closet, and while I fussed with my hair, though, I was still nervous. Well, not nervous. Maybe they weren't nerves. I just hadn't been out with a virtual stranger in a long time. I hadn't been on a date or, well, on an outing that had a date-like characteristics in a while. That was probably it. I was just out of my comfort zone, that's all. I stood back from the mirror and fretted at my phone until I decided I couldn't help myself and seized it off the bathroom sink. I turned on the reverse camera and stepped back, trying to angle my phone to capture everything that I was wearing. Jones was usually my backup with this kind of situation, but Jones wasn't even in town. He was out in LA for some kind of pitch about a survival show or documentary or something. He hadn't responded after the first 3 outfits I tried to show him, so I figured he was probably busy and couldn't text back. That left me feeling kind of like I was going into a situation blind and without cover. Jones was my go-to. He'd spent years lecturing about how a nicer version of the black shirt, black pants, black jacket type of ensemble that I usually wore wasn't appropriate date attire. I had specifically stayed away from my black-on-black look because of Jones, and now I was on my own. Blaze was no help. I texted him the first time I changed into a different outfit, and he responded with, "'Kay." Like I said, no help. With Jones gone, who was going to nag me about what I wore to this date? Except this wasn't a date. It was just dinner. To get to know each other. To be able to explain why I was at Tucker's grandma's birthday party. He didn't really need to get to know me. And anyway, despite Val's pep talk a couple of days ago, the reality was there just wasn't that much about me to get to know. Which was fine because this, whatever I ought to call this not date, this was just for the cover. Reminding myself that there wasn't any reason to be nervous still didn't seem to help, and it didn't seem to lessen the urge to text Jones the last picture I'd taken. Okay, last one, I promise. For a second, my phone lay completely motionless in my hand. I shook my head at how ridiculous I was being, and I put it down on my counter to start fussing with my hair for what I swore was going to be the last time. As soon as I put it down, though, my phone buzzed violently against the counter and threatened to throw itself right off the edge. Not a text, a phone call. "White," I said, putting the call on speaker. "That one," Jones said from the other end of the country. "Definitely that one. I'm proud of you. Hunter Green is—" "Hunter Green is not black?" I offered with a scoff. "Yeah, man. By your standards, it's like vibrant. Like neon compared to what else you got. Show me what you're doing. I can't see your shoes in the picture." I sighed and poked at my phone until the call turned into a video call and Jones's face stared back at me from the screen. I tilted my head back to greet him and then filmed my shoes. "That works. That's good," Jones said, delivering the verdict. I put my phone back on the counter so I can keep my hands on my hair. "How's LA? Are you knitting still? How are your squares coming along?" I asked, glancing between my mirror and the phone still on the sink. "Yeah, okay, whatever," Jones answered sarcastically. "LA is LA. Yes, I'm still knitting. My squares are fine, better than yours, probably. Don't avoid the obvious question." "What question?" I asked at the same time as Jones asked. "Who's the guy?" "Nah," I said with a casual shrug. A shrug that attempted to be casual anyway. "It's not a date. It's for a job. It's just cover." "Uh-huh. And because it's cover, you're really nervous about what you look like?" Jones said, pursing his lips slightly like he didn't believe me at all. "Well, I don't want to embarrass the kid. He's—" "Kid?" Jones asked disbelievingly. "Yeah, well, he's like 20-something or something like that. I don't know." I did know. He was 23, and he was born on August 19th, same as Martin, obviously. "Oh," Jones said. Okay, I see what you're doing. A little young, but that can be a good thing. Is he cute?" "No, it's not—" "No?" Jones asked, sort of alarmed. "No, I don't mean he's not cute. He is. It's just not like that. Really, it's not like that. His brother, his twin, is my Skip. I'm going to his grandma's birthday party with him, so we have to pretend to be dating, and it only makes sense to talk things over before. Huh? Jones said, putting on an intentionally over-exaggerated, stupid-looking face of confusion. It's weird because you don't usually go to grandma's parties with a cute younger man to catch skips do you? Nope, sure didn't. There was no reason to spend this much time with a lead or to go through this convoluted a plan to catch a skip. I could have thought of a million ways around having to do it this way. I did think of a million ways around having to do it this way. I would have definitely voiced a million ways around having to do it this way. Except... what's the problem? Lots of people meet at work. You're taking him out for work. Just seize the opportunity? Tell him how you feel, Jones said, almost exasperated with how slow I was being about this. No, I can't. I get that people meet over work, but not like this. This isn't like he works in the next office over. Best case scenario, I'm going to ruin his grandma's party and arrest his brother. That's a pretty serious power differential. Really? You're taking advantage of him? With your devious habits of approaching random young men and seducing them? You about had a stroke after you realized that you were trying to pick up Blaze's boyfriend last year. I chuckled and cringed at my own mistake. The one time I had gotten the gumption up to smooth-talk an attractive Omega, it had been totally and completely wasted on a very spoken-for Logan. Not that I'd known, of course. I didn't just walk around plotting ways to have my way with Omegas. Oh, point taken. Yeah, Jones continued as he watched the other shoe drop for me. I sighed. I'm too old for him, I said, finally just admitting the truth to Jones. I'm too old for him. He's as young as he is, and he's already gone way further in school than I'm ever going to go. And I'm going to arrest his brother. It's not a date, Jones. Can't be. It's done. Jones kind of shrugged a shoulder up into view and stayed quiet, looking down at something that wasn't on screen. What? I said angrily, demanding that Jones say whatever was very clearly on his mind. Nothing, Jones said. Just noticing. What the... Jones, seriously, what? Well, you said you're too old. He's young and better at school than you are. He's got a brother you're after. What you just gave me are 3 reasons why you're not into this guy. But weirdly, not one of those reasons was, I'm just not into this guy. I sighed again. This time, deep from my throat, deep with frustration. Do your sleeves up. You look like you're going to Sunday school otherwise, and anyway, the dragon tat is cool. The dragon tat impresses Omegas, Jones said with a low chuckle. Bye, Jones, I said, clicking the conversation over with my thumb. 15 minutes later, I headed for the door, sleeves rolled up to my elbows. Chapter 15. Neo. Even with all my fussing over my hair, I was still early to Marisol, like I tried to be to most places. Usually, if it was for a bus or to meet up with a lead, I tried to be early so that I could get the gist of a situation on my terms, rather than walking into one blind. Obviously, this was a work dinner, but it wasn't that kind of work dinner. Or at least, I definitely hadn't gotten that impression. Still, old habits die hard, I suppose. Of course, it didn't help that even though I wasn't in any kind of physical danger on this dinner, the adrenaline was rushing as though I expected to be jumped at some point before dessert. I was shown to my seat where I proceeded to order a beer, which I nursed, change my mind about, set aside for a water, change my mind about again, and then continued nursing. Halfway through the bottle, Tucker arrived. He was in some sort of get-up that I probably would have found ridiculous on anyone else. He had jeans on, dark jeans, and a Letterman's jacket that wasn't a real Letterman's jacket. Like a fashion Letterman's jacket. It didn't look like the sort of thing that I would have felt sure was nice enough to wear to a restaurant like this. Either way, he didn't seem to mind. He just walked in as though he owned the place. He strode up to the table, like he'd stridden up to my table at Nico's, or how I imagined he'd stomp up to my office door. Except this time, there was less angry stomping, and more of that relaxed stride that somehow made him look young and cool at the same time, as it made him look older and wiser beyond his years. "You're early," he said with a smile as he sat down across the table from me. A smile?
This really was very different. I shrugged a little and shook my head, trying to shake off the fact that I'd just been watching him. I hoped my nerves for this dinner, the amount of time that I'd spent going over what to wear, and the fact that I'd been sort of anxiously watching for his arrival weren't as obvious as I felt it was. Until I could convince myself that I wasn't being completely transparent. The less I said, the better, I thought. Usually I am, I said, clearing my throat. Tucker arched an eyebrow and nodded. Is it like a professional quirk? Do you have to show up early to make sure that you're not walking into an ambush or something? Yep, something like that. The waitress came by to get Tucker's drink order and asked me if I was ready to order. No, I wasn't ready. I wasn't at all worried about what I was going to eat. I hadn't even opened the menu. What's wrong? He asked after the waitress had bustled off. Nothing, I said quickly. Why, what's wrong? That's what I asked you, remember? Tucker asked with a smile that was quickly turning away from a polite how are you smile and into a smile that was clearly at my expense. No, yeah, I know. I paused as I tried one more time to get some kind of composure. It was fine. Nothing was going to happen. It was fine. I know, I meant, is there something wrong that's making you ask about what's wrong? No, Tucker said, sort of casually. You just seem off somehow, like you're itching in your skin. You didn't seem like that at your office, or at Nico's, or hell, when you were busy trying to beat me up at the Dream Bean. Oh, I said, finally finding something I could talk about more or less confidently. I knew this place was here. I just haven't really been in here a lot. Probably wouldn't be here if you hadn't picked it. It's not my scene. That I could admit to. And that didn't have all kinds of awkward feelings tied up in it. That I was fine saying out loud. I wasn't the kind of person who would take someone to Marisol on a first date. I don't know. Some people would tell you that I probably wouldn't take someone to Marisol on any kind of date. And that's the trouble with me. One of the troubles with me, anyway. Right on cue, the waitress came back with Tucker's drink, a refill for my water, and a determination to get our order. I don't know what I ordered. Alfredo, maybe? Something that I'd had before that I knew I'd like, and kept me from really having to think about what I wanted. Tucker ordered something I hadn't heard of before that required a couple of back-and-forth questions from the waitress if it was going to come out to suit, apparently. As soon as she'd left, Tucker dropped the very wide, very charming smile that he was trading with the waitress and turned back to me. The cryptic smile he was wearing earlier returned in its place. And this is my scene? He said, leaning forward like we were conspiring together. You know what my family's like. Yeah, he was completely right. I knew this wasn't Martin Spears' brother's scene. Of course I did. And yet, he looked like he owned the place. Or, he looked like his dad owned the place and he was used to taking this kind of place for granted. Like he'd been ordering beef whatever, with whatever on the side his entire life. But even when I deeply profiled the only other person that was raised almost exactly the way he was, I was still taken in. You look at home in it, I said, landing on what I was trying to express. Tucker nodded. Granted, I know Burnt Hill isn't the peak of society, but one day, when all this research is done and I've graduated, I know I'm going to be sitting across the table from someone in Atlanta, and I know I'm going to have to be able to use the right forks in front of that person. So, professional quirk, I said, blinking in awe that he was letting me in like this. Exactly, he said, his smile broadening at the little turn of phrase we just traded. It started in college. I didn't act like, sound like, or think like the vast majority of the people in my class. On the one hand, I wouldn't trade it for the world, not being like them. On the other hand, pretending has its uses. If nothing else, it helps people differentiate me from people like my brother. And that was true as hell. He was almost identical to Martin Spears, but he just didn't carry himself the way that you'd expected someone like Martin Spears to carry himself. Well, Tucker said, interrupting my thoughts as he watched me process. It usually helps people differentiate us. He punctuated the statement with a grin. I realized he was teasing me. I tisked at him, and just like that, the ice broke. I breathed in deep in relief that things were going so smoothly. Suddenly, above all the other food and wine and people that were sitting in Marisol, I involuntarily caught a whiff of that now familiar honeyed scent of his. It was warm, comforting, and it was definitely, unarguably, identifiably more pronounced than it had been. Maybe the ice really had broken, I dared to think. Maybe this wasn't all in my head. I didn't feel like I'd fit in at school either, I said, offering to trade something for what he told me. I mean, we've got some lawyers here and there, but for the most part, we're pretty blue-collar. Not as blue-collar as us, though. You've got some lawyers here and there somewhere. I chuckled and nodded. Is that going to impress your mom? I asked, taking a stab at being a little bolder now that I was more comfortable. What, the fact that you're related to someone who went to school? Tucker answered with another question. The waitress came back with my Alfredo and what was, in essence, beef stew for Tucker. That was perfect given our conversation. It was just fancy dressed-up beef stew putting on airs, professionally. Well, I would say no, considering that my mom's not 100% sure that she's impressed with me going to school. So let's start there, Tucker said, picking up where we left off before digging in with what I assumed was the right spoon. But I also told her that you were a bouncer, so no, probably not. Sorry. Big dumb muscle, I said, nodding. I get that a lot. After a moment, I thought of a clever way to continue that statement, so I raised an eyebrow at Tucker. Because I don't put on airs. Tucker laughed, genuinely laughed. Honestly, that's their frustration with me, so I think the fact that you don't might impress Mama more than anything. Though, sometimes what she thinks is putting on airs is up for debate and unpredictable. Like working at a coffee shop for minimum wage while you go to school instead of immediately making money as a lineman, going to the dentist every year, and seeking mental health counseling for the desire to hit your partner. You know, that kind of thing, Tucker said wryly, digging his spoon into his stew a little harder than he had to. Ah, I said, taking the moment's silence as an opportunity to twirl some noodles onto my fork. I've been doing research into some... Good, Tucker said, nodding. Thank you. It's not much, but I can tell you about... Tucker shook his head. Like, I'm going to be coordinating his rehabilitation once he's inside anyway. Half of my courses have been on the system's inefficiency at rehabilitating people. I know. He was still smiling, but it had softened, and there was a little bit of effort behind it. You're not sure this will work. I mean, the getting him help part, I offered. You want him to get help, and you're not sure that this will get him the help he needs, I said, acknowledging the sudden vulnerability he was showing. If he'd already thought about how this might not end the way he wanted it to, maybe he wasn't as naive as I had thought he was. It might not work, Tucker sighed and agreed. I think I can point to data that says that it probably won't. But you said it yourself. What's the alternative? Let him go around hurting people? Just because we are brought up with a don't snitch mentality? At least this way, if he doesn't get help, he doesn't have the chance to hurt anyone. Yeah, I said, both because I understood what he was saying, and also because I agreed. That's true. Oh yeah? Tucker said nonchalantly. I didn't think you'd agree. You didn't seem too convinced when I came in talking about getting my brother help. I mean, I didn't expect you to be convinced, obviously, since I'm not convinced. But you didn't say that you knew better than to think it would work. Well, I breathed in deep, catching more of that sweet, citrusy scent of his. It was like the scent put any excuse that I could have given him out of my head. All I could think of was the truth. And so, before more than a few seconds passed, I decided to take a chance and just say it. I didn't want to disappoint you. I didn't want to contradict you. I felt bad about how we met. I liked you. I like you now. Wait, what? Tucker said, cutting me off sharply. Oh no, I'd broken it. We'd only just gotten to the rhythm of talking easily. And I'd just gone and broken it. Tucker was making all kinds of gasps that sounded like somebody trying to start words. You smell different, I said by the way of explanation. I thought you smelled stronger, so I thought... Tucker stopped trying to talk and just blinked and looked up at me. I wanted him to say something.
Maybe something to reassure me that it was okay that he liked me too. But he didn't say anything. He just stared forward with that quiet look of surprise on his face. I blinked at him, and he blinked at me back. There was no guessing what he was thinking, but whatever it was, he wasn't saying anything to indicate that he was interested. As the moments passed, and he continued failing to either smile, or to throw my drink in my face and stomp off, or to do anything, I started to realize he also wasn't saying that he didn't like me either. Maybe this was a bad idea with the Martin thing still pending. Maybe I should have pumped the brakes. But maybe we both knew this scene was stupid, and this was just his way of actually trying to date. Then maybe I should push forward. Tucker still wasn't giving me any clues as to what direction I should go in, so instead of forwards or back, I tried for sideways. Maybe, I said, shrugging a little, trying to feel out if he was open to the idea. Maybe we should actually talk about how we're going to act in front of your mom. Tucker swallowed, stayed quiet for yet another moment, and then gave me a little shrug in response. Are we not? I haven't really ever told anyone what I told you about school and about feeling out of place before. I sighed heavily. I couldn't help it. I was so relieved that I hadn't messed up. I still wasn't sure of what he was thinking, but at least he was willing to admit that we'd been honest. At least he wasn't pulling back and closing off. I nodded. Yes, he was right. I had also been a little more casual and honest than I'd planned to. I knit, I said, without knowing what else to say. You what? Tucker asked, scrunching his face up in amused confusion. In my spare time, I knit, I said, my hand going to my pocket for my phone. This is a square that I'm working on now. I'm trying this new technique with... Chapter 16. Tucker. On the day of Grand's party, Neo picked me up in what was truly a gigantic truck, black of course, which at this point wasn't a surprise. Other than our not date, I hadn't seen him in anything but black. How in the hell am I supposed to get into this thing? You're gonna have to wait. I've gotta go get a rope or something, I said to him as he rounded around the front end. He again wasn't in all black, instead opting for a dark blue shirt and khakis. He was trying. Rope? He asked, smirking. Get your mind out of the gutter. I just mean, rope and those little hooky things that mountain climbers use, because I'm going to have to scale the side of this thing to get in. Neo laughed as he opened the door for me like a gentleman. When he did, a little footrail popped out for me to step on. Oh. Think you can manage now, darling? He asked, heavy emphasis on the pet name. It was clear he was enjoying all of this. It was also clear today was going to be about 3 months long. He offered me his hand anyway, but I ignored it and hoisted myself into the seat. I directed him toward Mama's house, and when we got there, I could see there were already several cars in the yard and driveway, and the reality of what we were doing was finally sinking in for me. It was going to be real, like really, really real. If Martin didn't come, then it was all for nothing. But if he did, was he going to go peacefully? Could it be as easy as Neo and Martin having some whispered conversation, and then Neo and I following him to the police department so he could turn himself in after? I had a feeling it was more likely to be a knockdown, drag-out in my Grand's living room. Neo opened the door and helped me down, and I was so distracted that I took his hand, my own fitting completely inside of his. After his admission at dinner, it was growing more and more difficult not to imagine what it would be like if all of this was real. What it would be like if my hand was in his because he wanted it there, and because I did too. As soon as his hand's warmth was there, it was gone again almost as quickly, and replaced with something else. I looked down and saw a covered plate in my hands. What is this? I asked, giving him a clueless look. Neo looked away and muttered something. Sorry, what was that? I don't speak mumble. Eggs, all right. Deviled eggs. It's not a big deal, he sniffed. My shock had to be apparent. What? He asked defensively. Nothing, I said. Nothing at all. You just didn't have to do that. Of course I did. I'm your boyfriend. I'm trying to make a good impression, he said sternly as we made our way up the path. Oh, is that so? I asked, voice full of mirth. Neo's jaw clenched, but I could see just the barest hint of a flush on his cheeks.
Tucker, he warned, voice deep. I shouldn't be riling him up like this for lots of reasons, but I just couldn't help myself. Just then, the door flew open. "Beans, is that you?" Uncle Earl hollered. "Hey, Earl, how are you?" I asked. I just barely managed to hand off the eggs to Neo before I was wrapped up in a big bear hug. Good. Come on in. Pretty much everyone is already here," Earl said, pulling back. His expression was open, but there was a little bit of tightness still in his face. Ah, Martin wasn't here yet. "And who is this? Your mama said you were bringing somebody," he asked, looking over to my right at Neo. "Earl, this is Neo," I said, stepping away from my uncle. Earl's eyes narrowed a little, and he straightened himself up to full height. "Neo, is it?" he asked. "Yes, sir," Neo answered seriously, offering his hand to my uncle. Uncle Earl shook it. "Well, you'd have to be crazy to want to come to this, but I reckon if everybody doesn't manage to run you off today, you might just make it," he said before giving him a little smile. Uncle Earl was rough around the edges, and he'd been so protective of me after Daddy had died, but he was usually a pretty good-natured person. "Figured if I could survive this one," Neo said, nodding over at me, "I'd be up for anything." Earl laughed at that. "You ain't wrong, son. Beans is a pistol. Come on in, y'all." He stood aside and let us in. "Beans?" Neo hissed. "Shut up. It's just a family joke," I said, hoping he'd drop it. I was sure my face was burning with embarrassment. I should have known better. Of course that was going to come up. Earl and the rest of my aunts and uncles and cousins had been calling me that for as long as I could remember. "Oh, you are not getting out of this one that easy," he said. Fortunately, Neo didn't have a whole lot of time from there to really figure out the origins of my absolutely horrible nickname. The family had quickly descended. Various aunts and Omegas cooing over the fact that I finally brought an alpha home, and then even more impressed that he brought a dish. "Look, Mom," my aunt yelled over to Gran. "Beans Alpha cooks." This was the moment of truth. My Gran came into the crowded living room and over to the dish my Aunt Karen now held open. Wait, had Neo made the deviled eggs? I'd assumed he'd just gone to the store, bought them, and put them on a plate. Gran inspected the dish and then looked up at Neo, now standing there awkwardly, shuffling and not meeting her eyes. Gran, never being one to stand on ceremony, grabbed one and took a bite. Everyone seemed to understand this was, for all its ridiculousness, a test of some sort. "You put a little bit of hot sauce in these, didn't you?" Gran asked. Neo nodded. "Yes, ma'am. And a little bit of pickle juice, just for a kick. It's how my granny made 'em." Well, I guess that answered the question about him making them. Suddenly I was swarmed with images of Neo, broad-shouldered and tattooed with an apron on, fussing with refilling the boiled eggs with their own yolks. It was way more charming a thought than I wanted to admit. Gran nodded. "They're delicious. You're going to have to give me that recipe," she said. Neo chuckled and he seemed relieved. "Well, I'm pretty sure my granny would have my hide if I did that," he said warmly. "I might have your hide if you don't," Granny said warningly. Neo seemed to gulp before everyone started laughing, including her. I let out a breath I hadn't even realized I'd been holding. Why was I so nervous? It didn't really matter what Gran thought about Neo, not really. I mean, maybe after this whole mess with Martin was straightened out, and he was able to get the help he needed, maybe I could start seeing him as more than a man who was going to put my brother in jail. But that was ages from now. Maybe then it could be different. Because at the end of the day, Neo was only doing his job. It wasn't really his fault that Martin was the way he was. It wasn't his fault that Martin made all the bad decisions that he'd made over the years that had led him to where he was today. From there, everyone decided that Neo was all right. Well, all right was underselling things a little. Everyone was in love with Neo. And somehow, that made it all worse. I watched as he charmed the pants off each one of my aunts. He was gentle with my Gran, respectful, and a little bit awkward, but so sincere, it was impossible not to be endeared by him. "I'm just happy that Beans finally managed to get his nose out of a book long enough to catch a man," Aunt Karen said. Most of us were settled now around the dining room table. Mama was still in the kitchen, but I figured there was time enough for her to meet Neo later. Honestly, If anyone was going to see through the lie, it was likely to be her, so it was probably for the best she didn't spend that long with him. Neo slung his arm around my shoulders. Nah, it isn't like that. I'm really proud of him, you know. He never got to go to school. But that's part of why I liked him. Oh? Karen asked, disbelieving. Yes'm. Tucker's smart. When I met him, it's one of the first things I noticed about him, liked about him. Neo said it so plainly and so honestly that it didn't come off sappy. He could have just as easily been saying the sky was blue. He looked over at me and gave me a wide smile, his teeth framed by full lips and the first scratches of stubble on his jawline. This was too much. God, I wanted to kiss him. I wanted him. Why in the hell was I pretending I didn't? I wanted Neo. I wanted that mouth on me and his hands caging my hips. But I also found myself wanting him, his company, his pride in what I did. Karen pursed her lips, but didn't say anything else, which I took as a victory. Aw, Beans, look, he really does like you, one of my cousins teased. All right, I gotta ask. Beans? What's with that? Neo asked, his arm coming out from behind me, and instead resting on the table as he looked around at them. Never mind. Abort. This has been a terrible idea. I hated Neo White. I'm sure he doesn't want to hear about this, y'all, I said in weak protest. There was no way to avoid this. I wondered if I could crawl under the table, crawl under the floorboards down into the root cellar, and never, ever come back out again. He ain't told you? Uncle Earl asked. Oh, this is gonna be great. Okay, so when Tucker was about 5 years old, he had a sweet tooth like no other. He'd sneak chocolate and just about anything else he'd get his hands on. One Easter, his gran got him and his brother an Easter basket with jelly beans, and all sorts of other stuff in it. But Tucker was obsessed with the jelly beans. And about 2 weeks later, we couldn't find him anywhere in the house. We were about to panic because no one knew where he'd gotten off to. Finally, I found him in the old vegetable patch, crying as hard as anything, an old watering can in his hand. I didn't know what was wrong with him. Well, I went over there and he was so upset, I couldn't figure out what he was saying at first. But then he started explaining it. I wanted jelly bean trees, Uncle Earl, he finally said. The poor feller had planted the last of those jelly beans down there, and he'd been going out there every day to water those jelly beans. He couldn't for the life of him figure out why they weren't growing. I'd heard the story so many times. I just knew I was never going to hear the end of this from Neo. It would have been embarrassing enough if Neo had actually been my boyfriend, but somehow it was worse, because he wasn't. Neo chuckled. So, Tucker was Beans from then on? Uncle Earl nodded, laughing hard enough that tears were threatening to fall down his cheeks. What's everyone laughing so hard at? A familiar voice called from the kitchen. The door separating it from the dining room swung open, and Mama appeared, wiping her hands on a dish towel. She was smiling slightly, her eyes meeting mine for a second, before slipping to my right where Neo was seated. And then she froze. Her hand stopped mid-motion. Jenny, have you met Bean's boyfriend? Aunt Karen asked. Everyone's in love with him. Mama seemed to shake herself out of it and gave Neo a weak, tight smile. No, not yet. He's been keeping him hidden. Tucker, honey, can you come help me in the kitchen a minute? Shit. This was bad. I didn't have any choice but to follow her. I slid my eyes over to Neo for just a second before getting up and following her back into the kitchen. Tucker, do you know who that is? She asked in a fervent whisper. Yeah, that's Neo, Mama, I answered, trying to look confused. Yeah, I know he's Neo. Do you know who Neo actually is? She asked. He's been coming around looking for Martin. He's in trouble again, honey. I had a choice. I could pretend that I didn't have any idea, or I could come clean. Mama, I know, okay? I said quietly. I know about him skipping bail. What? She asked. You knew and you... She was so angry that she was sputtering, and I braced for what came next. Whatever we were going to say was immediately lost as Uncle Earl hollered from the next room, and instead we stood there, both of us with matching blank looks. Martin, Uncle Earl shouted, you made it. Oh no. Chapter 17. Neo. Neo, honey? Gran was telling me a long and involved story about Earl before he met Karen and a couple of other folks named Randy, Terry, and Cody, who apparently got into the kinds of hijinks that skirted legality with Earl. This story was one of those times that they were doing something that they ought not have been doing, and then there were fireworks and firearms that somebody shouldn't have had because of the fallout of a previous incident, also involving Cody. It struck me as the kind of story that would have been hard to keep up with, even if I had been giving Gran my complete and undivided attention. As things were, though, I was not giving Gran my complete and undivided attention. Instead, I was very much dividing my attention between tuning in and out of the story that Gran was telling me and keeping a discreet eye on things, especially now that Tucker had gotten pulled into the kitchen to help and that Martin had made an appearance. If they had both been asleep, or if they both sat in the exact same position and didn't say anything, you might have definitely seen that aside from the different haircuts and Martin's broader, stockier alpha build, Martin and Tucker might have been the same person. They were almost like a before and after picture. Like you could take their picture to elementary schools and scare the kids into showing them what you looked like before turning to a life of crime and after. Something like that. I tuned into Gran, then eyed the kitchen, then kept a pulse on where Martin was as he moved through the room, milling around with friends and family, and then returned to Gran to start the process over. That's how I was keeping track of everything I needed to keep track of. The voice that addressed me broke my concentration, though, and I looked up. "Ma'am?" "I said, I'm going to the kitchen," Karen apparently repeated. She was standing over me and had clearly been trying to get my attention as she walked past before I noticed her. I said. "Maybe a water, ma'am. Thank you." We traded quick smiles as I turned back to Gran, who had not even paused her story, but was instead entertaining a wider audience at the table with it now. As Karen walked away towards the kitchen, I looked past her. Where I was sitting, I was angled so that I could see into one half of the kitchen, but not the opposite half. I could see the counter and most of Tucker, though a lot of him and all of his mom remained out of eyeline. Even without being able to see most of what was going on, or being able to hear any of it, I could tell by Tucker's gesturing that things were getting heated between them. I was keeping an eye on things just in case, but truthfully, I wasn't deeply concerned yet. Obviously, while I had been looking for Martin, I had tried to talk to Tucker's mama to see if she might know where he was. It hadn't been an excessively long conversation, and it had taken place with Tucker's mama halfway hidden behind a door, but there was still the possibility that she might recognize me at the party. Well, that possibility had become an actuality when she'd walked out of the kitchen and had seen me. But we had discussed it at dinner, Tucker and I, and had been prepared that it might happen. So as much as I hated to cause a fight between Tucker and his mama, and as much as I hoped that he wasn't getting told off too badly, we were prepared. Karen must have interrupted something, since almost as soon as she went in, Tucker ducked out of the kitchen. He held his head a little low and flat between his shoulders, in that universal I just got scolded way. He quickly and quietly took a place at the dinner table beside me. Gran seemed no closer to wrapping up her yarn about Earl and company than she had been before Tucker had been asked away by his mama. Tucker furtively eyed me and then shifted his eyes off to his right and my left before bringing his gaze back to me to see if I was understanding him. "Martin," he seemed to be trying to communicate telepathically. "I know, I'm watching him," I tried to say back with a casual nod that could have passed for a nod along with Gran's story. I raised an eyebrow in Gran's direction and then stole a look back at Tucker to see if he'd understood me this time. "You all right?" Tucker sighed a little and then smiled tightly and quickly. "All right enough," he seemed to say back, though the fake smile betrayed a little tension that hadn't been there before his mama had seen me. I nodded back, trying to reassure Tucker that things might be tense, but they were still going according to plan. We'd figured his mama might recognize me, and she had. We figured Martin would show, of course, and here he was. Now we just needed to have dinner, eat cake, sing happy birthday, and catch up with Martin on his way out. All to plan. Karen reemerged with my water, set it down in front of me, and then darted back into the kitchen. A few minutes later, when she popped back out again, it was with her arms around an enormous bowl of mashed potatoes as miscellaneous aunts and cousins started piling food onto a smaller table behind the main dining room table. Bowls and casserole dishes of mac and cheese, fried okra, gravy, white rice, and my deviled eggs started populating the serving table with Miss Spear's fried chicken placed in the middle of the line. Living on a consistent diet of fast food like I did, the room smelled like what I imagined heaven smelled like. Evidently, I wasn't the only one who felt that way either. As soon as dinner had made its debut, everyone who had been happily drinking on the couch suddenly started forming an orderly line at the serving table. "Come on," Tucker said, tilting his head in the direction of the food. Gran's story finally done, or at least paused on account of dinner being served, I propped my hands up on the table and got ready to get up. I just happened to turn my head and caught a brief glimpse of Martin, and just like that, I froze for a second. A pair of enormous, brown, rounded eyes stared back at me from across the room. Not Martin's, who had his back to me, and not Tucker's, who was still sitting in front of me trying to see what I was looking at that had made me stop dead in my tracks. The pair of eyes flung wide open in shock belonged to a short, skinny kid that had the air of a puppy that always knew he was underfoot. The pair of eyes belonged to Cassius Graham, the Omega that Martin had beaten up on. When I had talked to him way back at the beginning of the Spears assignment, the kid had told me that he hadn't seen or heard anything about Martin since the incident that had gotten Martin arrested. I had figured that this kid was telling the truth, and I was still sure that he'd been telling the truth. But evidently, Martin had come sniffing around some time after I'd spoken to Cassius, because here he was, at Martin's grandmother's party. Poor kid. He didn't look any happier for having Martin back. He looked as scared and as alone as he'd seemed when I found him recently post-Martin, and now, with Martin right beside him. He seemed like he was always expecting something terrible to happen. While Martin talked animatedly to someone opposite me, and everyone around me laughed and talked and moved furniture around, Cassius and I seemed to stare at each other for an eternity. My eyes traveled downward a fraction, and I noticed that Cassius' arm was stretched out at his side so that his hand could still rest in Martin's, even while Martin wasn't facing him. I noticed the fact that they were holding hands a second before I noticed Cassius' hand tugging at Martin softly. I got to my feet and took a step forward. Cassius took a defensive step back, even though he was on the other side of the room, and still Martin didn't turn to acknowledge Cassius's tugging. I started crossing the room. Cassius tugged harder, and I became dimly aware of a presence that I assumed was Tucker's staying back a few paces behind me. I tried to pick up the pace without calling too much attention to myself, but surrounded by people, there was very little way of doing that without making myself the center of attention. Cassius had finally pulled on Martin's hand enough that he turned around with what I couldn't hear but looked a lot like an impatient, "What? What do you want?" I watched as Cassius leaned in a fraction to whisper something to Martin without taking his eyes off of me. Though we had been moving like molasses before, and barely even daring to breathe, as soon as Cassius had tipped Martin off to me, time moved out of slow motion and into fast forward. Martin's head whipped over his opposite shoulder to look at me, and no sooner had he picked out the stranger in the midst of his friends and family, he was out. I had tried to be thoughtful in going about my business. I had tried to be careful to not make a scene at Gran's party, but all of the consideration that I had was apparently completely absent from Martin's calculations. He almost leapt up in a fear at seeing me, and he was immediately trying to body slam his way out of the door. He was bigger than Tucker, but he wasn't a very big guy after all. Still, he looked like he was trying to break tackle all the way to the door. As he crashed himself into the crowd of people, he kept what looked like a painful grip on Cassius's wrist and yanked him behind himself. Cassius, for his part, looked like a person who was trying to walk an enormous dog and instead was being dragged down the street. The crowd that Martin was trying to break through was trying to move or trying to shove back, or sometimes not even facing him to see that he was coming. And while Martin was making no apologies, Cassius could be seen trying to mouth sorry to anyone that he accidentally jostled while being pulled along. It seemed that Cassius himself wasn't part of Martin's calculations, since he was avoiding the elbows thrown back at him in protest, but he was certainly not trying to steer Cassius free of anyone or anything. "Martin!" Tucker cried out from over my shoulder behind me. "Don't! You're going to—" Cassius suddenly jerked and then went down, disappearing from view with a thud. A woman in the crowd gasped, and immediately that part of the crowd all stared down at their feet. "The fireplace! He caught himself on the fireplace!" someone said. Immediately Tucker was shoving past me for the fireplace, while Martin took quick advantage of the fact that people were focused on Cassius. He had a clear path to the door at last, and as folks moved over to get in the middle of whatever was happening by the fireplace, suddenly, so did I. Then, it was a race for the door as Martin broke into a run, finally free of thinking about Gran's party, or what Tucker's mama was going to say, or what anyone else might see. I moved instinctually. I took 2 running strides, and, just as Martin's foot crossed the threshold, I pounced and knocked him against the door. Usually, I had done this enough that I could keep up and anticipate my opponent's movements. This was not part of the plan. This was more heat of the moment than all that. This was how Martin Spears and I wound up wrestling on Mrs. Spears' front lawn, anyway. Chapter 18. Tucker. Any hope for a nice party for Gran was out the window. Well, was out the window, in the front being pinned on the lawn by my supposed-to-be-a-bouncer-everyone-loves-him boyfriend. I'd known, in theory, that all this had a pretty big likelihood of not going well if Martin actually showed up, when I talked it all through with Neo. Still, it was different seeing it play out in front of you. I didn't know what else to do, so I went and grabbed the first aid kit from the kitchen, before going over to the dishwater blonde boy now sitting upright at the fireplace. Most of my relatives were either focused on the commotion outside or tending to Mama and Gran in the other room. "Mind if I take a look at that?" I asked softly. He was young, younger than me. I almost wanted to ask him if I could see ID. "You a doctor or something?" the boy asked. "No, I just want to help. It looks pretty nasty," I explained. The kid just shrugged, but he didn't fight me when I sat down beside him and started pressing some clean gauze to the wound. It was bleeding a lot, but once I was able to get it cleaned up a little, it wasn't huge. Still, it looked deep enough, at least in my own opinion, that I thought it might need some stitches. "My name's Tucker, by the way," I said. The kid snorted. "I know. Martin told me he had a twin named Tucker." "Did he?" I asked lightly, as I pressed an antiseptic wipe to the wound, and the kid hissed. "This is the part where you tell me your name, you know." "Cassius," he grunted. "Please call me Cass, though." "All right, Cass," I said. "Nice to meet you. Wish it'd been under, well, literally any other circumstance." That earned me a little laugh. "I still think we should go get a doctor to look at this, Cass. It looks too deep to close on its own." "No," Cass said, pulling away from me slightly. "I'm fine. I feel fine. It's nothing. I don't need to see a doctor." That wasn't going to happen. Not on my watch. The kid didn't look like he took very good care of himself. He had dark circles ringing his large brown eyes, and while I couldn't be sure, it looked like possibly some faded bruises around his collarbone. "Come on. I'm just worried about you is all. Martin would kill us if we didn't make sure his date was taken care of." Cass seemed less than convinced by that. Hell, I seemed less than convinced by that. Still, I wasn't going to let up until he relented. I went to ask Mama for her keys. Her eyes were red, and I could tell she had been crying. She gave me the keys and dashed around trying to gather up all my stuff. When we were ready to go, Mama came with 2 styrofoam plates covered in tinfoil. "These are for you and Martin's friend," she said, sending a soft look at the boy. "Cass, Mama. His name is Cass." "You and Cass, then. I know y'all didn't really get to eat it all before. Well, anyway, this is for y'all." It wasn't difficult to realize who didn't get a takeout box. "Come on, Cass," I said, nodding toward the door. He followed. "Where are you taking me?" he asked, confused. "I told you. You need to go to the doctor, and I'm taking you." "This way," I said. At just that time, I saw Neo coming back to the door. I shook my head to let him know not to come in. I had no idea how everyone would react to that. He seemed apologetic, but nodded that he understood. I tilted my head toward where the truck was parked, indicating that he needed to go. I didn't want to take Cass out there while Martin was still here. I fiddled around with all my stuff for a few seconds, long enough to hear an engine start up and pull off before I opened the door and let Cass out. We got loaded in my mama's minivan, and as I was pulling out, Cass turned his head and glued himself to the passenger window. "What happens now, Tucker?" he asked. God, he sounded drained. Hold out. I wanted to tell him it was all going to be okay, that everything was going to be different. I also wanted to tell him that this was all for Martin's own good, that he and Martin would be better off if this happened the way I hoped that it did. Instead, I told him the truth. I don't know. Chapter 19. Tucker. The next few days crawled by at a snail's pace. I kept expecting to hear from Neo, but nothing. Radio silence. And I would know, because I kept looking down at my phone, like staring at it and willing it to ring was going to magically make him call. I told myself that what I was really doing was waiting to hear from Cass. I'd waited around with him in the ER, and after the doctor had given him the okay and taped his cut closed, I'd made him put my number in his phone with a promise that he could call me any time. I tried and failed to ignore the bruises decorating Cass's wrists and forearms. I felt bad that Martin had gotten Cass stuck in the middle of all this stuff. He was just a kid, and he clearly had no idea the sort of stuff Martin was getting up to. He seemed like he needed a friend, and since it was my own brother that was creating most of his problems, I felt a responsibility to offer and be that person. But that was just it. I could take Cass to the hospital. I can give him my number, but I couldn't make him call. I knew that Martin was being an absolute dickhead to his boyfriend. Worse than a dickhead, really. Not all dickheads beat their omegas, after all. But I still had a pretty good guess of where Cass's loyalty lay, and it probably wasn't with his boyfriend's snitch twin brother. This wasn't my first rodeo, so there were some things I could already piece together. 1. Martin was still in jail. The next day, they'd posted his mugshot and bail information online. That part wasn't surprising. No way they were going to let him get out on bail again when he just skipped his court date. 2. I wasn't on his visitors list. I wasn't really up to facing him, but I'd called the jail just to check. Mama was on there. Cass was on there, but I wasn't. Chances were good then that between Cass and Mama and his own figuring, he'd pieced together that I had something to do with why he was back in jail. The idea that one day he might forgive me seemed an unlikely one at this point. Things were pretty bleak right now, and there was a big part of me that felt horrible about this whole situation. I just wanted Martin to get help, but it seemed like in the process, I might have pissed everyone off. Speaking of, it was time to go see Mama. When I pulled up, she was on the porch. 4 very familiar white bowls on the table in front of her, and a 5-gallon bucket of green beans at her feet. Without asking, I sat down beside her and got to work. It took me back to the springs and summers I'd spent out here working in the garden. I grabbed an extra paring knife and fell into the routine of pulling the strings from the tender string beans before slicing off the ends and letting all the refuse fall in one bowl before cutting them in half against my thumb and letting the beans fall into the other. I wasn't sure exactly how long we did that, neither of us talking, before she sighed. "Tucker, what is going on?" It was a simple question, and one she deserved an answer to, but I wasn't really sure how to answer it. "Was that man—" "Neo, Mama. His name is Neo," I sighed. "Was Neo really here as your date, or, well—" She paused. "Well, come on, say what's on your mind," I told her. There wasn't any reason not to let her get it all out. "Honey, was he using you?" "What?" I asked, surprised. "I can't help but wonder. I mean, did he really want to be here for you, or was he just using you to get close to Martin? I've seen those TV shows, Tucker. Bounty hunters will stop at nothing to get the person they're after. Are you sure about him, honey?" God. And that was a question, wasn't it? I wasn't sure about anything when it came to Neo. I knew I liked him. Well, at least I think I did. And he'd said he liked me, too. That had to count for something, right? "No, Mama, no. It isn't like that. We're, into each other." I didn't want to tell her the rest. It was complicated. Yes, I had assisted Neo knowingly in bringing Martin in. And, yes, that had been the express reason that he'd agreed to come. But, well, the rest of it wasn't untrue. I wasn't lying to her. I just wasn't telling the whole truth. Mama nodded and let out an even bigger sigh.
God, it was just awful, Tucker. The whole thing. I went up and saw him yesterday. He's in bad shape. Skinny. His hair's longer than I've seen it since he went through the metal phase in high school. I smiled at the memory. It felt wrong to smile at anything related to Martin right now, given what I'd done. Mama, I said gently. Mama, I've been looking into it, and I've found a lot of resources for him when he gets out. Things we can ask the judge to put in place while he's in jail. If Martin can pull himself together, I'd stopped breaking beans by now, and one of Mama's hands clasped over mine. Tucker, baby, I appreciate what you're doing. You're so good. You've always been. But baby, there's no fixin' Martin. There just isn't. We can't love him enough to fix him, Tucker. All we can do is keep it together while he goes off and does himself in. She sounded so sad. But more than that, she sounded resigned, as if there was nothing in the world that could make it any better. I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything at all. I finished with the rest of the beans before getting up to give Mama a big hug before leaving. After, I didn't feel like going home and just staring at my phone for the rest of the night, so instead, I drove and thought. I felt a little bit sorry for myself, and a whole lot more confused. It was hard not to look at Neo's silence over the last few days in a totally different way, now that I talked to Mama. When all this had started, I was sure that I hated Neo. He'd lost me my job, my security, and on top of that, he also wanted to drag Martin back to jail. But then I'd gotten to know him, I think. Maybe I'd gotten to understand him better. He was just doing a job. He didn't take it personally, what he did. And he didn't really take it personally that my brother hadn't done what he was supposed to. He wasn't trying to punish my brother. He was just trying to do what he'd been paid to do and what was fair. On top of that, Neo was hot, and he seemed to be fairly considerate and genuinely sorry for the trouble he'd made in my life. Before the end of the party, my family had loved him, including my gran, and I knew that if Neo really had been a bouncer, and if he really had been there only because he liked me, cared about me, she would have loved him too. But that wasn't what happened, and now I hadn't heard from Neo in days. He'd said he liked me, had blushed across the table for me at Marisol when he'd said it, and then nothing. After he'd gotten my brother, he'd said absolutely nothing, and now I felt foolish, stupid. It was stupid of me to think that any of this had been real, that any of it had been anything more than buttering me up to get my brother. But that didn't quite sound right either. He'd been so sincere, so honest when he'd met my folks. He didn't have to bring anything, and he sure as hell didn't need to cook anything he'd brought. But he did. He had. And that didn't seem to be the actions of someone who didn't care, who just used people for what they could get and threw them aside once they were done. I drove and went around and around with myself, but the only conclusion I could come to was the one I didn't want to hear. I just had to wait and see what happened. Chapter 20. Neo. Sit, Neo. There's a good boy. I huffed and forced myself to sit still on the stool I was perched on. I had been just about to scramble off to help Mrs. Harper get me the plate that she was fixing me, but as soon as she saw my intentions, she'd clutched the plate closer to herself. Okay. It was impolite to let guests help themselves. At all. I got it. You really didn't have to trouble yourself, Mrs. H. Now, how many times do I have to tell you? Granny is fine. Granny is better than Mrs. H. Sorry, Granny. Sorry, Granny. She doddered round the kitchen's island and over to where I sat, plunking the plate she was holding down in front of me. There were fluffy scrambled eggs, crispy slices of bacon, and enormous slices of buttered toast. Like, enormous. It struck me that she must bake it herself since there was nowhere that I could think of to buy such enormous, pillowy-looking white bread. There was apparently, literally nothing that Blaze's Granny couldn't do, and do amazingly well. Well, I hate that you went through all the trouble of making me breakfast, Granny. I was only coming by to show you, eat first, Neo White. Eat first, and wash your hands, and then we could talk about your knitting. I know you only eat that trash that you find at truck stops and drive-thrus, so go ahead, and eat real food while it's in front of you. There wasn't too much room to argue with that. especially when she was absolutely right. I decided that there wasn't any way to get any of my questions answered until I pacified Granny anyway. So, I picked up my fork and started working on my eggs. If you get used to eating rubbery, just add water, microwavable eggs, you could almost fool yourself into thinking that you didn't like scrambled eggs. Granny Harper's breakfast argued differently, though. I'd come over to tell her about what I'd just spotted downtown. I'd been headed over this way anyway to show her my latest knitting when I'd spotted a big for sale sign up at the storefront next to the Dream Bean. It was in a good spot, and it looked like it was priced to sell. I'd never considered it before, but in that moment, I remembered that Granny Harper had always wanted to open up a knitting shop. And well, the idea didn't seem terrible, especially now that the opportunity was standing there, staring me in the face. Oh, I'd mentioned it idly to Tucker at dinner when we'd been talking, but it hadn't seemed like anything serious or pressing. Now that seemed different. I'd hardly managed to get any of this out, however, before Granny had plunked me down in the seat and started foisting food on me. "Of course," Granny started to say carefully as she sidled up to her own stool across from me, across the island. "You might have had home-cooked meal just the other day, or you came close to having one, if Millie's to be believed." "Millie, ma'am?" I asked before I could process what Granny was hinting at. "Oh, just one of the biddies at the beauty parlor. She heard it from old Odell herself," eyeing me meaningfully. I blinked as I chewed a mouthful of bacon, probably looking as ridiculous as I felt at not cottoning on to what she clearly thought I ought to be getting. I swallowed. "Odell, ma'am?" "Odell, ma'am? Millie, ma'am? What's the matter with you, son? Are you deafer than Betty Watson?" Granny tutted to herself at the idea, and then continued as though she were explaining herself to someone simple. Maybe she was. "Odell Carter, who married Elmer Grayson, whose daughter married Jacob Spears?" Odell Carter, who married Elmer Grayson, whose daughter married Jacob Spears. I didn't know any Odell Carter who had ever married any Elmer Grayson, whose daughter married Jacob Oh. "Good. You get it now, don't you?" Granny said, chuckling softly to herself. "Now you're interested." She mashed her fingertip against the island's countertop, as though proving a point. "Well, then, Granny Harper, seems like the town's main gossip has been about all the scraps I've been getting into lately," I said, wiping my mouth with a napkin. The coffee maker stopped hissing and bubbling just then, which Granny took as the signal to climb off her own stool. She fussed at the counter with 2 mugs and then returned to her seat, sliding the mug that was meant for me towards me. I accepted it gratefully and stared down into it to avoid the conversation, even when I knew that I didn't have a snowball's chance in hell of getting out of it if Granny was determined to get into it. "Well, I won't lie to you and tell you it ain't true when it is. And it is. Between Alice Shirts running her mouth about having to let your young man go after all that ruckus at the Dream Bean, and Odell going on about all the commotion at her birthday party, there's been a lot of talk about you because there's been a lot to say," Granny said, trailing off again. I was starting to realize that trailing off meant that it was your cue to pick up the rest of the conversation. "Wait," I said, finally processing everything she'd said. Oh, I see. It's not like that, Granny. Miss Spears just thinks that because I said, I was trying to... Oh, don't start all that. We've all heard Odell tell about her grandson, in and out of prison, in and out of trouble with the law." Granny stopped to tilt her head and raise an eyebrow in concession to someone, possibly Odell. "Now, of course, we listened, but we didn't take it as seriously until her Martin tried to hurt her. Now that's a shame. That's a terrible shame," Granny said, shaking her head earnestly. "I've still got enough metal in those old bones to whoop Blaze Harper if he tried to pull anything like that, but I just can't imagine. It's terrible what that boy did." I nodded along quietly as she seemed to express genuine sympathy for Mrs. Spears. She was right. My grandmother wasn't alive anymore, and I never got to see her at this age, but I couldn't imagine someone being so far gone as to hit someone as frail as Tucker's grandmother, or Granny, or that little slip of an Omega at Cassius. "Of course," Granny said, tilting her head the other way as though she were saying, "But on the other hand," to herself. "Whenever she talked about how much trouble that Martin gave her and his mama, she never get too far without mentioning the other grandson, Tucker. Tucker is different. Tucker helps the family and checks on Odell and makes sure she has money. Tucker's trying to do well for himself and for everyone else, too. While he's at it, Tucker, he's a good one, isn't he? I'd taken to polishing off my toast while she was talking, but once she was done, I felt like my appetite had left me all of a sudden. Tucker was fussing over Cassius last I'd seen him. He was literally hovering over the people that his brother had hurt while his brother had been busy trying to save his own hide. In a way, it sort of summed up a lot of what I knew about Tucker, and it reinforced what Granny was saying. Tucker was a good one. But I hadn't been wrong either. Tucker wasn't my young man, as Granny had called him. True to the plan, he hadn't reached out at all after the bust was done. Well, and why would he? If we really had just been pretending, the reason to keep pretending was over. We'd finished what we set out to do, and that was that. Sure, it was a little abrupt, but if it really had been all business, then business was done. I'd wanted to reach out to him after the party at the very least to apologize for the way the bust had gone down, but honestly, just to talk. I figured he was probably busy at the hospital with Cassius, but then as the hours had gone on and he still hadn't called, I got less sure that he'd even want to hear from me. And so now, days after the party, when the previous days had been all Tucker all the time for me, I was feeling lonely, but also determined that I wasn't going to try to force something that Tucker evidently didn't want. So he hadn't called, and I hadn't called. I was disappointed, but I couldn't be mad. Granny was right, after all. Tucker was a good one. Tucker looked out for his family, and now Tucker was done. He could go back to making people proud, and doing better for himself. And I just didn't have a place in that. The sound of something clinking hard against the kitchen counter jolted me out of my thoughts. Granny had downed all of her coffee, and had slammed her cup down. With a sigh, and her lips held pursed, she looked at me square in the eye. "Are you done now, Nia White?" "Ma'am?" I asked stupidly. "With all that, whatever all that was. I said, are you done?" "Yeah," I said a little quietly. "Yeah, I guess we are done. I guess we weren't ever a thing in the first place, actually." "Well, if you don't mind me saying so, and even if you do, I've spent too long in that beauty parlor, hearing that boy's praises sung to let you off that easy. And you're a damn fool if you let him go on account of a little wrestling at his grand's party. I'll tell you what." "It's not just that, Granny. It's more than just the fact that I ruined the party. I lost him his job. He's just not—" Granny sighed and rolled her eyes. "I swear, I don't know how any of you alpha boys ever do anything at all on your own account. Seems to me that y'all have to be wheeled and wild into most things you do, don't you? If he didn't like you, he wouldn't have brought you to the party. If you're worried you did him wrong, then go back and make amends. If you're worried that you don't know whether he likes you now, work up the gumption to ask him. Don't you think it's as simple as that? Anyway, if he doesn't like you after all, then at least you'll know, and you won't be moping around so lonesome." "Yeah, no, I'm not sure, Granny. Wait. How do you know I've been Ha! Granny said, smacking the table with a laugh. "Do you really expect me to believe that if you and Odell's grandson were talking, you'd be worried about coming by and showing an old lady how your squares were coming along? You wouldn't be here telling me about how you're out scoping potential knitting shops. You'd be in the market for a new house instead." I ducked my head down between my shoulders, as though she were brandishing a broom or a shoe at me, and nodded quickly to show that I agreed, and that I didn't dare to disagree with her. She really wasn't menacing me at all, of course. She didn't have to. It was enough to feel the weight of what Granny Harper thought ought to be done. I took a long sip of my coffee to recover from the tongue-lashing I was helpless against. "Besides, I remember you talking about wanting a shop when you were younger," I grunted. "I thought it might be something worth considering, and I figured you'd be the one to talk about it." "Not the only one," she said, tilting her head a little. "No," I conceded. "But it's just wool gathering at this point. Just an idea, that's all." "Son, do you want my honest opinion?" "About which thing? The Tucker thing or the knitting shop thing?" "I think you've got too much wrapped up in the first one to be getting on with the second one just yet." "Leave it to Granny Harper to cut to the meat of a thing." "Now," Granny said, finishing the gulp she'd taken from her own coffee, "finish your breakfast before it gets cold and then show me your squares. I've said all I'm going to say about that Tucker thing, as you called it, and if you know it's good for you, you'll take it to heart." Granny finished with a decisive nod, and I saw no other option than to shove a large hunk of toast into my mouth in an act of obvious compliance. In another act of obvious compliance, the next morning, I found myself back over in the direction of the Dream Bean, this time trying to sweet-talk Miss Shirts into giving Tucker's job back. Granny knew best, after all. Chapter 21. Neo. I think Miss S. might have a thing for me. What? No, that was gross. Miss S. manifestly did not have a thing for me. I had just gotten Tucker the opportunity to get his job back that morning. The last thing I wanted was to start implying untoward things about his boss tonight. I had just managed to successfully point out that I understood she didn't want her baristas fighting customers, but, in perfect fairness, I had started the fight with Tucker, and I certainly wasn't going to be going back to the Dream Bean to start any more fights with Tucker. So really, what was the sense in firing an otherwise good, already trained barista over an incident that was guaranteed to only happen one time? Alice had hemmed and hawed a little bit, and I had tutted and made the kind of puppy eyes that I knew were especially endearing on big, brawny guys who shouldn't have the ability to make such convincing puppy eyes. Fine, she said, throwing her hands up in frustration. Fine, you can tell him, or I can tell him, or whatever. Just stop looking at me like that. Charm, man. It worked every time. Well, worked most of the time. Worked with bossy older ladies every time. Whether it worked with the Omegas or not, well, I didn't have much of a track record there. I wasn't ever smooth unless I wasn't meaning to be, and right now, I could definitely tell that I wasn't being smooth. Obviously, my cover was the fact that I'd gotten Tucker his job back. That was a nice thing to do. That was the right thing to do. And that was definitely a compelling reason to be happy with someone, and maybe even a reason to consider going out on a date with someone. So I could easily just text Tucker to let him know the good news. Except that since we hadn't spoken in a few days, I wasn't exactly sure how to open the conversation with him. Hey, Miss S. said you could have your job back. No, I thought as I deleted the newest version of this text I'd punched into my phone. Too removed. It didn't really explain why he'd gotten his job back, or what I'd had to do with it. I got you your job back. No, that was too direct. I didn't want him to feel like I was creating a situation where he would owe me something. That was blunt, bordering on creepy. The kind of text someone might send if they had gotten you your job back, but had an ulterior motive for getting you your job back. Guess what? No, that seemed too vague. Like, guess what? Your brother miraculously posted bail again. Guess what? Smiley face. No. God. Just no. I sighed, typing out texts, analyzing them for tone, sounding them out in my head, and then deleting them again. My thumbs were starting to cramp from the way they kept hovering over the phone, while I agonized and ultimately undid every text I tried to send. I was overthinking this tiny little text, and it felt unnecessarily coy to tease him into a conversation with a text like that. So, before the majority of my brain could catch up with what my thumb and the bravest little sliver of me had decided, I quickly dismissed the messaging app, opened my contacts, and pressed Tucker's name. Hi, Tucker said, his tone making it sound more like a question than an actual statement. Hi, I repeated simply. I could hear Tucker breathing on the other line as we both played a game of verbal chicken, trying to see who would cave and talk first. How are you? We both asked each other at the same time. Just fine, I said, as he answered, okay, simultaneously. All right. Well, you might, I said, awkwardly clearing my throat, not even sure of where I was going next with that sentence. Everything that I had planned to say over text suggested itself to me, but it all sounded really, really stupid now that I had to contemplate actually saying it to Tucker. I might what? Tucker asked, with more than a hint of suspicion. The last thing I wanted was to seem sketchy about getting him his job back, or about the phone call, or about anything, really. He had every reason in the world to be skeptical of what I wanted and why. So before he could get the wrong idea, I finally cut to the chase. You might be doing a lot better soon. I mean, went by the Dream Bean today. Oh? Tucker said, trying to sound less surprised than he sounded. Okay. Yeah, well, listen, I said, shaking off my nerves to at least tell him properly. I was scoping out places to... I like the shop beside the Dream Bean, but I wanted to look around and see if there was anything else out there on the market. Yeah, Tucker interrupted. For the knitting shop idea, I remember, he said a little softer. He'd been listening to my rambling then. That was good. Because now that I talked it over with Granny, well, in between the henpecking I'd received, it seemed less like some vague possibility and more like something that could happen. Yeah, exactly. Well, so I stopped in at the Dream Bean, and I met up with Alice, and I explained the situation. You know, the situation between you and me when... Yeah, I remember, he repeated. This time, though, instead of sounding vaguely confused at why I was calling, I could hear the faint smile in his voice. Well, I explained that it wasn't the kind of thing that was likely to happen again, and that it wasn't really your fault at all. And she came around after a while, and she said that you could have your job back if you wanted it. Once again, Tucker said nothing. I breathed, but he didn't. Are you okay? No, Tucker interjected sharply. No. I mean, yes, I'm fine. I don't know what to say. Well, it's no pressure, I said, trying to explain the situation as best I could. I mean, it doesn't mean you have to take it if you're sore over getting fired or you just don't want to work there. I don't mean anything by it. I just figured... No, Tucker interrupted again, this time less harshly than he had interrupted before when he'd been shocked by the news. No, I didn't take it that way. Thank you. That's very kind of you. I'd be lying to you if I said that this wasn't a big help. With all the excitement of the past couple days, I'd been able to kind of forget, but I'd been wondering what I was going to do next. Thank you, he said, sounding more than a little relieved. In turn, I sighed heavily in relief that he hadn't taken the attempt to do right, as Granny had put it, as some creepy, overbearing come-on. Well, it's no trouble. It was my fault you got fired, and then on top of that, you helped me anyway. I just wanted to make things right, and, well, to say thank you, I guess, I explained, trying to sound as if it was all no big deal. You don't have to say thank you. I was trying to get Martin taken care of, and especially after I got the chance to talk to Cass, and after talking things over with you, I'm glad I did. Damn it. Yes, I was very happy that he was grateful and was still happy with his decision to help me and to get Martin put away. I'd been putting off calling him because I was half worried that he had watched the brawl outside of his mama's house and had spent the rest of the time since then regretting having helped me. I was glad that he was glad, and I was glad it was over, but I didn't want him to feel like I didn't have to thank him either. It blew my plan right out of the water if he didn't feel the need to or want to be thanked. Well, yeah, but I wanted to thank you. Properly, Jesus. Not the way that sounds. I don't mean that the way it sounds, I finished saying, disgruntled at how the words were just tumbling out of my mouth. Underneath what I was saying, I could hear Tucker's soft laugh at my clumsy delivery. What? I asked, sort of eased by the fact that we were falling into what had become our steady rhythm. Somebody would say something, the other would give him hell, and then repeat. This was comfortable. This was familiar. This was good. What are you laughing at? I'm trying to say thank you in the way that I mean it, but not in the way that it keeps sounding. What's hard about understanding that? I asked him sarcastically. Nothing, Tucker answered with a short laugh. I'm trying to tell you that I wouldn't mind being thanked, but in the genuine way that you mean it, not in the creepy way that it sounds. What? Really? I said, kind of surprised, in a good way, obviously, that he'd agreed so easily. Really, Tucker said. So are you trying to meet up to get lunch, or... Damn it. Okay, this was still progress. Again, my expectation was a conversation with maybe a couple words back and forth, and at best, a thank you very much, Neo, you have no reason to ever call me again. But he was going to let me express my gratitude in person, and that was good, but lunch was too casual? Lunch wasn't really what I had in mind, I blurted out. Okay, we established that you weren't trying to be creepy, so I'm going to somehow force myself not to interpret that as creepy. So think very carefully about your answer to this next question, Tucker said, but I could still almost hear the teasing smile I imagined he was wearing. What did you have in mind? I chuckled in response, and decided that I wasn't doing myself any favors by not lying it all out on the table. Fine. I wanted to say thank you, but I also wanted to see if you wanted to go out. Not to get lunch or anything like that, but on a date. A real date, not a pretend date like last time. Tucker went quiet, and I shut my eyes against the deep urge to cringe at myself. The longer he stayed quiet, the more frantically I searched around for something to say, or some way to play it off, convinced that I'd totally ruin whatever easy friendliness we'd just managed to find again. Yeah, Tucker said at long last. My eyes flew open, and then it was my turn to hold my breath. Yeah, that sounds great. We sketched out the barest details of a plan. I'd pick him up and take him somewhere to be determined by me, sometime between now and tomorrow. As we made plans hurriedly, I rummaged around my office to find a piece of paper and a pen so I could jot details down. I was still so unrecovered from the shock of hearing him actually accept that I didn't trust myself to commit anything to memory. See you tomorrow, Neo, Tucker said. Now, I swore I could almost see the smile I heard. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Tucker, I replied. As soon as I hung up the phone, I brought my hand up to my mouth and clamped it there, still not believing my unexplainable good luck. Hell, maybe the charm really did work every time, I figured. Chapter 22. Tucker. Why did I say yes? Why, oh, why did I say yes? I still had no idea why I'd said yes. But Neo had sounded so adorably flustered by the whole conversation that there was no way I was going to give him any answer other than that. Especially after I knew he'd also gone down to the Dream Bean and gotten my job back. I was curious. I wanted to know, once and for all, whether the things I was feeling, whether the things that he'd said he was feeling, were real, or whether they were just due to proximity and the bizarre series of events that had led to us crossing paths in the first place. I had to know. But now, as I stared down at my closet, my stomach full of butterflies, I wasn't so sure. Why the hell did I say yes? Mainly because he's hot as shit and you're about to explode to get your hands on him? Clarence said from behind me. Oh, right, Clarence. I invited him along to come help me, and of course he'd been all too eager to come and watch my existential crisis in person. That's part of it, I muttered into my closet, before coming back out to my bedroom to show him the next thing I'd put together. I wasn't sure what to wear. Neo had been vague about what we were doing, just telling me to wear something comfortable. Clarence looked over from where he was sprawled on my bed. No, he said simply before flopping his head back down. What's wrong with this one? I asked, taking a glance at the jeans and long-sleeve Henley I'd put on. You look like you're going to the grocery store, not on a date with the hot-as-shit alpha you've been drooling over for weeks now. Wear that V-neck, the gray one. The one Mama bought a size too small that barely fits? I asked. There's no harm in showing him what you're working with. And if you wear it with those black pants, perfect. Clarence, I only ever wear those to the club. They were skin tight and made out of leather. There was no way I was wearing those out anywhere with proper lighting. I tisked and went back to the closet to try something else. There's nothing wrong with dressing sexier, Tuck. Get you some while it's on offer. The idea of, doing anything with Neo was more than enough to get my heart racing, but that wasn't what I wanted to give off. That's not how I want to come off, I said, walking back out again in a tight, but not too tight, pair of dark denim, straight-leg pants that hugged my ass, and a striped V-neck shirt that actually fit me. I expected Clarence to immediately reject this one as well, but instead he gave it a thumbs up. Yet, I said. Yet? Yet? He asked, raising an eyebrow. That's not how I want to come off. Yet, I said, giving him a wink. Clarence was still laughing when he saw himself out. Remember, Miss S wants you at work first thing tomorrow, and I want every single one of the juicy details from tonight. he called over his shoulder as he left. Once I had the clothes picked out, I went to the bathroom to do all the other things I needed to do to get myself ready. Finally, after showering and shaving, getting redressed in the clothes I'd picked, and fussing with my hair for way longer than any human should, I pronounced myself as ready as I ever would be. And just in time, too. Only a few minutes later, there was a knock on my door. I opened it, and there was Neo, back in a black t-shirt similar to the one he'd worn that day he'd first caught my eye at the Dream Bean, the fabric pulling just so over his muscled biceps. He had on dark sunglasses that he pulled off as soon as I opened the door and gave me a big smile. "Ready?" he asked. "God, isn't that a loaded question?" I said before I could stop myself. He snorted, which was sort of out of line with the whole hot, bad boy thing he was working with, which only made me laugh too. "Come on, I hope you're ready for a surprise," he said cryptically. "Somehow, Neo White, I think that's most of what I'm going to be in store for with you." I closed my door and took his hand, as warm as I remembered. "Lead the way." Chapter 23. Neo. "So," Tucker said, buckling his seatbelt before I pulled out of his parking lot, "where are we going?" "Well, now that wouldn't be much of a surprise, would it?" I teased back. "What happened to lead the way just now?" It's the kind of thing that you're supposed to say when an alpha is planning a date. That whole coy omega thing. But I'm not very good at it. And I hate not knowing, Tucker explained with a shrug. "Okay, but if you hate not knowing, then why'd you let me plan it without telling you anything?" I asked, wrinkling my eyebrows together. He was a lot of contradictions, Tucker. Well, it's kind of an awkward situation, right? We have to branch out to new date ideas because, in a weird way, we've already done all the usual pre-canned kind of dates that are sort of standard for people. You've already met my family, we went to dinner, we went to lunch. "I don't remember us going to lunch," I objected. "I remember you barging in and—" "Yep," Tucker sighed theatrically. "Just like when we met at the coffee shop. I looked across the counter at you. You looked across the counter at me. You leapt over it and tried to boil a confession out of me. The usual coffee shop meet cute, you know." "Point taken," I said, backing down from all the blustering I was getting ready to do about how he'd almost tried to fight me at lunch. All in good fun, of course. "Come on, tell me." "No." "Tell me." "No." We played a game of 20 questions that managed to leave Tucker more confused than he had been at the beginning of the game. "Like I said, you should have planned it yourself if you wanted to control everything so much," I accused. "No," Tucker said. "I'm not fun. All I do is work and study. Anyway, you could tell a lot about a person by what they decide to do for fun or on a date." "Oh?" I answered, taking my eyes off the road for just long enough to glance at him. "Am I being judged?" "I'm pretty obviously always judging, Neo," Tucker said with a laugh. I laughed along too and shrugged. Yeah, he was right. I should have known that he was a little too smart and a little too skeptical for this to not be some kind of test. "Well, I promise where we're going is not the kind of thing I get up to normally. Or ever. I've actually never done this before, so we'll see how it goes. But to reiterate," I emphasized, purposefully guarding myself from revealing any details while still tempting him to try to guess where we were going. "This is just something fun and off the beaten track. This is not because I do this kind of thing every weekend or because I'm a murderer." A very heavy pause settled between us before Tucker burst into the kind of laugh that could only be described as giggles. "So we're going somewhere that you've never been to before. You seem really intent on convincing me is not reflective of your actual hobbies, but is still somewhere that you picked and leaves enough room for interpretation that you feel you have to clarify that you're not a murderer? Should I be concerned?" Tucker asked between giggles. "Well, you tell me," I said as we pulled into the parking lot, just behind the building and too far away to make out too much about the establishment. "Southern accent?" Tucker squinted and read. "Southern accent? Oh, I get it. Wait, did you bring me to a strip club?" I snorted. "You haven't been to a strip club before, have you? They're usually called something like Vixen's or Alpha's Delight or like Naughty or something. I don't know." "Uh-huh," Tucker said skeptically. "I go for work sometimes," I yelled in excuse. "Uh-huh," Tucker repeated. Now that we were parked, I could turn to look at him. His eyes were playfully narrowed at me in suspicion. Anyway, naughty is a really bad pun, and you ought to be ashamed of yourself for coming up with that if you did. And yes, I've been to a strip club before. Not for work, with friends. You and I are just from very different walks of life, aren't we? Tucker said, the smile fading a touch from his lips as the statement, made as a joke, got heavy with real implications. Oh, I said, growing more serious in response. I gripped the steering wheel, knowing that this was going to come up eventually. Yeah, I've been thinking about that, I admitted. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Tucker's head swivel to look at me while I stared on straight through the windshield. I've been thinking, Tucker started to say, sounding careful, that maybe, despite everything, despite the fact that I do think you're funny and charming and handsome and all that, the fact that we're so different might make it hard for this to work. I drew my lips into a straight line as he said out loud what I was afraid he would say. I nodded slowly. You and your friends go to sleazy strip clubs, like, for fun. Because it's different, I said, nodding as I understood what he was trying to say. But you don't hang out around places like that to try to muscle bad guys back to jail. You're too smart. You're too... you. You're better than all of that, I conceded. Better than... I started to say. What? Tucker said suddenly and very sharply. What did you just say? We're different. You're right. You can probably do a lot better than me on a Friday night. I know. I've been thinking it ever since we hatched the plan. I wasn't sure how people were supposed to believe that you were with someone like... What in the F? Neo? No, I mean, I've been to strip clubs with friends that I know from high school, because we snuck into seedy bars and bad strip clubs because there was nothing else to do in that part of town. I meant we're too different because I'm the kind of person who has to drive their shitty brother's ex to the ER, bruises all up and down his arms. I'm the kind of person who knows what that means, but would still have a hard time turning their shitty brother in because the clan and the neighborhood and family and not snitching, and I zoned out for a second and missed the rest of what he said. I must have been a picture because I was so shocked and confused by what he was saying that my face felt like it had wrinkled together like a balled-up piece of paper. Oh my God. Oh my God. I was making it about me, but this wasn't about me at all. It was Tucker who was insecure. And what the fuck? Tucker was insecure? About what? What did Tucker have to be insecure about? I mean, yeah, his family and all that, but that's not what I thought of him. I thought of him as young and going places and whip smart and too good for me. Tucker who had brains to spare and personality and who looked like, well, like that. Tucker had everything in the world except money, and that didn't matter. And you're a lawman, as my mama would say, and I just wonder if this is a mistake because... I leaned over and I kissed him quietly. Tucker said, but he didn't pull away. It wasn't a very deep or long kiss. I didn't want to intrude or presume, and he was well within his rights to uppercut me for my trouble. But I wanted to show him. I wanted him to see that even if I couldn't make myself believe that he'd overlook everything that was wrong with me, I wasn't overlooking anything about him. I just didn't see anything about him as a problem to overlook in the first place. I liked him. All of him. So I kissed him, and then pulled back. Is it, I said, in reference to the kiss, the date, and the whole thing, everything that had happened between us. Is it a mistake? Tucker's eyes fluttered open. He blinked himself back to reality and then swallowed hard. No, I mean... He took a deep, steadying breath. It's not a mistake. Being here isn't a mistake. Doing that wasn't a mistake. Or at least, it doesn't feel like one right now. I don't know, Tucker said with a resigned shrug. I don't mind taking you home. No pressure. I didn't want any of this to feel like I was pressuring you into anything. Even just now. You can tell me to fuck off for kissing you without permission if you want. No, I don't want to tell you to fuck off. I didn't want you to not kiss me. It doesn't fix any of the things that feel wrong about how we met, or what I did, or what my family let Martin run around doing. It doesn't fix any of it or not make it an issue. But right now, I just want to go, wherever this is, he said, gesturing with his hand at the building. I want to just go on our date, and I don't want you to worry about any of the things that you think I think about you, and I don't want to have to worry about fixing all of my bullshit. I just want to go on a date with you. I want to go on this date with you. Can we have that? Did I fuck it all up? Tucker asked, uncertain. I started to realize that maybe I wasn't the only one who had been stumbling through this with bated breath, sure that at any moment I would bring the whole thing crashing down. Accent, I said, nodding hard to show him that yes, we could have this. He could have whatever he wanted, as far as I was concerned. What? Tucker asked. Accent. Accent. It's an axe throwing bar. You go in there and you can drink and... Don't look at me like that. It's safe, I promise. You can throw axes at targets. It sounds like a really bad idea, but it's not. Not if you're careful. That's all. Oh, Tucker said. He covered his face with his hands and laughed behind them. Oh my God, Neo. Seems like a really bad idea, but it's not. That's absolutely perfect for us. Something deep in my gut told me that maybe this was the first hint that I was finally, definitely doing well on this test. Yes? I asked. Yes, this is perfect. Come on. Chapter 24. Tucker. I'd figure out a few things while we were on our date. First, Neo White was probably not someone anyone would want to fuck with. Somehow, I doubted chasing down his skips really called for throwing axes at them. But if it ever did, Neo was more than prepared. Second, there really wasn't any more denying that I was absolutely attracted to the alpha. His hands gently positioning my hips to square them with my shoulders, his growly voice in my ear as he discussed the best form for hurling the hatchet down the range. That smoke and forest scent in my nose as he leaned close. I had been half hard in my jeans ever since. I wanted him like I couldn't remember wanting anyone. Third, Neo White was a gentleman. A protective, worrywart gentleman. He'd brought me axe throwing just to fuss about it all night. He'd opened doors. He'd helped me in and out of his gigantic truck. He treated me like something fragile, precious. It was endearing. Any other time, maybe I would have wanted it. But watching him be that competent, watching his muscles bunch, flex, and release over and over again, the ghost of his body heat still warming my back had pushed me into something else instead. He put the truck in park and came around to help me out again and walked me to my door. I had a really good time, Neo said. Maybe we can Come in and have a drink with me, I urged. I didn't want to hear him say his goodbyes. Maybe he'd kiss me. Maybe he wouldn't. No, that was not how this evening was ending. I don't know, Neo said, his brows knitting adorably. What, past your bedtime, old man? I teased, watching with mirth as his eyebrows instead drew down into a flat line. What's that supposed to mean? He growled. Oh, I don't know. Thought maybe you were running off so you could watch the local news and complain about the weather before putting your teeth in a cup on your nightstand. Neo didn't say anything, just pursed his lips. I reached forward and took his hand. Come on. I had a great time. Have a nightcap with me. With any luck, my expression came off as hopeful and welcoming, not desperate and horny. Any resolve he may have had seemed to melt with whatever he saw on my face. I tried to remember it for later. I had a feeling that kind of expression could come in useful in lots of different contexts. All right. One drink, okay? He warned as I led him through the door. I pushed him toward the couch and went to the kitchen to grab some highball glasses with ice and some bourbon. His face showed his surprise. I didn't figure you'd like this kind of nightcap, he said as I poured the amber liquid into the glasses. I took a sip of mine before replying, enjoying the way the fragrant whiskey blended with the tobacco smell of Neo. What? Figured it'd be all light beer and Moscato? I asked before taking a seat right beside him. I was almost on his lap. I was so close. I'm made of stouter stuff than that, Neo, I murmured. Neo didn't seem sure what to make of all that. I could see the spark of interest in his eyes, his smell growing deeper with arousal. He was interested, but he was holding back. Why? Is that so? He asked lightly, swirling the liquid in his glass before taking a sip, and sighing as the spicy alcohol hit his palate. He went to set his glass down on my coffee table, and I reached forward, my hand reaching to touch his wrist before trailing my fingers across the dragon etched into the smooth skin there. "Don't you want to find out?" I asked. I set my drink down beside his with my other arm and leaned closer to him. "We've been circling each other for weeks. When are you ever going to kiss me?" Neo leaned forward like a man under a spell, but just when he was so close our lips could almost brush against one another, he stopped. I'm not made of glass, sweetheart," I breathed before pressing forward and sealing my lips over his. The kiss was firm, but not bruising. I didn't want to do too much in case Neo truly wasn't comfortable with this. I didn't press to deepen it, and after just a few seconds I pulled away slightly, which, apparently, was just enough time for Neo to come to life. I may have needed to make the first move, but that was apparently all the encouragement Neo needed. One of his hands came up to thread through my hair, and I groaned into his mouth as he kissed me again. His tongue slipped into my mouth, and he hummed a little sound of pleasure as he tasted me. I wasn't one just to sit there and be done to, and my hands busied themselves with running down over his chest and stomach while his mouth left mine to suck bruises into my neck. He found the tender spot right at the base of my neck, and I moaned as he mouthed and bit at it. Oh God, I wanted him. I could tell I was wet, almost like a heat. I didn't feel that skull-crushing need to be filled up, though, and any change in my temperature was just from arousal. Neo just had that effect on me, I guessed. I'd been denying feeling anything for him, even attraction at one point. I guessed, now that the floodgates had opened, opened. Neo must have scented the difference in my arousal, because fairly soon he was panting into my ear. "How far do you want to take this, Tucker?" I knew what he was asking and what he wasn't. As much as the idea of Neo pinning me down and filling me with his cock excited me, it was also way, way too much. I knew I liked Neo. I knew I wanted him. I didn't know if I loved him, let alone wanted to spend the rest of my life with him. I knew better than to think he was asking me for what was ultimately a marriage proposal. But I was also tired of pretending I didn't want what I wanted. "Anything but, everything sound good to you?" I asked, hesitant. Maybe that was way more than he wanted. Maybe he wasn't ready for that. Maybe me being forward wasn't the kind of Omega he was into. I shouldn't have worried. Instead, he leaned back into the sofa and pulled me on top of him. I struggled for a moment, trying to get my thighs spread across his lap, my head swimming for just a second with the sudden movement. "Sounds perfect, darling," he said, giving me a cocky smile. His thumbs moved from my hips up slightly to nudge their way under my shirt and trace at the tops of my hip bones. "Do you know how long I've waited to get my hands on you? I seem to remember you didn't waste any time at all with that," I teased, grinding my groin into his. I was fully hard now, and if the mouth-watering bulge in Neo's pants was any indication, he wasn't far behind. Neo chuckled, his thumbs now moving in maddening circles at my belt line. "Do you ever stop running that mouth of yours?" Only if someone makes me," I replied. It was a risk. Well, sort of. As soon as we'd gotten started, Neo had started calling the shots instead. Part of that was just alpha nature, but I kept remembering the calm, cool way he directed my body while helping me throw those hatchets. Maybe that need to control, to dominate, went deeper than that. I'd given him an opening, and he could take it however he wanted to. "Do you want someone to make you?" Neo asked, taking the bait. "Oh, I wouldn't say someone. I have a specific person in mind," I said, giving him a grin and another grind just for good measure. "Hold on," Neo grunted. I thought he meant to wait until he started shifting, and I realized he meant the phrase very, very literally. My hands went to his broad shoulders just in time for Neo to stand, his arms around my legs and supporting my thighs. "Which way's the bed?" he crooned into my ear. I tilted my head to the side in the direction of my room, and he carried me in like I weighed nothing at all, kicking the door shut behind us. I thought he'd immediately press me down into the thick mattress, but instead, I found my back against the wall, Neo's lips crashing into mine again. Immediately the fire in my belly was a full inferno. We'd slowed down to talk, but I had a feeling the time for that was over. He'd been paying attention, though, because soon his mouth was back on the base of my neck. Neo, God, yes, I need... Neo's mouth moved again, and I almost cried out in its absence. What do you need, darling? Tell me, you might get it. I need... I started, my hands plucking at his shirt. I need fewer clothes. Yeah, fewer clothes. He seemed to consider for a second before setting me on my feet and pulling my shirt over my head. My mouth slid against his again as we started pulling at one another's clothes, leaving a trail of belts and pants and shirts all the way to where we were situated in my wide bed. Eventually, all either of us had on were our underwear, and I took a second to admire the now unmistakable arousal tinting the front of his black boxer briefs. My mouth watered at the idea of all that cock nudging its way against my throat. I didn't have long to look, though. Neo made short work of having me pinned down onto my own mattress, both my hands being held effortlessly above my head with one of his as he continued the exploration he'd started earlier. God, you're perfect, he breathed into my chest. The Omega in me preened at the Alpha's bald admiration. It felt good to know that I looked good for him. My back arched as Neo's teeth found one of my nipples and teased it until it was pebble hard, only then his tongue coming out to brush over it in apologetic circles before he turned his attention to the other and started the process all over again. He looked up, dark eyes boring into mine. If I let your hands go, can you be good and keep them up there for me? He asked. My mouth ran dry. Fuck yes. That's what I wanted to say. Instead, I just shook my head dumbly. I'm sorry, what was that? He asked, his grip tightening slightly. The words were out of my mouth before I thought about the implications of them. Yes, sir. So much for shutting me up. Neo seemed to still. I closed my eyes, waiting for him to pull off, to back away, possibly completely, to explain that that was a step too far. After a moment, it became clear that wasn't happening, and when I cracked my eyes open, I saw him looking down at me with a burning expression. Good boy, he purred, his wide chest rumbling against my own. Oh. The praise ran an electrical circuit from my ears to my cock. I'd never really been into that sort of dominance before with any of my bed partners, but with Neo? Fuck yes. Maybe it was the age difference between us, or maybe it was the way Neo carried himself, or maybe even it was that the first time I'd met him, I'd had all of him, all that power focused on pinning me into the wall. I didn't know. All I knew was that it felt right. Perfect. He released my hands, and I knew better than to move them at all. His hands now both free, he used one to hold himself up, the other coming to cup my weeping cock, his thumb dragging over my erection through the damp fabric. You're already so wet. I bet you're dripping. I shook my head, hips tilting to hunt for more of that teasing friction. Easy, baby, he soothed, pushing my hips back down with his hand. I whined at the restraint, but tried my hardest to still my hips as his hand drifted back to rubbing maddeningly little circles around the head of my cock. That's it. Shh, let me. I felt like I was going to explode just from that. He was stroking the same place over and over again, in the same gentle rhythm. I bet you could come just from this, couldn't you, Tucker? I haven't even gotten all your clothes off. I wanted to reach for him. I also sort of wanted to hit him in the face. I wanted to curl away from him and shove my own hand down my boxers and bring myself off in record time. Neo, I moaned. Neo, please. What is it, baby? Tell me. Use your words. Anything. More. Neo, please, I need more. I panted. Neo's hands left me for a moment, but before I could complain about it, I realized he was easing my boxers off, stripping me bare. He didn't say anything, just leaned back, his eyes raking over me. I thought he was going to go back to teasing me. Maybe something stepped up from before, but in that same vein. Instead, I was left sucking in all the air in the room as he leaned back down and took my rigid cock into his mouth. I felt like I was simultaneously soaring and crashing. I wanted to hide my face, but that would have required moving my arms. The best I could do was to twist my head from side to side as I felt his tongue massage the underside of my cock. Fuck, Neo. Yes, God. Yes, please. I spared a glance down and met his dark eyes, pupils blown wide now at the smell of me. He'd been right earlier. I was dripping for him. All that scent had to be affecting him. His kiss-bruised lips were stretched around my cock, sucking me like I was the best thing he'd ever tasted. Oh, Neo. God, I was close. I bit my lip trying to think of anything that would drag this out, but then I felt thick, calloused fingers tease around my hole, gliding through the slick that had gathered there and barely, just barely, edging inside. My orgasm was sudden, immediate. I tried to stutter out a warning to Neo, but it fell on deaf ears. If anything, he pulled me closer, his intentions clear. Any hopes of me following rules was out of the window, and my hands knit themselves into his thick hair as I rocked my hips into his face, over and over, chasing the tail end of my release. I pulled my hands from his hair, sheepish in the aftermath of losing control that spectacularly, but any bashfulness was short-lived. Neo let my softening cock slip out of his mouth before licking his lips. He came back up to kiss my mouth, and I moaned at the taste of him mixed with what must be me. He didn't seem to have any issue with my hands doing whatever they wanted now, and what they mainly wanted was to be all over any part of him I could reach. My nails bit into his shoulders as his clothed hips started rutting into mine, and I hissed at the rough fabric rubbing against where I was still sensitive. Off, off, let me take these off, I said before reaching down to tug at the waistband of his underwear. He grunted but pulled back just enough for me to pull them down as we both undressed him. His cock was thick, long, and a deep pink tinged with the barest hint of purple, a pearl of pre-cum forming at its tip. I didn't think twice. I pushed him away, my right hand slipping down to tease at my own entrance, gathering slick on my fingers. Neo looked perplexed until I took that hand and wrapped it around him, stroking him with abandon. His head tipped back as he moaned, the cords of his neck straining as I closed around him further, giving him a tight channel to fuck into. Once he caught my drift, he didn't hold back, running his hips into my hand over and over. Tucker, he grunted. That's it, come on, I said, more literally than he probably realized. Come on, Neo, mark me, cover me in it. Neo growled, and after a few more seconds, batted my hand away to stroke his cock hard and fast, and within seconds he was coming, ribbons of thick cum covering my cock all the way up my stomach and stringing around my clavicle and neck. It seemed to take any remaining strength from him, and he collapsed against me, heedless of the mess. His heart was beating a wild tattoo, and I held him, my hands drifting gently down his spine and across his sweaty shoulders before sinking into his dark, silky hair. Neither of us spoke. I felt wrung out. I felt exhausted. I felt better than I had ever in my whole life. Eventually, Neo's breathing slowed down to something more compatible with continued human life, and delicately, he rolled off of me. I wanted to follow his motion, plaster myself around him, but I held back. I thought maybe he wanted distance after something so intense. Neo opened one sleepy eye and held his arm open. I knew an invitation when I saw one, and wasted no time insinuating myself across his chest, his heartbeat steady and sure in my ear. After a minute or two, I started chuckling. I hope that isn't an indication of my performance, he grumbled from above me. I shook my head. No, it's not. Well, you told me you were going to shut me up, and well, my mouth wasn't the one that was busy, I explained before laughing more. You still couldn't shut me up. Neo groaned and rolled us over, and again, I was pinned. Yet, baby, I haven't shut you up. Yet. 2 minutes ago, I thought I'd never be able to get hard again, but now, well, I always believed in second chances, after all. Chapter 25. Neo. I said, shuffling my foot slightly outside the door. What? Tucker said, a few steps ahead of me, almost to the door. You've been back since, haven't you? You told me you came back to ask Miss Shirts for the job. Well, yeah, but I haven't, been back with you. Am I allowed back in with you? Are they going to assume? I glanced up with a skeptical, questioning look. What? Are they going to assume that we're going to start kicking each other's asses? Like, that's just what we do whenever we're at the Dream Bean together. No, I don't think so. Come on, Tucker said, pulling the door open and letting himself inside. They wouldn't assume that, I grumbled behind him. We weren't kicking each other's asses. I was kicking yours. You weren't going to kick mine. Still, I did as I was told and followed him indoors. Clearly, Tucker liked me calling the shots behind closed doors. Clearly, whether I liked it or not, Tucker called the shots everywhere else. That's how that summer went. I'd go see him at work in between chasing skips down. He'd try to come over whenever he knew that I'd be home. You don't understand. Summer is when I live, Tucker explained, talking around the ball of lo mein he'd just chopstuck into his mouth. When I go back to school, it'll be class and papers and homework and late nights in the stats lab. I'm going to be very boring again very soon, so I have to make the most of it. And, I said, swallowing down my own bite of fried rice, this is the most of it? Tucker said, pausing as if to assess. Give me a bite of that Szechuan chicken and I'll let you know. Well, hey there, stranger, Clarence said sarcastically as I sat in the dream bean, thumbing through the notifications on my phone. Haven't seen you in, let's see, 2 days? I was about to send out a search party. He raised his eyebrows as he brought me another black coffee. I pursed my lips at his snark, which made him smile earnestly. Seriously, though, keep running him. He normally takes an extra class or just picks up doubles in the summer. It's good for him to see the light of day, Clarence explained with an arched eyebrow. That is, if you guys are seeing much of the light of day. Clarence! Tucker yelled, somehow hearing what Clarence was muttering at my table over the dripping of the espresso machine. I snickered as Clarence threw his hands up and whined a, Sorry, just saying. You couldn't hide your intentions from Tucker, no matter who you were. And as rude as that joke was, I found I didn't much mind people thinking of me and Tucker as an item. Come on, Tucker whined. Didn't your family ever do Christmas in July? Despite the heat wave rolling through Georgia then, and the fact that we were both in the thinnest, rattiest t-shirts that we slept in, Tucker had insisted on crossing this particular experience off of his summer bucket list. He had even made some kind of frozen drink that looked like fancy chocolate milk to me, but was supposed to remind you of hot cocoa that would melt you if you tried to drink it this time of year. No, I said as I tried to coax the TV into playing Tucker's movie. Yeah, mine didn't either, Tucker admitted. But it's a nice thought. And this movie came out when you were young, right? Tucker asked with false innocence. Oh yeah? Well, if I'm such an old man, how come I'm the one who knows how to hook up the DVD player to the TV? Because it involves hooking something up to the TV? Tucker asked incredulously. Why don't you play me an 8-track next? Is this going to work or not? There, I griped as I paced back over to the couch and threw my arm over his shoulders. Unthinkingly, he snuggled into my side as he sipped his frozen fancy milk and the movie began. Are you all right? I said, pausing the movie about halfway through. I turned to catch him quickly wiping at his eyes and sniffling. Are you really? Yes. His life is shitty, but his friend Clarence talks him into not killing himself by showing him how much shittier his neighborhood would be without someone to critique evil capitalists and their predatory loan policies. What do you want from me? Stop laughing, Tucker demanded as he pummeled me with a pillow. I was laughing at him, and he was trying to pretend he wasn't more moved than he was. But for my part, I didn't think it was possible to love anyone any more than I loved him during that Christmas in July. Old movies to catch me up on pop culture that I never cared about. New TV shows to catch me up on pop culture that I was too old to keep track of. Mediocre takeout and mediocre TV shows in the meantime to pass the time and to, honestly, give us a reason to get to talking and, sometimes, to get to doing other things. I liked my new de facto roommate situation. I liked when he got bratty with me, and that made me put my foot down with him, and we wound up having to resolve it without any clothes on. I liked listening to him. I liked sleeping with him in the actually asleep way, not just in the sleeping with him way. I liked talking to him, and I liked talking about him. So, anyway, Granny, I think this place could work. I know we ought to keep our options open, but if I had my way, we'd get this one. I bet you'd get a lot of foot traffic from all the people wandering downtown, and especially wandering in and out of the Dream Bean. I think I'm going to call about it, really this time. Sure thing, son, Granny Harper said, busily packing what remained of lunch into towers of plastic containers. You do what you think is best, she finished with a grunt at the effort of closing the lid over the sheer volume of chicken that was trying to fit into the container. Granny, I don't need that much. I'm not trying to eat you out of house and home, I said, stretching my hands out to hold a container of mashed potatoes still, so that it didn't slide away from her. "I know that," she said impatiently as she spooned more mashed potatoes than should have been able to fit. "You don't eat the best food, what with your fast food, truck stop, rest area, vending machine ways. I know you, young man, but you're stocky. You've got meat on your bones. You'll do." "Thanks," I said, unsure if that was the kind of implication that you needed to thank someone for, but also not wanting to be rude to Granny. "So, if I've got meat on my bones, then I especially don't want— Do you need help getting that lid on, Granny?" "Nonsense," she said, using all of her body weight to jam the lid closed. She piled all the kitchenware she'd stuffed full into a bag and tied a neat knot over it. When she was done, she wiped her forehead after all that effort. "It ain't you I'm worried about," she explained. "Oh?" I said simply, dropping my chin down into my chest embarrassedly. "Give him some," Granny said, sliding the bag over to me across her kitchen island. "From me." I picked my head up from where I'd tucked it and looked up at her. Before long, I couldn't help the grin that spread over my face, but I also knew better than to be so bold about it. So I grabbed the bag and jumped off the stool, ducking down as I left. "I meant to the leftovers, Neo White. Come back here, you rude, disrespectful, impudent. Why, if your granny was living, I'd—" But I was already out the door, too pleased about the fact that Tucker and I were now officially Granny approved. Might have been the difference between Granny's cool house and the dead air, humid heat of the end of July, but I swear I heard her cackling just before I closed the door. Definitely a summer to remember. The summer that Tucker and I got Granny approved. "How's that for your bucket list?" I asked Tucker as he made impressive work of the mac and cheese Granny had packed. Tucker chewed thoughtfully for a moment before pointing with his fork and making his pronouncement. "Best summer ever." Chapter 26. Tucker. When I'd been out of a job, it had felt like summer was never going to end. Even with all the excitement with Martin, it had seemed to drag on without something to keep my time occupied. Now, though, I wished more than anything that summer could last forever. Neo and I made plans between my shifts at the Dream Bean and his contracts. His schedule was unpredictable, and Miss S had been a doll, once her feathers had been smoothed down by Neo, and she let me pick up all sorts of shifts to make up for the time I'd been without a paycheck. But every few days, I'd be at the end of a shift, and there at the back of the line would be a familiar face, eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses, and full lips just barely tipping up at one side into a smirk, his dimple on full display. From there, he'd whisk me off on some sort of impromptu date. Sometimes they were elaborate. Sometimes it was a quick bite to eat at Nico's. It could be anything, and it kept me on my toes. It also meant I developed a near Pavlovian response every time the entry bell tinkled near closing time. Today I was working a midday shift, and sure enough, as soon as the clock got close to 5 o'clock, there he was, waiting for me. "Ugh, you two are disgusting," Clarence teased from his place beside me as he handed a girl her syrupy sweet coffee. "Disgustingly attractive, you mean?" I replied. "You're going to make me vomit." "Green with envy, that's all," I sighed. "You owe me, by the way," Clarence said, just as Neo made it to the counter. "Hey, Clarence, what's he owe you for?" Neo asked. Clarence's eyes shot over to mine before he smiled sweetly. "It's so funny you'd ask, Neo. See, after the incident, Tucker swore up and down that he'd never let you—" "Okay, time to go," I said before Clarence could tell him about the promises I'd made that first night after Neo had come in here, and trussed me up against the wall like it was nothing. "Killjoy," Clarence murmured as I led a somewhat bemused Neo outside into the late afternoon sunshine. Before he could ask any inconvenient questions, I kissed him instead. "Where are we headed this evening?" I asked after pulling back. We were headed to the park, duck food in hand, to wander the gently sloping paths that looped around the pond in the center. We talked about nothing and everything, and he filled me in on the latest with his work and also his hobbies. "You know, I still find it like the most endearing thing in the world that you knit," I said, knocking my shoulder into his arm as I watched one of the ducks greedily chase down every bit of that last handful of feed I'd thrown in the flock's direction. "That's so," he grumbled. I was so used to Neo's surly moods. They weren't anything personal. I was just beginning to discover that what they really were was a defense mechanism. Somehow, I didn't think awkward and cuddly were the best attributes to be circulating around town about our resident bounty hunter. How long do we have to date before I can expect a fuzzy scarf? Oh, or maybe some mittens. My hands get ridiculously cold in the wintertime. My enthusiasm at least earned me a little half-smile that let me know that Neo found it amusing. Well, I guess you'll have to stick around through the winter to find out, he teased. I gave him a warm smile in return, but in my mind, there were gears already turning. In every Omega's home there was a calendar. It was possible it was on his phone, but I was a little old school. So in my apartment, there was a calendar. It hung beside my desk and for all the world looked like a place that I kept track of my big assignments. But every so often, in the bottom corner of one of the Sundays, there would be a small black circle filled in. No Alpha would have ever been able to figure out what those little marks were, and every Omega would know without anyone saying anything at all. My heat. And as it stood, there was, unobtrusive as always, one of those little circles in the bottom corner of the last Sunday in August, 3.5 weeks from now. I guess I will, I said in response. I had been waiting to bring it up, but now seemed like as good a time as any. Neo, I wanted to talk to you about something. His expression sobered as he focused on me, taking off his sunglasses so I could see the mix of concern and curiosity on his face. Yeah? I wanted to know... Boom! The noise caught us both by surprise, but before either of us could even say anything, it started absolutely pouring rain. Come on, let's go to the truck, Neo said loudly as a bolt of lightning cracked across the sky. When had it gotten so dark and ominous out? We raced back to Neo's truck, and then to my apartment, since it was closer. What the hell is this? I asked, as my foot sunk into a puddle in the parking lot. Rain, mostly, Neo responded dryly. You're the worst, I said, squinting at him. Neo just laughed and tugged me close. What are you doing? We're seconds away from... Whatever I was going to say was irrelevant, really irrelevant when Neo kissed me like that. Like he'd rather kiss me than breathe. Rain or no, I wasn't a strong enough man to resist a kiss like that, so I didn't try to. That's what God made towels for, anyway. Eventually, he tugged me under the awning, and after some scrambling, I led us into my darkened apartment. Too dark. I'll get us some towels. Pretty sure I have some candles around here, too. Jesus, it's really coming down outside. What a mess, Neo said, peeking through my blinds to watch the rain lash against the window. I was successful in locating some half-used candles under my sink and lighting them on the fireplace and coffee table. I handed him a towel for his hair as I dried my own. Oh, I don't know. I think it's romantic. A crack of lightning and thunder made Neo's eyebrow raise. Oh, yeah? Says the man that kissed me like I was Holly-go-lightly 2 minutes ago. Neo just blinked at me blankly. Come on, Breakfast at Tiffany's? No? Neo shook his head. Never seen it. Come on, weren't you like my age when that movie came out? Ouch, Neo said, putting his hand to his chest theatrically. When are the old man jokes going to get stale? He asked, his tone light. Ha! Not as soon as you will, I teased. He usually enjoyed my sass, and this was no exception, but after he stopped chuckling, he looked at me. Really looked. It doesn't, bother you, right? He asked, taking a step closer to me. What? I asked, confused. That you don't know old movies? Of course not. He tisked at me. No, not that. Well, what? You know, the age thing, he shrugged, his shoulders staying slightly hunched. He was self-conscious. I thought about that first time we'd fooled around after our first date, how he'd been able to wring orgasm after orgasm out of my body. He was experienced. He knew how to take his time, when not to. I felt protected, safe when I was with him, and usually incredibly aroused. I rested my hands on his hips, tugging him slightly closer to me as I looked up at him. Neo, no, that's just... Trust me, that is so not an issue. I tried to say it like someone who was calm and reassuring, but I could feel my face flushing as I thought about just how much Neo's age wasn't a problem. Wait, is that... Oh, he said before smiling down at me wolfishly. So, when you say it isn't a problem, you mean it is a problem, right? I made a non-committal noise. Like, the best kind of problem. Is that right? He said. Whatever insecurity he'd had when he brought the topic up was gone now, and all that was left was interest. If the way he smelled was any indication, lots and lots of interest. I looked down at my feet and mumbled a response. "I'm sorry, what was that?" he asked, reaching to tilt my chin back up at him. "Yes," I admitted. I was surprised the heat from my cheeks wasn't scalding his hand as he held my chin in his palm. "And that's something maybe you would like to bring in there?" he asked, nodding his head toward my bedroom. I bit my lip. A lot of this relationship had been firsts for me. In general, I was pretty headstrong in bed. Sure, I liked to be manhandled on occasion, but with Neo, it had been different, even that very first time. At first, I thought maybe that was just how Neo was, what Neo wanted in bed, and something that I was willing to go along with. But now after weeks of it, I didn't think so. The truth was, it was something I wanted, something I trusted him enough to give me. "Yeah, I think so. Is that something you want?" I asked. At the same time, I didn't want it to be something that only I was into. Something possessive and hot flared in Neo's dark eyes. "Let me show you," he said, taking my hand and pulling me toward the bedroom. I hadn't thought to put any candles in here, but the curtains were open, giving an uninterrupted view of the sky. As Neo started stripping me, I had never been more appreciative of the fact that my apartment butted up against the back of the property. His mouth sucked bruises into the soft skin of my neck, my hips arching forward in search of his own. "Tell me what you want," he rumbled like the thunder outside. I want... My speech was cut off as he ground his bulge into my own. "Tell me what you want, baby," he encouraged, the pet name rolling off his tongue. He'd used it before, but now that everything was out in the open, it felt different somehow. "I want to suck your cock," I said. "Well," I hesitated. "Go on," he encouraged, teeth grazing over my earlobe. Once I'd collected myself from the shivers coursing through my body, I tried again. "I want you to use my mouth," I explained, face heating all over again. Neo's cock was perfect, thick with a perfect mushroom head. He let me get my mouth on it once or twice, but nothing ever as serious as this. Neo let out a soft noise like I'd punched him in the gut. Apparently, it was the right thing to say. "What else?" he prompted. I could see it in my mind's eye, Neo standing over me, hands knotted in my hair. "When you're close," I sighed, throwing my head back as Neo left a necklace of firm kisses over my Adam's apple and to the other side of my throat to mouth at my jaw. "I want you to come on my face." Neo pulled back, giving me an appraising look, possibly to make sure I was serious. "If we do this my way. If it's too much or you want it to stop, I want you to squeeze my hip, all right, baby? Practice," he said, taking my hand to his hip bone. I did what he wanted, and he seemed satisfied. "Still sure?" he asked. I rolled my eyes. "Yes, Neo." He raised an eyebrow. "Try again," he growled. Oh, well, he looked like he wanted to give me a spanking, and that was definitely something to explore later. "Yes, please?" I asked. Neo shook his head. "Think about it, baby," he emphasized. Oh. I expected embarrassment, vulnerability, exposure, something along those lines to curl in my gut. Instead, all there was desire, hot and slick like honey. "Yes, Daddy, that's what I want." The scent of our mixed desire in the room kicked up a notch as Neo responded to my words, and I responded to him in return. "Get to it then," he said, pushing gently against my shoulder, as if I needed any help falling to my knees. I undid his belt, looking up at him and seeing the burning interest in his eyes before undoing his fly and easing that gorgeous cock out into the open. He was massive. For the briefest of moments, I was intimidated by the notion of all that forcing its way into my mouth and throat. "Tucker, if you're not— Oh, shit!" he exclaimed as I wasted no time in sucking him as far as I could into my watering mouth. I may have been intimidated, but more than that, I was eager. I wanted to feel my throat flex around all that cock. I wanted my voice to be hoarse tomorrow and know exactly why. Granted, Sucking him as far as I could in my mouth only meant I was about halfway there, but I was determined as I started to work. As Neo started to talk, "Look at you, baby, so perfect. God, I've thought about this so many times." I wanted to ask him about that. Maybe later. I was busy. I found a rhythm fairly quickly, something just a hair slower than I'd used the few times I'd been in a similar position with Neo before. I was working up to something more, after all. I felt the tip of his cock nudging ever so increasingly insistently at the back of my throat, and after a few false starts and experiments with breathing, I was calm enough to start taking more and more of him down my throat. At this point, Neo's hands found their way to my hair. He wasn't pulling or tugging, just holding loosely as I worked more and more of him inside. My cock at this point was leaking a steady stream of pre-cum into my pants, and I didn't care. Nothing mattered except the heavy weight of Neo's cock against my tongue, the pressing plunge of more and more of it pushing inside. "Fuck, you're so hungry for my cock, aren't you, baby? You were made for this," I hummed in response, which gained me a gasp from Neo's mouth and the slightest, welcome twitch of his hips. After what felt like ages, I was taking him all the way to the root. Maybe not comfortably, but as comfortably as one could accommodate a dick down their throat. Neo was watching with rapt attention, and after a moment I pulled back, went still, and met his eyes. "Go on." His hands knotted more firmly in my hair, and he started moving his hips. At first, he was slow and steady, giving me plenty of opportunities to back off and away if this wasn't what I wanted after all. As if. Eventually, he gave up all pretense and started fucking my face with gusto. I could feel the drool starting to ooze from my lips, my eyes watering as he made me take it. "Fuck yes, just like that. Good boy. Perfect the way you're taking me." I was blissed out. Maybe it was just the oxygen deprivation, but I felt at peace. Neo had me in his clutches, literally, right now. And he had me. Neo's hips started to stutter, and after a second he pulled back, easing himself out of my mouth and tugging at his cock rapidly. It only took a few seconds before he was coming. I watched as his mouth hung open, his eyebrows furrowed as he painted his release all over my neck and cheekbones, paying close attention to my swollen lips. I looked at him with slow eyes, and I lapped at the salty flavor of him. "Fuck, baby. That was perfect." Was it?" I croaked. "God, listen to you. You're wrecked. I wrecked you." He watched as my hand drifted into my jeans, and within a few pulls, I was coming in my boxer briefs. I leaned forward, resting my forehead against one of his muscled thighs as I struggled to get my breathing back under control. His hands, now threaded softly through my hair, damp from rain and sweat. I pulled back, running a single finger through the cum on my face, and held his gaze as I lapped it off. "So, we're doing that again?" Neo insisted. I smirked. "Well, as much as I enjoyed it, I did really, really enjoy it. There was no way I'm doing that again tonight." "Oh." Neo laughed as he helped me up from my knees. "No, definitely not tonight. I have other plans for tonight." "Oh? And what are those?" "Well, first I'm going to drag you into the shower and get you all taken care of. Then, I thought I'd order us some dinner, and after you're fed and comfortable, I thought I'd work you open and watch you make yourself come again around my fingers. How's that sound?" "What are we waiting for?" I leaned back against Neo's chest, feeling more sated than I thought I'd ever had. In general, Omegas liked comfort, being taken care of. After this afternoon, I'd especially appreciated how gently Neo had washed and dried me, how tenderly he'd fed me bite after bite of food, the way he praised my every move while his broad fingers teased me, slow and soft, till I broke apart in his arms. Now he had me caged in his arms and legs, my back leaning against his broad chest as he sat against the headboard, and we watched the storm rage as night slowly took over. "What were you going to ask me this afternoon?" he asked out of nowhere. I asked, petting at the hair on one of his forearms. "At the park, just before it started raining, you looked like you were working up to ask me something. Just realized I still don't know what." "Oh," I said, remembering. "Yeah. What was it about?" I thought of the little calendar in the next room. My mind was made up. After today, I knew Neo would see me through it, that I could trust him. My heat is at the end of this month. I wanted to know, I wanted to ask you to share it with me. If you wanted, I added quickly at the end. Neo didn't say anything. I could feel him still behind me. I knew what I was asking of him was a big thing. Heats were volatile. It was easy for an alpha to lose control, not an omega, and then they were stuck, bonded together forever. It could be amazing, from what I'd heard, but it took trust and a lot of control from the alpha to rein himself in. I turned to look at his face, as stormy as I'd ever seen it. Tucker, you don't have to give me an answer right away, Neo. Absolutely, you don't have to give me an answer today. Neo seemed to sigh in relief, and I reminded myself again that if he was going to do this, help me through this, he had to be as sure as I was. I settled back into his warm chest, nestling myself into his strong arms. And as I listened to the howling wind outside, I hoped more than I'd ever hoped for anything that he was.
Chapter 27. Neo. Hey, JP said, punching my arm to get my attention. Hey! Ow, I said, each time he yelled another hey. What the fuck, man? Why are you... Jones? Jones had officially made his entrance, and the angry Dexter, or at least the folks that mattered in the angry Dexter, broke out into a chorus of Jones! Jonesy! Hey! Jones made the rounds, shook hands, clapped backs, and had a pint pressed into his hands. That was just the locals' usual reaction. Even before the TV deal had come along, Jones had been sort of a local celebrity. On the internet, he'd started publishing guide videos a couple years back to help advertise, and, well, the camera loved Jonesy. Now that he was going to be on actual TV, well, that certainly hadn't slowed things down any. Those of us at our usual table at the Angry Dexter waited patiently as he said his hellos to everyone. He returned to the table, this time with 2 pints, neither of which he paid for. Sorry about all that, Jones said a little sheepishly. He was always too polite to turn people down when they wanted to chat, and too full of natural ease to tell people to leave him alone, no matter how badly he wanted them to. JP rolled his eyes. If you didn't know JP, you'd think he was serious whenever he was a dick, but he wasn't. Usually, anyway. More often than not, he was just very dryly pulling your leg. Well, shit. I was starting to think you weren't going to get around to us. As he said it, though, he let Jones pull him into a bear hug, even while he grumbled. All right, JP said as Jones took his seat around the table. Well, how's L.A.? Still L.A. About as L.A. as it's always been, Jones said with a sigh. You could tell he was trying to be nice to everyone who was here to see him, but he was tired. So tired, in fact, that those of us who were friends knew this wasn't even his first night back in town. He'd been back for a bit now, but had holed himself up, trying to recover from the big city. Sometimes, it honestly seemed to leave him even more worn out than all the filming he did in the desert. Deep down, I think Jones would have rather found himself drinking cactus water and eating scorpions than hobnobbing with the big producers he had to make nice with. He needed to unwind the hell down. He needed to rest, and he needed everyone to be too busy with their own lives to bother him too much, just like I was. Well, you don't exactly look like death warmed over, but you still look like you could use a break. When do you fly out? I asked. Tomorrow, Jones said tiredly. They did their best to push the start of filming, and I gotta start the day after tomorrow, so... He shrugged, trying his best not to sound disappointed. Anyway, I'm not the only one who looks like they've been just barely surviving. Blaze, you look like a raccoon. Blaze blinked back blearily before shaking his head. My plan is to drink and then have Neo drop me off at home. Then I'm going straight to bed to pass out so hard I can't hear screaming, crying, fussing, or anything. It's Logan's turns with Jeremiah, and I'm going to make the most of it. Might even wake up after the sun's out tomorrow for a change. That's hard, Jones said, passing one of his free pints to Blaze. That sounds like it's really survival. Hey! JP yelled again, raising his gaze over the heads of everyone seated across from him around the table. Don't start punching me again, I warned, but he was too busy scoping out whatever he was looking at to answer me. What's he doing here? JP asked no one in particular. He raised his voice and called out again. Hey!
What are you doing here?" I'd looked up just long enough to catch Charlie rolling his eyes at his big brothers yelling at him across the room. He crossed the bar towards us and leaned against the table with both hands. "What, do I have to tell you before I come here or something?" Charlie asked JP impatiently. "Well, can I ask why you're here?" JP answered. They sneered at each other and then immediately turned to face away from each other, Charlie to Blaze and JP to me. "Blaze! How's the baby? I haven't seen Logan in forever, it feels like." "Yeah, well," Blaze said, gulping down a swallow of his beer. "He made me a promise not to tell anyone, but he didn't really want to see anyone on his last day off. He spent it on the couch drinking lots of wine and watching really old movies." "Like Breakfast at Tiffany's?" I blurted out without really thinking of what or why I was saying it. "Right," Blaze said, eyeing me suspiciously, but maybe too tiredly to ask any questions about it. "And how have you been, Jones?" Charlie said, turning to Jones pleasantly. "Busy filming schedule?" Jones replied, easy charm completely drained out of him. He was looking at Charlie a little like he was afraid of Charlie, and a little like he couldn't think of anything better than Charlie's surprise appearance here. Oh. I was nervous like that too sometimes. Just like that. Oh, I saw what was going on here. Charlie continued to smile pleasantly, and nothing about his face gave anything away, except that his eyes almost seemed to dance excitedly as Jones still stammered for something to say. "All right," JP said, clearing his throat. "What's wrong?" Charlie asked his brother as sweetly as any of Granny's pies. "Can't I say hi? Jones is my friend too, and I just thought I'd come by to see him. News travels fast, especially after all those selfies." "Well, you said hi, so," JP started to say, clearly trying to shoo Charlie away, but not before Jones had clearly roved his eyes over what must have been the whole length of Charlie's body. "Oh, really?" Jones said, finally finding the words he wanted to say. "How'd you like them? The selfies?" "Gross. You kind of couldn't have missed it, no matter how badly you might have wanted to. Maybe Blaze, who was so spent these days, maybe he was missing out on all this." I wasn't going to say anything, though, now with JP on the verge of popping a blood vessel any second now. "I have news," I said, trying to avert a situation the only real way that occurred to me. As JP quit staring daggers at Charlie, Charlie kept on politely ignoring JP and staring at Jones, and Jones hungrily stared back at Charlie. Blaze blinked. Eventually, everyone tore their eyes away from each other long enough to turn towards me. "Really? What news is that?" Charlie asked. Well, shit. I had wanted to distract everyone from the eye-fucking/double team Charlie, Jones, and JP fight, but it also wasn't in my nature to go around sharing things. I didn't mind talking about Tucker, and by this point most people knew about me and Tucker, but this seemed like, I don't know, sensitive information? The guys weren't going to give me a hard time, I just didn't go around putting my business out there. Oh well, it was now or never. The longer I waited to say, the more concerned everyone got, and, "Well?" JP asked. "Well, you know Tucker and I have been spending a lot of time together. And, well, Tucker and I, we, it's actually not like news. We're just, oh my God," Charlie said, eyes going wide. "No, we're fine. He asked me to share, you know." It didn't seem like they knew what I was trying to get at all. "His heat," I concluded. "Oh," Jones said. Everyone around the table blinked at each other. Some exchanged shrugs, and before long everyone was back onto me. "Okay, that's good, right?" Jones asked. "Yep," I said, before gulping down some of my own beer. "Are you nervous?" Charlie asked, squinting at me as though he was trying to look for signs of panic. I shrugged now, too. "It's no big deal. It's..." "No big deal?" Charlie echoed in surprise, his eyebrows going all the way up to his hairline, almost. "Bullshit, you're nervous," JP said definitively. "You made the announcement like you were either going to win some kind of bounty hunter prize or like you had a terminal disease. It is a big deal and you're shitting yourself." "I am not," I said, trying to emphasize how not scared I was. Again, everyone around the table paused. Well, I like him. What if I go too far? I don't know, Dude, it's fine, Blaze said. It's fine. If you like this guy, you'll be fine. Easy for you to say, I started to say back to Blaze before Jones interrupted. I knew it. Listen, y'all, this dude was calling me while I was in LA trying to get me to help him put together an outfit. You're in deep. You've been in deep. I hate that I'm flying out tomorrow. You should have brought him around. I started to say. Do that, Charlie said, shaking his head against whatever I was going to say. Or better yet, bring him to one of the knitting circles. It sounds like you're already pretty committed, but I can tell you there's nothing more endearing than a big alpha knitting a tiny little baby booty. Jones side-eyed the floor very intensely. JP was about to open his mouth to say something, and Charlie just shrugged. At least that's what Logan seemed to think, and things have obviously worked out with him and Blaze. That's all I was saying, Jape. Speaking of which, I said, cutting off JP to save Charlie from a scene the second time. Look. I pulled my phone out and held it in the middle of the table so that everyone could see as I thumbed through pictures I'd taken of the place across from the Dream Bean. After I was done showing them the pictures, I switched over to a couple of realtor websites that had listing prices, mortgage payment estimates, property details, that kind of thing. I've been showing Granny, I said with a nod at Blaze. I've been going by to keep her updated on my squares and to cop food for you and Tucker. I know, Blaze said, shaking his head at his busybody grandmother. She called Logan's Nana, and Logan's Nana told Logan. Well, shit. If that's all it takes to get Granny to cook for you on the regular, I'll share a heat with someone, Jones joked, which made JP sigh really, really hard. I've been thinking, and I don't know if it's the right time, especially with you and Logan and the baby, but I've really been thinking. Granny seems to like it. She told me she'd buy it herself if she was younger. She was talking to me about how much she'd wanted to set up a little store and give lessons there and all that. Logan still hasn't found a steady place for us to film, and, well, what if we went in on it? All together? Well, that's different, Blaze said. And here I thought you were all about work. I didn't realize you were nesting so much. I'm not, I said quickly before finding my composure again. But you know, Tucker. Blaze snorted and shook his head like he'd been down this road before. Maybe like I had immediately been able to tell that something was definitely up between Charlie and Jones. Experience, man. What can I say? And, I kept explaining, it's not just Tucker. I'm getting older. Settling down is starting to sound nice. And the knitting has kind of helped me process a lot about my job. It's dangerous. And there are other things to fill your life other than just work. I don't know. Might be nice to have another iron in the fire, just in case I do want to quit. That's all I was thinking. The table traded glances with each other once again at my expense. Just think about it, will you? I said to the general assembly around me. Jones shrugged at JP, who nodded up at Blaze, who kind of tilted his head back and forth in consideration. Fine, Jones said at last. I'll think about it. The other two alphas nodded their agreement while Jones pulled out his phone and started thumbing through it himself. Anyway, I wanted to show y'all pictures of my square before I left. See, I'm doing. Chapter 28. Tucker. I hadn't had a lot of time to think about what Neo ultimately was going to do in regard to my heat. Heather had called in with what sounded like a nasty, gnarly case of summer flu, and that had left me taking double shifts for the past week while she got better. Go on, take your break. I'll handle it until you get back, Clarence said, looking at the line ominously. You sure? I asked. I can probably wait another hour if you need me to. You look dead on your feet. Just do it, no worries. You can take over from me later, he said, shooing me gently toward the door. I shook my head and made my way out back. So much for our lazy lunches when Clarence and I would gossip over Mrs. S.'s sandwiches. It had been a hellish couple of days. I'd been checking into the Sheriff's Department website every few days to see what had changed. Obviously, Martin wasn't going to tell me directly, and God bless Mama and Gran, but I knew they weren't going to be able to make heads or tails of it any better than they had last time. I'd been getting ready for work this morning, and noticed that there were new charges. Armed robbery, I said to the empty room. That seemed different. Don't get me wrong. Martin had gotten arrested for his fair share of bad checks and shoplifting offenses besides the assaults. But armed robbery? That seemed like an upgrade from the sort of things he'd been getting into up till now. Apparently, the state of Georgia thought so too, if the category indicating that it was a felony was anything to go off of. It seemed more and more hopeless by the day that Martin was ever going to be able to get his life turned around. Needless to say, it hadn't been a great start to my day, and apparently Clarence could tell as well. I decided that maybe a walk would be a good idea to help me clear my head and get away from the dream bean for a few minutes. Hopefully, giving myself a breather would at least help me get a grip on things, go back in, and get to work. Right now, though, closing time seemed a million hours from now. I'd just come out of the drugstore with a soda when a mop of stringy blonde hair caught my eye. He was across the street with an oily-looking guy in a leather jacket and a surly-looking alpha. My mama has spent too many years emphasizing manners for me not to consider going over there and saying hello. At the end of the day, he was still my twin brother's boyfriend, despite all the issues between me and Martin. At the moment, Cass spotted me making my way across the road. I was still debating whether or not I should say anything. There was still time just to walk on past instead of making contact with him. Cass said intensely to Oily Man. He sounded panicked. Wait, Rupert? Rupert Diamond? No. Now it made sense. The other alpha had realized I was paying attention to what they were saying and nudged Rupert. Rupert just shook his head, turned around, and started walking in the other direction. The other alpha grabbed Cass from the wrist and started leading him in the opposite direction from Rupert. Cass looked scared now, and there was no way I was going to keep my mouth shut any longer. Cass! Hey, Cass! How are you? I said, smiling brightly. I was just about to get some lunch. Why don't you come with me? I asked. Clarence would probably be pretty pissed that I had left him at the cafe longer than expected, but I was sure he would understand when I told him what was going on. Cass, for his part, looked too shocked to say anything. He's got plans, the alpha growled, like that was supposed to intimidate me. Please, I'd scarier at home. Yeah? Well, I'm offering him other ones. Problem? Sweetheart, why don't you go on and mind your fucking business, or what, asshole? You gonna try something here in broad daylight? I asked, narrowing my eyes. You've got about 1 second before Dick for Brains started. Tucker! Tucker! Cass said quietly. It's fine, okay? I'm fine. It's best that you leave, all right? Cass, I'm fine, okay? Go! I wanted to say more, but I was afraid if I did, I might make it worse for him. All right, I'll go. But Cass, you can always come to me, okay? Anytime. No matter what, I said seriously. Cass didn't say anything, and I decided to leave before Numbskull said any more charming comments that made me want to slap the shit out of him. I walked away, back across the street, and by the time I looked over again, they were gone, as if they were never there. And as I made my way back to the cafe, any hopes of feeling calmer were absolutely gone. Chapter 29. Neo. Oh, man, I said, staring up at the ceiling with my forearm thrown over my head. I was amazed at how wonderful life could be, and at how good life could feel if you just let yourself have a break now and then. Mainly, I was amazed at Tucker's brain, the things he thought, and that smart mouth he had on him, and all the witty things he came up with off the cuff. Right now, though, in the least demeaning way possible, I was laying back in bed, marveling at all the amazing other things Tucker could do with his mouth. Tucker himself had nestled himself right into the crook of my arm, and had his head laying on my chest. He was stroking the skin right over my sternum with the pad of his finger, sort of absent-mindedly. Like you'd pet a cat if you were preoccupied. I'd finally come down from my post-blowjob high long enough to thrust my chest up at him. Being jostled shook Tucker out of whatever daydream he was having, and he moved to glance up at me. What's wrong? Are you waiting to go again? I asked, eyeing him down my nose. No, I'm good. It's not that, Tucker said, burrowing himself back under my arm after being disturbed. Okay, I said uncertainly. I'd heard the worry in his voice, and though, for the past 20 minutes, I'd been feeling like I was on top of the world, his tone brought me crashing back down to earth. Well, if it's not that, what is it? Tucker shook his head, holding his face a little more in the crook of my arm. Hey, what? What is it? Did I do something? No, you didn't do anything. I was just, I don't know, thinking, I guess, Tucker said with a heavy sigh. I nodded. You were having a good time and all of a sudden, for no reason, You thought of that bullshit with Cass this morning." "Is it that obvious?" Tucker asked, smiling softly up at me. "Well, kind of. You're not usually this flat," I said, crowding and shouldering him with my arm. "Usually, you're popping off with something smart to say, but just now, you've kind of gone limp. That seems to me like you were riding high until something randomly occurred to you that brought you all the way back down. You were so head up about it when you were telling me about it earlier that I figured it couldn't be anything but that," I shrugged. Tucker grumbled at the shrug since it once again forced him to reposition himself. He eventually gave up and rolled away to lie beside me on the pillow, no less flat though. "Well, am I right?" I asked. Tucker closed his eyes like he was cracking, deciding that he was going to talk about it even though he hadn't been planning on it. "How do you do it?" Tucker asked, once he'd fluttered his eyes back open. "I told you how I knew." "No, I mean, you sound like you're used to being interrupted by the thought of something. You must see all kinds of things doing your job. How do you—" Tucker stopped and shook his head. "How do you just not think about the awfulness all the time? How do you manage to think of anything else? Just now when I was with you, I wasn't thinking of it. I wasn't thinking much of anything." I chuckled a little despite myself, but Tucker continued. "As soon as I didn't have something distracting me, it's like it all came flooding back to me," Tucker finished. "So how do you ever think of anything that's not all the shit you see at work?" "Well," I said, turning towards him and propping my head up, "I wouldn't say I'm the best at it. Sometimes something just happens to get in your head and makes itself a home there. But I think I've definitely gotten better at it than when I first started." I tilted my head to the side as I thought about how I did what Tucker wanted to know how to do. "I mean, I guess my sister Val would say that's probably a reason I work so hard. If you keep your head down and your nose pressed to the grindstone, then you don't stop long enough to let the stuff catch up to you, you know? I guess Blaze would say that wasn't healthy, or Blaze's therapist would say that isn't healthy. I guess most people would say that isn't healthy. This isn't really helping, is it?" I stopped to look at Tucker, who was giving me a really confused, brow-furrowed kind of look, as if maybe he thought I was telling him to pick up triple shifts at the Dream Bean as a way to escape what had happened with Cass. "Well, okay. That's the way that I default when I'm dealing with things. Working keeps things at bay, but what actually helps is different. For example, at first, I thought that Blaze was really crazy, or really messed up for getting into the knitting the way he did. But I mean, you've seen me knit while we're watching a movie or something. I get really into it, too. It's nice to have some kind of repetitive, mindless task that lets you burn off nervous energy, you know? So that helps. You should get a hobby." Tucker shrugged one shoulder up and nodded like he might consider it. "But I guess more than anything, I guess it helps to not really run away from the problem, but to lean into it. Almost. I mean, you see a lot doing the kind of work that I do, but it doesn't mean that it's all bad. You can always try to find a little spark of something underneath all the shit and then hold on to it. Like the fact that Blaze lost a lot of his friends when he was serving overseas, but now he has Logan and the baby. Or the fact that Val and Maggie are having them another baby. Or, well, you know, the fact that you're you and you're here. So all in all, it's bad. Life is full of bad things, and then you just, I don't know, you just fucking die at the end of it." Tucker snorted and broke into a mad cackle as the tension finally released. "But that doesn't mean that there aren't real people that you help and real moments of happiness. And that makes it all better somehow. Those good moments that you treasure are like your shield up against it all." Tucker was still giggling a little at my bluntness until he shook back the tears of laughter. "All right, Neo-White, philosopher extraordinaire. What if the good and the bad are mixed up? What if a really good memory is about Martin, and then as soon as I think of Martin, I think of those purple-yellow bruises on that poor kid's arms?" "That's tough," I granted, "but you're working really hard to be able to help when you get done with school, and you're trying to help Cass now. Hell, you're even trying to help Martin, too. You have to know that people have to choose to help themselves, but for your part, you can feel good about doing what you can to help, and that's the most that you can really ask of yourself." Tucker sighed, not overtly disagreeing with me, but not openly agreeing with me either. That was fine. I knew that this was the kind of thing that you couldn't just be talked into. You had to come to your own terms with it, on your own time. "Am I really one of those things?" Tucker asked. He wasn't teasing or flirting when he asked it either. He wasn't being especially witty or smart or quick with an answer. He just seemed warmly, genuinely, vulnerably interested in the answer. Those bright things that make it better. I smiled a crooked, tired smile and stretched out my arm to pull him in close to me again. I kissed the top of his forehead as he accepted the proximity and nestled in beside me. Hell, here lately? I'd say you're not a bright thing against all the other stuff. It may be a little more forward than you want, but I'd say you're the bright thing. Tucker placed a soft kiss on my chest, but I could tell he was kind of wrung out from today and from talking, thinking, and talking more about today. So I tried my best to distract him. Hey, speaking of the knitting, I can show you your way around a pair of needles sometimes. Or better yet, let me take you around Granny's. The guys would love to meet you, and she's a way better teacher than me. Chapter 30. Tucker. If I never made another iced latte again, it would be too soon. As soon as Heather had gotten back on her feet, I'd immediately started working doubles for an entirely different reason. I swear, I'm never happier not to be in Omega than when Heat Week hits, Mrs. S. had said when I talked to her about leave. Ever since I'd gotten my job back, Mrs. S. had been wonderful, and this proved to be the same. She finished loading the baked goods into the display cases and patted me on the cheek. Don't worry, honey. You do what you need to do. Just let us know, she said, before making me take one of the eclairs with my lunch. Now I was, yet again, up to my eyeballs in drink orders as I wrote out another double shift. I couldn't really afford to take another week off from work and still have money left after rent for luxuries like food and gas. I'd worked 12-hour days every day this week, and I'd been fantasizing about my bed since before I'd left it this morning. Eventually, the last person had left with their double shot, non-fat caramel, and chocolate nonsense, and all that stood between me and a well-deserved day off was wiping down the counters and counting the till. I was about halfway through when the doorbell chimed. Shit. I'd been so eager to get the counting and cleaning done that I completely forgotten to lock the front door. Hey, welcome to the Dream Bean. Sorry, we're closed for the night. I could whip you up some coffee, but all the machines are already down, I said, trying to stack the dollar bills back in the register so I could turn around. I'm surprised you're still standing, honestly, a warm voice said. Neo. I turned around and sure enough, there he was leaning against the counter, a large basket in his hands, and a strangely bashful look on his face. Hi, baby, he said. The money could wait a minute. I tossed my messy apron to the side and went around the front counter to him. Hi. I wasn't expecting you today. What's all this? I asked. I couldn't really tell what was in the basket other than a deep green piece of... Was that knitting? Neo didn't answer. He just thrust the basket into my hands with a grunt that might have meant for you. I set it down and pulled the green cloth out. I laughed. Neo, you didn't have to do that. I pulled it out and unfurled a scarf made out of the softest wool I'd ever felt. It's not perfect, he grunted. It's got a hole I had to patch up, and I still think one of the ends is a little... No knocking my scarf, I said, wrapping it around my neck. It was impossibly warm, and when I buried my face in it, there was the faintest trace of woods and smoke in the fibers. I love it. Thank you, Neo. Neo blushed. The rest of the basket was just as thoughtful. Chocolate and teas and all sorts of snack foods. Logan recommended some things to me, he explained. Logan? I asked. My friend Blazes Omega, Neo reminded me. Oh, well, I guess when I meet them, I can thank them for all this. Well, Neo said, coming closer and tugging on my hip to pull me closer still. You know the scarf was my idea. That's so, I said, mouth brushing against his jaw. Yep, made it and everything, Neo said, thumb rubbing little circles into my covered hip. Even the hole? I asked, leaning back a bit, raising an eyebrow. Hey, what happened to not criticizing my creation? If you remember, I said you couldn't knock my scarf. Oh, and what do you have to say about it then? He asked. Absolutely nothing, other than it's perfect, and you're perfect, and I love it, I said, leaning forward to kiss him on the cheek. So much for me having to hang out around until winter to wait for it. Now, what's that mean? You planning on leaving? Neo said, rolling his lip out in a fake pout. I was only ever in it for the knitting, Neo, I said solemnly before snickering into his neck. But really, thank you. I've never had anyone, take care of me like this. Want to take care of me like this. Neo nuzzled his nose into my neck. I want to. His voice was serious. It was impossible not to hear the sincerity. When he pulled back, his eyes were intense. Sometimes people just said things to hear themselves say them. I'd been on the receiving end of more than one promise that, well, hadn't been as true as I'd hoped it to be. I shouldn't have believed him. I knew better from experience to believe him. But as I kissed him, soft and sweet, I did anyway. Normally this would have been about the time one or the other of us ratcheted things up until we were a panting, sweaty mess. Maybe it was the fact that I was still at work, the same place Neo had started all this months ago. Maybe it was the fact that we both knew that any heat was slowly but steadily approaching, and that there would be time for all the panting and sweat we could want in weeks to come. Tucker, honey, do you have that register count? Oh, Neo, honey, I didn't know you were here. I'd forgotten all about Mrs. S. Oh well, at least this time, Neo didn't have me pinned to the back wall. And honestly, it was good that she came in when she did, 10 minutes later, and who knew what she might have walked in on. Hey, Alice, how's business? Neo asked, pulling away but hanging a possessive arm around my hip as he made small talk with my boss. Oh, doing good. Can't complain, Mrs. S said. Say, Alice, do you know anything about the vacant building for sale across from y'all? Neo asked. Well, that certainly was a change of subject. I hadn't even noticed there was one. I'd say I know everything about it, seeing as how I own it and all, Mrs. S said. I'd been toying with selling it for years and finally made my mind up to go ahead and put it on the market. They started chatting about the specifics of the property as I thought about it. For sale. Wait a minute. Oh, that explains things, I said, interrupting them. Mrs. S and Neo both looked at me askance. Clarence saw some realty stuff on your desk, Mrs. S. He thought you were selling the Dream Bean. Sell the bean? No way, Alice will never do that, Neo said. Mrs. S nodded. Y'all are going to have to pry me out of here with a crowbar, I'm afraid. Speaking of getting out of here, you two lovebirds go on now. I'll take care of the rest. You sure, Alice? I didn't mean to cause a commotion, Neo said. Miss S just laughed. Neo White, that's all you do. Now you go on now and see Tucker home. Besides, if I'd have left the two of you out here much longer, I'd have never gotten the scent out. Miss Shirts, I exclaimed, shocked. Neo just snickered. You know, like that helped anything. I'll get him home, Alice, I promise. Uh-huh, I bet you will. Y'all go on. I gathered up all my things, including Neo's lovely basket. I didn't need telling again. Besides, I thought, as Neo took my hand and led me out, I wanted to pick up where we'd left off. Ready? Neo asked. Wasn't that just the question? Absolutely, I said. Chapter 31. Neo. I gritted my teeth and reminded myself that I was a business owner. I was a business owner, and folks knew me in town, and I had to maintain a reputation. Sure, I was in at 8 a.m. school traffic, and sure the school bus was right in front of me, and sure, Angie Walter's 6-year-old had decided he'd rather investigate the slug in the middle of the road than finish his way across the road and on the bus to school. But none of that mattered. It wasn't anyone's fault. My hand tightened on the steering wheel anyway. I'd been all out of sorts the last few days, and people were starting to notice. Jesus, Neo, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you were Blaze, Logan had said, balancing the baby on his hip. I'd gone to visit yesterday, but no matter what I did, I felt like I was going to crawl out of my own skin. What makes you say that? I had grunted. Logan had given me a deadpan look. Well, if the I now communicate like a higher-order great ape wasn't enough of a giveaway, I'd say the fidgeting and temper certainly fit. Temper? Who's got a temper? I asked, probably louder than I'd meant to. Logan was a dad. He had leveled me with his very best stop what you're doing look, and I suddenly realized just exactly how he'd managed to bring my hot-headed friend to heel. He wasn't wrong, though. And even more irritating than the feeling of being irritated was not knowing what it was that was doing the irritating. I had no idea why I was feeling this way. Finally, it looked like the Walters kid was making some progress across the road, and my mind instead started to fill with all the things I needed to get done today. Just then, my cell phone rang. White, I said tersely, watching as Angie Walters eventually relented, and to everyone's relief, miraculously got her kid to abandon the slug. Neo. There was only one person on the planet who panted my name like that. It was incongruous with the drudgery of a workday routine that I was jolted out of my frustration. Tucker, what is it, baby? I asked. It's starting. It's almost here. I thought maybe tomorrow, but it's here. Will you come? There wasn't any question what he was talking about. Heat. Liquid, exhausting, glorious heat. It tasted like sugar, even as my mouth dried out. I hadn't given him an answer since he'd asked me that evening in his bed, the rain coming down in sheets outside. I'd fretted about it mostly when Tucker wasn't around, but now it seemed like the easiest decision in the world. Obvious. I didn't think twice before taking my chances and turning around. Tucker's apartment was in the opposite direction from my office. Yes, baby. I'll be right there. Now that it was here, I had no idea why I'd been so hesitant about this. Granted, at the time Tucker had asked, I'd had no idea what I was getting myself into. Sure, I'd been with Omegas in the past, but not during heat. It was, well, obviously there was a lot of risk. You knotted the wrong Omega, and you and he would find yourselves bonded together whether you liked it or not. But more than that, it was intimate. It wasn't the same thing as bonding, but you certainly didn't do it casually. It had intentions wrapped up in it. Now, though, standing in Tucker's doorway, I realized that almost everything that I'd heard about heat was wrong. All through school, alphas had snickered in the locker rooms about how Omegas and heat were so desperate, how much they needed an alpha, and schoolboy fantasies of what it would be like to be the alpha in a room with an Omega and heat. The grossest alphas always seemed to like to imagine them as weak, willing to do whatever you wanted because they were so frenzied for your scent they couldn't think straight. Tucker came to the door, his face flushed, a high pink, his caramel hair adorably ruffled. He was wearing one of my black t-shirts and a pair of jogging pants. I was about to ask him how he'd managed to sneak one of my shirts when I was slammed with the smell of Tucker. But not Tucker, like I'd grown used to. Like I said, they were wrong about almost everything. Tucker smelled like something I wanted to eat, something that I would glut myself on over and over again without complaint. But all that other stuff? It was wrong. It had to be. More importantly, I was wrong for believing any of it. Because as I stood there, an Omega 2 feet away from me, all I could think of was to do every single thing exactly the way he wanted it. I wanted to make him come so many times he couldn't remember his own name. I wanted to protect him. I wanted to care for him. And more than anything, I didn't want to do anything other than what he wanted. Alphas spent most years believing that they were the ones in control, and Omegas the ones at their mercy. But now, face to face with everything my own alpha instincts wanted, all I could think to do was precisely everything that could ever make him happy. The anxiety from this week melted away into the floorboards. Thank God you're... Tucker hummed as I wrapped one of my hands around the back of his head and my mouth found his. I've never smelled anything like you, I growled into his ear after my teeth found the cords of his neck. You've been smelling me for months, Tucker groaned. Not like this, I said, kicking the door closed behind me. Never like this. We needed fewer clothes. That was... unless... You're certain about this? I asked. I had to be sure. Neo White, if you don't get me naked this instant, I swear to all that is holy that I'll... Whatever it was that Tucker was going to threaten me with, I'll never know. Because instead, I pulled him toward me and kissed him like it was the last thing I was going to do before I died. Tucker loosed a half-formed whimper before I took my opportunity, and then I dove in, tasting him from the source. Come, he said, pushing me toward his bedroom. He dragged blankets and pillows from around the house to cocoon in, no doubt to wait until his heat was here. It's close, he said, pulling at my dress shirt. You're saying that like I couldn't tell. God, I bet any alpha in the tri-state area could tell at this point, I said as he worked the last buttons free. As much as I liked seeing him in my clothes, and I did, I really, really did, I pulled my shirt off of his thin frame and tossed it to the floor, too. Tucker sniffed. Keep that up, and I'll go find one of them instead. I knew that was nonsense. The alpha didn't. I crowded even more into his space, and Tucker shuddered as our bare chests came in contact with one another for the first time. Like I'd let you, I said firmly, my hands reaching around to palm his ass through the worn cotton of his joggers. You're a brat. Is that right? He asked, grinding his hips forward. I could feel how hard he was against my thigh. Absolutely. But you know what else you are, baby? Well, what? Tucker stuttered. I walked him back until his knees hit the bed and he fell back, his brown eyes wide. Mine. I'd never been with an Omega during heat, and I wasn't exactly sure how it would be different. But I shouldn't have worried. Tucker and I fit, and that wasn't any different. I'd stripped the rest of his clothes off and spent more time than I'd wanted to admit, and more than Tucker could really stand, just looking at him sprawled out like a feast, his pale skin in contrast with the deep blue sheets he'd put on the bed. His cheeks were already flushed, leaving a splotchy path all the way down to his chest. I followed the dark line of hair that began right above his navel, down, 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 to the shell-pink length of his cock, already so hard it was nearly flat against his trembling stomach. His thighs were shiny with the first traces of a slick, and after a few moments of contemplation, I decided where I wanted to start. Are you going to do anything this evening other than look at me? He huffed, his hands dragging down his abdomen. Eventually. But right now, I want to watch. His hands froze. You know I wasn't expecting the first alpha I ever brought to my bed during heat to be so hands off. Only alpha? I wanted to growl. I'm pretty sure by the end of this, you'll get plenty of my hands. For now, I have a proposal. Tucker's eyes lit up. He was playful in bed, and I knew it would pique his interest. I want to watch you make yourself come, and then I want to rim you until you cry. How does that sound? Neo, he panted. Go on, baby. Get to work. Show me. Tucker didn't waste any more time talking, and instead, I watched as his hands moved with purpose now to tease his nipples. I wish you could see yourself, I said. Tucker hummed, his back arching as he realized just how much of a show he could put on. It's better to be watching you. That's so? Tucker hummed again before one of his hands reached down toward his cock. I thought he was going to stop there and start stroking, but instead he bypassed his dick completely, and instead started rubbing fingers around his hole and dipping them in. He mewled as I watched two of his fingertips slip in past his rim. Fuck yes, he sighed. You're lucky it's still not completely here yet. It's not? I asked cluelessly. It was sort of impossible imagining Tucker smelling any better than this. Tucker scrunched his eyebrows, and his fingers worked further and further inside himself with every rocking thrust of his hand. No, not yet. Trust me, you'll know. He withdrew his fingers, and then I realized that his plan was to use the slick to lube his cock as he fucked his fist. Perfect, baby. Just like that. Feel good? I praised. Tucker whimpered, and his head fell back now into the pillows as his hips rocked, the plump head of his cock coming in and out of view as he pumped himself. It feels so much better if you did it, he tempted. It was tempting. But if what Tucker said was true, I didn't know that I'd have this type of control later. But you like this, don't you? Me watching you, telling you how pretty you look. You haven't actually used the word pretty before, he replied. Well, that's a shame, because that's what you are. You're pretty as a picture stretched out on display like this for me. And afterwards, when you've come all over that pretty pink cock, I'm going to wring every last orgasm I can from you. Tucker seemed to be responding to the words, if the sticky, sweet smell of arousal was anything to go by. So I kept talking. I bet you've been doing this all morning, haven't you? I saw how easy you took your fingers. I bet you've lain in here all morning in your little nest of blankets fingering yourself, wishing it was me. Haven't you, baby? Tucker groaned like I'd wounded him, and his pace quickened on his cock. Neo, God, yes, I just wish you'd touch me, he whined. I know. It must be so hard being this close to what you want, I agreed. His eyes raked down my bare chest and down to my crotch. I ditched my pants, but I still had on my boxer briefs. Tucker licked his lips. Please, Neo, I want... Fuck! Tucker groaned. That's it. You're so close. Come for me, baby. Just for me, I encouraged. He'd been on edge for so long that almost as soon as the words left my mouth, he was shooting off all over his stomach, and hand over as he attempted to wring out every bit of pleasure. I didn't wait for him to come down from his orgasm before I was on him. In truth, watching him without being able to stroke his velvet soft skin, without being able to taste the noises that poured so freely from his mouth, bordered on torture. "You're so good for me, Tucker," I said, lapping the cum from his stomach. "Now, lie back. Let me take care of you." With that, I had his legs slung over my shoulders, and I started lapping at his puffy entrance. He'd grown slicker as he'd driven himself to orgasm. "Fuck, you taste amazing," I groaned. "I could eat you for days. I might." "Oh shit. Finally." He was writhing and fucking cooing as I pushed my tongue through his entrance and started fucking him with it in earnest. His hands found his cock, and it wasn't long before he was coming again, his hole clenching and releasing around my tongue. Instead of relenting, as soon as his breathing calmed, even a little, I pressed a finger in alongside my tongue. It didn't take long for me to find his prostate and start caressing it in rhythm with the flicking of my tongue against his rim. Tucker jolted like he'd been electrocuted, and all at once, I was hit with how his scent had deepened, sweetened to the point it was almost indescribable. Tucker's heat was here. I can't, he chanted, all while driving his hips down onto my hand like he'd die if he didn't. "You can," I said, before lapping at him more. I added another finger, and from the way Tucker grunted, you would have thought I punched him in the gut. "Do it. I know you want to." Tucker growled in frustration, his hand twisting and knotting into my short hair as he pushed me back down to where he was stretched and needy. I didn't waste time before I was twisting a third finger into him. "You're taking my fingers so well, baby. God, what are you doing to me?" I felt dazed, bludgeoned with the smell of him, and before I knew what I was doing, my tongue was again edging its way around the tender skin. He tasted like an orange that was overripe, like a peach that was so swollen it almost broke the skin. I'd never known what hunger was until now. Tucker came again with a wail. His hand had long since left his cock, and so I was treated with the sight of the omega coming from just the milking of his prostate. Tucker was nearly nonverbal by the time I eased him over on his side and tucked him into my chest. I slid my swollen cock out of my underwear and eased it between Tucker's soft, wet thighs. Tucker, realizing what it was I was after, and despite his exhaustion, clamped his legs tightly together, giving me a hot channel to fuck into. I could feel the head of my cock nudging past Tucker's perineum and under the soft weight of his balls. Tucker's head lolled back against my shoulder as I snapped my hips against him. The only sounds filling the room were the slapping of skin against skin and our panting. Tucker's hand reached back to grasp at the back of my head, and my hand tightened against his hip to the point I was sure he would bruise. I'd denied my own sensations too long, and within a minute or two, I was adding to the mess on the sheets and in between Tucker's thighs. The room smelled of sex and honey and sweat, and it was the most perfect thing I could think of. "We're going to take a bath, and then we're going to do that again," Tucker sighed, stretching luxuriously, grinning like the cat who got the cream. I couldn't have agreed more. Chapter 32. Tucker. I suspected when I brought the subject up with Neo that sharing a heat with him would be good. It certainly had sounded better than spending a week with only a nodding dildo for company. But I had no idea just how wonderful it would be, just how wonderful I'd feel afterward. Heats, despite all the mind-numbing orgasms, were an ordeal for omegas. Often the lead-up was full of cramps and bloating, and the aftermath usually left most of us exhausted, starving, and sore. But most people didn't have Neo. Every omega should have a Neo, I decided. Neo had made sure that in between waves of almost overwhelming desire, I ate and drank water and rested. When he wasn't making me come with his clever fingers and mouth, he was nestling me into his arms, guiding my nose toward his neck where his scent was the deepest. He clothed me in his shirt, further calming the omega part of me, and massaged the knots in my shoulders and neck between dozing naps. He used his fingers to feed me bites of simple foods that were not likely to upset my stomach, Fingers he also used to tenderly wash my hair and soothe my spine. Fingers whose shapes were etched into the soft skin of my hips and the spread of my thighs in necklaces of delicate bruises. I had thought that Neo and I would have a good time, maybe even a great one, and I suspected that Neo would take care of me. But what I hadn't dared hope for was that Neo would cherish me, that Neo would respect me so damn much. When it was over, Neo had held me for a long time before shooing me to the bathroom. By the time I'd gotten done with a thorough shower, Neo had changed the linens on the bed and ordered takeout for me. "I'll call you tomorrow to check up, okay?" he'd asked, as if the answer to this, to anything he had ever asked, would ever be anything other than, "Yes, absolutely." As soon as he was gone, I missed him. I'd spent the better part of a week being no more than a few feet away from him, and now all I had was the woody smell of him on my pillows. As soon as he was gone, I knew. As soon as he was gone, I loved him. I needed to take time, just to double-check that I wasn't just reeling from the hormones that were still sweating their way out of my skin. But at some level, I recognized that as a mental exercise. Because the rest of me, the skin that still bore the proof that his mouth and hands had been here, knew all the way down to the marrow of my bones. The core of me that he'd fed and tended and made love to, because there was no other way to describe how whisper-soft it had become by the end when I was sore and flayed open, had hollowed apart itself for him. Bonding seemed the least I could do in the wake of all that. But I would wait. Because I wanted to be sure, and even more importantly, I needed Neo to know that I was sure. After I'd recovered from heat, Neo had asked if I wanted to meet all of his friends for dinner, and I couldn't get dressed quick enough. Neo talked about his friends constantly, but until this point, he hadn't asked me to meet a single one of them. Before, it hadn't mattered, but things were different now. Oh, how I hoped they were different now. Now I was making my way across Nico's parking lot, and it wasn't long before I spotted a familiar shock of coal-black hair standing with a pack of other people. One of the guys, a tall alpha with dark hair, caught sight of me and nudged Neo, who was currently playing with a baby, and said something that looked like a question as he gestured over to me. Neo looked up and grinned. "Tucker!" He handed the alpha the giggling baby and jogged up to me, taking my hand. "Hi, baby. You ready?" he asked. "Of course." "They'll love me. Just you watch," I said with a wink. I thought about introducing myself to tall, dark alpha first, but I could read a room. That alpha looked like this wasn't his first, second, or third time holding a baby, which meant that baby was probably his, and which meant that little Omega with light brown hair had to be... "You must be Logan," I said, greeting him with a warm smile. Logan's face lit up, and he granted me with a megawatt smile. Neo had said he was an actor, and I could definitely see it. "Yeah, that's me. Looks like Neo's been talking," he said, giving Neo a teasing look. I arched an eyebrow. "In between all the grunting and humming he usually uses to communicate," I agreed, nudging Neo's shoulder playfully. "I'm Tucker Spears," I said, offering him my hand. Logan ignored it and pulled me in for a hug instead, and when I pulled back, I saw the genuine warmth in his green eyes. "It's so nice to finally meet the Omega that's got Neo all twisted up." "Hey," Neo grumbled. "What is this, the Neo hour?" "Sweetheart, isn't it always?" I asked, giving him a look. The Alpha snickered and introduced themselves as JP and Blaze, and another Omega introduced himself as Charlie, JP's brother and Logan's best friend. Apparently, Jones was out of the state again shooting some sort of survivalist show. "And this is Jeremiah," Blaze said gruffly, looking down at the little boy that was pretty clearly his whole world. "Hi, Jeremiah," I cooed. Jeremiah cooed right back, reaching up to grab at my nose, and then, having gotten hold of it, bursting into delighted giggles. "Someone certainly likes you," Logan said. "Oh, no, his face is always like that," I said, shooting a devilish look back at Neo. Logan snorted, and then took the baby from his mate's arms. "Come on, let's go in and get settled." Everything was going smoothly. Logan and Charlie seemed nice, Jeremiah was adorable, and the Alphas hooted and hollered in between, charming the pants off the waitstaff for extra napkins and breadsticks and everything in between. Some part of me relaxed as the evening went on. Maybe it was the wine. Maybe it was the warm, broad hand that had planted itself on my thigh early on and stayed as comforting weight throughout. But more than anything else, It was the notion that it was going okay, that these people who were important to Neo liked me. "He's a good fit for Neo," I heard Logan whisper to Blaze, while Neo and I listened to Charlie tell a story about Jones, the alpha who was missing from the group. Blaze grunted back in agreement, and I felt warmed that they approved of me. "Where is Jones again?" I asked. "Somewhere in Africa," JP said, though I can't remember where exactly. "He couldn't tell us, remember? Something about confidentiality of the show or something," Charlie added. He tried to make it an offhand comment, but something about his tone caught my attention. "Well, I hate that I missed him. What's he like?" I asked. Charlie snorted. "The most stubborn human being you've ever met. Probably one of the cockiest, too." "Makes sense," I agreed. "I imagine it takes guts to just go wander out in the woods and say, fuck it, I'm gonna go live out here whether you like it or not." Charlie gave a little half smile, and then JP changed the subject to something else entirely. "Are Charlie and Jones together?" I whispered, trying to keep my voice neutral. Neo shook his head. "Nah. They've just been friends forever because of JP." I nodded and munched on a breadstick, but I didn't buy it. No way. There was no way that look on Charlie's face, all longing and big eyes, was because he missed his friend. God, alphas could be so clueless sometimes. "Well, I don't know, Neo," Blaze said, leaning back to cross his arms as he tilted his head, considering whatever it was Neo had just said. With all my speculating about Charlie and Jones, I'd missed the conversation moving on from there. Blaze had looked all over Burnt Hill before determining the spot beside the Dream Bean really was the best option in town for any sort of shop, knitting or otherwise. It sounded like he'd finally tried to broach the subject with the other alphas in his knitting group. "But it's in a perfect spot. Besides, Logan and Granny need more space to operate these days. Right, Logan?" Neo asked, looking over at Logan. Logan considered for a minute. "I mean, yeah, we do. The channel's really taking off, and it would be nice to have a space where we could leave most of the equipment up instead of having to break down every time." "Channel?" I asked Logan. "Oh," Logan said, blushing like he was embarrassed. "It's nothing big. I started a YouTube channel for Granny and the boys." Blaze snorted. "Yeah, nothing big. It only has a cult following on the internet." "Well, I can't help it that everyone loves watching a big lummox cuss because he dropped a stitch while his granny is swatting him for cussing while cussing herself. It's a goldmine," Neo explained succinctly. I could only imagine. "I think the shop could be a good idea," JP said. "Oh, you mean the one near the Dream Bean, right?" I asked Neo. "That could be perfect. If I know Miss S, then I know she'd be more than willing to help keep y'all fed." It had been a while since he'd mentioned it again, but clearly Neo was still considering the idea, at this point, pretty seriously by the sound of it. "Especially if someone maybe helps her with some advertising," Blaze said, looking at his mate. He seemed to be coming around to the idea now. "I guess, Neo, I think it could work, but we should probably go slow, feel out how it might play out." "You want to go slow?" Logan asked in disbelief. "Hey, I can be measured," Blaze said defensively. "Uh-huh, at about 3 inches last I heard," Neo quipped. JP snorted, nearly choking on the soda he had in his mouth at the time. Clearly my humor had rubbed off on him. Dick jokes. Really, fellas?" Charlie asked, thumping his brother on the back. 3 inches? I'll show you," Blaze started, his eyes sharp, but his mouth still smirking. Now, settle down, boys," Logan said cheerfully, as if he hadn't started this whole thing. I, for one, was enjoying all the bantering. "I think I'm sold on it," Neo said bluntly, "but I want y'all to have the opportunity to be in on it too." Neo looked at me, sort of hesitantly. We hadn't really talked about this between the two of us, but I knew from our dinner at Marisol that this, the group, the knitting, all of it, meant a lot to him. Like hell I'd stand in the way of that. I tried to nod at him reassuringly, hoping he realized that I would support him no matter what he did. "Neo, how did you and Tucker meet, anyway?" Logan asked, interrupting my thoughts. Neo seemed to freeze in his seat. "You didn't tell them?" I asked, looking over at him before grinning. Oh, this was going to be good. Okay, so I work at the Dream Bean, right? So I'm in the middle of my shift, and in walks this handsome alpha. Wait, then why aren't you with him? JP asked. Blaze snorted. I grinned. So, I'm looking at him, and he's looking at me. I mean, really looking. And... Wait, Logan said, mouth hanging slightly open in shock. You're not that kid from the Dream Bean, are you? Neo kissed me at the end of the night while we stood outside his truck. His shoulders seemed relaxed, and he couldn't stop smiling. Clearly he was relieved, as I was, that things went well. Did you drive? I shook my head. No, I thought I might need to stretch my legs after last week. Come on, let me take you home, he said, kissing me again. Everyone else was already getting in their cars. Only if you come too, I offered. Was it too much? Too soon? Maybe after spending so much time with him this week, he was sick of me. Maybe he needed some time to clear his head from all the scents and implications of heat. I shouldn't have worried. I'd love to, baby. Chapter 33. Neo. Hey, what's up? I said down at my phone as it lay in my lap. Tucker's call had come in through my truck's audio console. I could talk to him this way while keeping my eyes peeled for any activity outside my truck. Tucker was good about calling when I could afford to talk on stakeouts, and was also good about understanding when I couldn't. He had a knack for calling when I was having a particularly long stakeout, and talking to him had the double benefit of giving me a cover for why I was sitting in a truck by myself, as well as making the whole process less lonely. Not too much, Tucker said back, sort of garbled from the other end of the line. Okay, I said, knowing deep down, instinctually, somewhere in my gut, that this wasn't just a random, hey, how are you call. Usually if it was one of those random, hey, how are you calls, it wouldn't have taken Tucker this long to launch into a story about Clarence being ridiculous at the Dream Bean, or whatever. You sure? I asked, as I chewed on a very lukewarm gas station burrito. You sound like you've got something on your mind. Gas all right? As far as I know, Tucker said. Haven't heard anything since. It sounds like you're eating something. Are you... Gross. You're not eating one of those microwavable burgers, are you? Burrito, I corrected, chewing a little louder for his benefit. Fucking why? Tucker said. Spit it out. Don't eat that. They're bad for you. They're disgusting. You have food at the house. Gross. I want you to know that now that you've told me not to eat it, I'm just choking it down faster, I said dryly. I quickly added, that's what he said, just as Tucker did. I finished the joke because I knew that's where Tucker was going. Tucker finished the joke because he actually thought that's what he said jokes were funny. Ah, Tucker said, trying to catch his breath after he'd cracked up. That was a good one. So, listen, what do you think about bonding? At that, I almost really did choke on the offending burrito. What? I asked desperately through the mouthful of burrito that I was still trying to chew. What? That got you to spit it out, didn't you? Tucker asked, sounding very pleased with himself. Over on my end, I was still coughing and sputtering. Are you... I asked as I tried to form words. Are you kidding me right now? What are you saying? What do you... Well, I was going to call and give you this long, heartfelt declaration of love, but... Love? I asked even more insistently, my heart pounding in my chest, half afraid that he wasn't joking, half afraid that he was. Yes, love. I was going to call you to tell you that I've been thinking about what we talked about in bed the other time, after the whole thing with Cass went down. About the bright things. About how you said that I was a bright spot in all the shit that surrounds just basic human existence. Uh-huh, I said, urging him on to finish whatever he was trying to say. Well, I think you're right. I think my gran and my mama and the old memories I have with Martin, and the fact that I'm hoping I get to see Cass get better and do better for himself, those are all bright spots. School's a bright spot, and working at the Dream Bean is a bright spot. But of all the bright spots that I have nowadays, the brightest of any of them are the stupid, meaningless movie nights we have at home. And the axe throwing. And how you let my gran tell you these long, complicated stories. I keep thinking about how you're a recurring theme in a lot of my bright spots, and so I figured, why not I promise you, Tucker Spears, I actually don't know. I have no idea what... Well, if we both say that we feel that way, then that means something. Why not be the bright spots for each other for... For? I demanded. For good, Tucker said. He was saying all this with a tone even more casual than he used to describe the comings and goings at the Dream Bean, and that was a little jarring. But I'd spent enough time with him to know that sometimes he protected the very vulnerable by being very, almost obnoxiously casual about things. So, I said, struggling to process everything he'd said. You want to... Bond, Tucker said. With you, obviously. I blinked down at my phone suspiciously, like it was the one that was talking. Almost like I could beam the suspicious look straight to Tucker by staring at it hard enough. And you decided to bring this up now, while I was on a stakeout because I've been thinking about it, and because you were scared to do it in person, maybe? I suggested. There was a long moment of silence on the other end of the phone call before a smaller, softer voice came through. Yeah. There was a pause. Are you going to say anything? Yes? No? Tucker asked. Only then did I realize that I must have gone dead quiet myself in response to the enormity of what Tucker had just said. Of course, I said quickly. Of course, obviously. Almost at hearing myself say yes, my tongue loosened up and everything, all of it, came spilling forward. I mean, I wasn't going to ask you myself because I thought that was kind of a thing that I should let you decide to do, if you were going to do it. And I know we've talked it to death, but I still sometimes feel like I'm not good enough for you, so I didn't want you to think that I was trapping you. Because I do. I mean, I really still feel like you could do better than me. But that I can't. Nobody could do any... So that's a yes? Tucker asked, impatiently and gleefully at the same time. Yes, I said, leaning my head back against the headrest as I tried to absorb everything that was happening. Yes. Wait, he's moving. Tucker, he's moving. I gotta go. I love you, I said. Later on, I would process that that was probably the first time that I ever told him I loved him. But at the moment, too many things were happening in too quick a blur. I love you too, Tucker said, but I barely heard it. I love you. I want to bond with you. I have to go. I'll talk to you later. Bye. In one fluid motion, I ended the call, undid my seatbelt buckle, and let myself out of the truck. The skip must have gotten an inkling that somebody was watching him while all the commotion in my truck was going on. Or maybe something else was happening and somebody else was chasing him. Or maybe any number of things were happening, but right now it didn't matter. However fast he was running, and for whatever reason he was running, I could catch up with him. I was a fucking machine. Buoyed by the adrenaline of what had just happened, I could run a marathon just then. Weird knee and bad back be damned. Are you Richard Snyder? I yelled, running up to the man. Richard Snyder! Are you Richard Snyder? Richard Snyder, as the skip was indeed called, turned around to look over his shoulder, but kept running while I kept on gaining on him. God, what a picture. He must have turned around to see a man, half covered in burrito crumbs, pounding the parking lot pavement while screaming something about clients and contracts at him. Richard Snyder turned white with fear, but me? I just kept on running like the robots you'd see in old movies. He tried to fish his car keys out of his pocket and shakily tried to unlock his car, but before he could, I felt myself jump. Oh, say, maybe 30 or 40 feet in the air? I could have sworn, and crashed down onto him. Last skip, I thought to myself. This might be the last skip ever, and then I'm done. Congratulations, Richard Snyder. Pinned underneath me, whimpering in terror, and trying to wriggle away from me, you are the 1,000,000th skip. Neo White is going to bond, and retire, and settle into home life with the wonderful Omega. Let the confetti down. Sound the sirens. Even the cops were kind of unsettled as I processed Mr. Snyder faster and more gleefully than I'd ever processed anyone before in my life. Do you just really hate this guy, White? One of the officers asked, eyeing me uncertainly. Nope, I said cheerfully from Cloud 9, where I was floating. I'm just getting bonded. Nobody really asked me any more questions after that, and nobody really wanted to hold me up. So very quickly, but not quickly enough for my liking, I was able to jump back in my truck and head back to Tucker's. I had a spare key, of course, just like he had a spare key to my place. But, like Mr. Snyder, I didn't trust my hands to stay steady, so instead I just pounded on the door 5 or 6 times until Tucker came to answer it. "Why are you pounding on the door like you were the cops?" Tucker asked, surprised at me. "I guess you kind of are the cops, if you really Did you mean it?" I asked, gasping for breath. I'd run up from my truck, and the day was starting to catch up with me after all. Tucker blinked, and then broke into an enormous grin. He nodded twice to show that he did. "Yes. Of course. Did you?" "Did I?" I asked him back before sweeping him into an embrace, up and onto his tiptoes. Held up like that, I dipped my head down to kiss him more furiously than I ever had. "Neo! Neo!" Tucker said when I finally pried myself away long enough to let him come up for air. I guess now is the time to say I love you?" I said, planting another kiss firmly on his lips. "I love you," I said between kisses peppered all over Tucker's face. "I love you too." Chapter 34. Tucker. I felt like I was walking on air. Neo had agreed to bond with me, and I wanted to tell everyone, anyone who would listen. But first, I needed to tell Mama. Neo and I met Mama at a restaurant in town, and things went, well, they went. "Mama, Neo and I are going to bond," I said before they could even bring the bread out. Mama's green eyes widened, and she inhaled through her teeth. "Oh, really?" she asked, trying her best to give Neo a weak smile. "Ma'am, it's all right," Neo said plainly. I knew by now. Neo wasn't the type to beat around the bush. "Excuse me?" she asked sharply. "No, I just mean, look, Mrs. Spears, it's all right to feel all shook up about this. I get we didn't meet under good terms. I don't deny that. I wouldn't deny that. But I care about Tucker. I love him. I want to be there for him forever, but I don't want to drive a wedge between the two of you. So I'm hoping, with time, that maybe I can earn your trust." It was probably the most words I'd heard Neo string together at one time since I'd met him. At least top 3 for sure. I was touched. Mama seemed less than impressed, but grudgingly she nodded. "Okay," she said simply. It was probably the best we were going to get today. From there, I talked with her about the bonding ceremony, and despite herself, Mama came out of her shell a little with that. I wanted something simple. In reality, that was all my budget was likely going to be able to afford anyway. Just something with family and friends after the fact, to celebrate what we'd done. By the end of the lunch, things, well, they weren't better really, but they weren't worse, and that had to count for something. Neo went out to his car first while I helped Mama gather her things. "Are you sure about this, honey? Really sure?" I nodded. "Yes, Mama, I'm sure. I love him," I explained. "I've never seen you look like this about anyone," she said. "I've never felt for anyone the way I feel about him," I answered honestly. Mama seemed to go a little teary. "You know, when you're a parent, all you ever want is what's best for your children. And Martin? God, I don't know what happened with Martin, but you, Tucker, you've done things, are doing things I never imagined. I know we don't see eye to eye on everything, honey, but I'm proud of you. And this? I can't say this is how I wanted my little boy to find his mate." "Mama," I started. "But I can see the way you feel about him, and that is what I wanted for you." I felt tears of my own burning at the corners of my eyes. "I just have to know, Tucker, honey, how does he treat you?" "Like I'm the most important person in the world." Mama nodded and sniffled. "I don't have any choice other than to give you my blessing, Bean. It may take me a long time to like him, but I can see how you love him, and he seems like he's a good alpha, a good man. I'm willing to give him a chance to prove it to me." Mama left after that, and on the way home, I felt a weight I hadn't known I was carrying lift a little. More than Mama, though. There was someone else I needed to see. Martin. Mama had finally persuaded him to put me on his visitors list, and I knew that I had to try to make it right with him. I didn't tell Neo that I was going. We were in each other's pockets these days, but I knew I needed to do this before school started back next week, and I found myself without the time or energy. I had a day off from the Dream Bean, and after Neo went to work, I hopped in my car and drove over to the Burnt Hill jail. By now, it had become routine. Take off your belt, take off your jacket, no cell phones in the facility, no money you could potentially give the inmate, no wallets, no pens, no paper, no anything. Once I made it through the metal detectors, I went to the left and sat down at one of the cinder block cubicles and waited. Eventually, I could hear the heavy metal door open and slam shut on the other side of the wall, and then there he was, in front of me. Even though I was on the visitors list, he didn't look pleased to see me. I picked up the phone and reluctantly he did the same. "Tucker," he said coolly, "there was a time when we had been the best of friends." "Martin, how are you?" "There was a time when I wouldn't have even had to ask. I would have known." "Fine," he bit out. "There was a time when we didn't lie to each other." "Thanks for adding me," I told him. "There was a time when that wouldn't have been a question." "Mama was pretty persuasive. Told me you had something important to tell me." His voice sounded hoarse and rough in a way I didn't remember. I nodded. "I do. I'm bonding." "What?" he asked, his eyebrows raising. "Well, good. I'm glad you found someone real, unlike that stupid stunt you pulled at Grand's with the bounty hunter." Martin wasn't stupid, and he'd had time to think about this. Clearly, he'd been talking to Mama, too. Still, his tone pissed me off. "Well, I guess you're going to have to get used to that little stunt or whatever because he's going to be my alpha." Martin froze, his dark eyes narrowing with rage. "What?" he repeated. "I love Neo. We're together, for real." "You think he loves you, Tucker? He used you to get to me." "We've been seeing each other since you got arrested. What use would he even have for me if that were true?" Martin was beyond reasoning with. "I can't fucking believe you. You get me in here." "Stop," I said. Now that I was faced with it, I was so done hearing the bullshit. "Martin, I didn't get you in here. You got you in here. All you had to do was show up to court, and you blew it. That's not on me." "Well, that didn't mean you had to go fucking lead goddamn Neo White to my fucking doorstep, did it?" "Don't talk about him like that," I said. "I'll talk about that piece of shit however in the fuck I like, and there's nothing you can do about it." "Piece of shit? Martin, Neo loves me. Like, really, really loves me. He takes care of me, protects me. You know all those things you're supposed to do for the Omega you love? You know, instead of beating them half to death?" Martin was seething. "Shut your fucking mouth." "Or what, Martin? You're going to shut it for me? Like you did with Gran? Like you did with Cass? You know what? I don't know why I bothered. I was hoping you'd get better. Learn something from all this. I was wrong." "Oh, look at poor suffering Tucker. Poor Tucker with his shitty brother. Let's all have a giant pity party for him. You're always so weak." I nodded. "Yeah, I am weak. In the way you mean it. Instead of deciding to bully people and punch my way out of everything, I got my shit together and moved on. Pulled myself together." "Oh, and that makes you a better person?" "No. Not hurting people I love makes me a better person. I lost Daddy too, Martin. I'm the only person in the world that understands exactly what you went through, and you'd still rather spit on me than let me be there for you." "Yeah." "What would that be like? Play it out for me, Tucker. What happens next?" "You do what you have to do to make up for the shit you've done. You get help. You get clean and talk to somebody about whatever it is that makes you so fucking mad all the time. You fucking wrestle with why your emotions are so out of whack so you don't take it out on a scared 19-year-old kid who doesn't know any better and who, for some godforsaken reason, loves you anyway. If you want that, I will do everything I can to help you. You're my twin, Martin." "Some twin I have," Martin sneered. "I always imagined you being there for me when this happened. When Daddy died, I thought you'd be the one up there with me when I bonded with someone." "Well, you should have thought of that when you turned me over to the fucking police," Martin snapped. I did, you fucking asshole. You. Not this bullshit asshole routine you've fallen into. I was thinking about you. The real you. When are you gonna fucking learn, Tuck? This is me. Yeah, I think I'm getting that. I hung up the phone and I left. I could hear, muffled through the glass, as Martin shouted after me. I thought I'd be sad, and I think there was some part of me that was, but I felt numb more than I felt any particular emotion. I'd been angry when I'd spoken with him, but all that seemed to leach out on the drive home. When I got there, a familiar black truck was parked in the parking lot. I went in, and Neo was there waiting for me in the living room. He didn't say anything, just drew me into his wide chest. How did you know? I asked. I know every single sheriff's deputy in the county, including the ones at the jail, especially the ones at the jail. They may have let me know my fiancé was up there, and I may have cleared my schedule. I sniffled into his shoulder. It was strange to be so taken care of, so seen to. You didn't have to do that, I said. Oh, baby. Yes, I did. Once you're feeling better, there's someone I really want you to meet. Yeah? Who? Well, once you're feeling a little better, I'm taking you to see Granny Harper. Granny knows how to fix everything, I promise. What if she can't fix it? Granny Harper has, and I quote, never met a problem biscuits and gravy couldn't fix. Sounds like my type of woman, I agreed, already feeling better being here with him. Should I feel threatened? Neo asked, voice light. Depends on how good the biscuits and gravy are, sugar. Chapter 35. Neo. And yeah, I said, finishing up my explanation of the intended timeline that Tucker and I had come up with. We figure we would bond over Christmas break. That'll give us time to settle before school starts up again for him. And you know, it'll be Christmas, I said pointedly to Val. It'll be romantic and such. Disgusting. And I'm surprised y'all decided to move into your place. Your place is kind of, Val said, wrinkling her nose for effect. I looked up from the meatloaf that Maggie had served me and glared deadpan at Val. My place wasn't bought on 2 lawyers' salaries, that's for sure. Oh well, Val said, throwing her hands up, her eyes wide as she mocked me. Look at him, with his not being a lawyer. What's wrong with being a lawyer? I get a nice house out of it, a pretty wife, and tons of time off here for the holidays. But, I said, swallowing meatloaf, you still have to be a lawyer, so... Maggie cracked up as I shrugged, and Val gasped in pretend shock. Anyway, his place is definitely not as roomy as mine. You're right, mine's not very roomy, but just in the meantime, while we save up and find something nice, you know? And while he finishes school. Once he finishes school, all I gotta do is kick back and relax while he rakes in the big bucks, I joked, as I stretched out in a show of the rest and relaxation that I was expecting. At this, Val and Maggie both traded glances and barked out laughs together. What? I said, sensing that they weren't laughing at my joke about letting Tucker work. Obviously, they were laughing, but they were laughing about something else. Laughing at me. Not laughing with me, that is. As a professor? Val asked incredulously. Yeah, I said, defending my beloved's honor in his absence. He'd had a paper that I had to clear out of the house to let him write, and I hadn't seen Val in a bit anyway. As a professor. Neo, honey, Maggie said, shaking her head as gently as she could. He's not going to make that much money as a professor, at least not for a long while. Well, that doesn't matter to me, I said, nodding definitively. Clearly it was all in good fun. Without having had anything or anyone to spend money on, I pretty much saved most of what I'd earned. And even if I hadn't, Tucker ought to do whatever Tucker wanted, regardless of money, and that was that. There's only one way he can make money, Val said, eyeing Maggie, and then eyeing me as though she were proposing something sneaky that someone might overhear her planning here in her kitchen. If he likes school so much, and if you're willing to wait, of course. Don't say it, I said. Bite your tongue. He wouldn't. He's not terrible like you two are, you hear me? Oh, Maggie clapped her hands together. Tucker's so smart. He'd be a great lawyer, Neo. He would. Depending on what kind of law he went into, he'd really get where a lot of his clients are coming from. No, I said. None of that, you harpy women. I love him. He's a good person. And we're happy.
We'd like to continue being happy, too, so becoming a miserable lawyer like you two is not in the cards. He's happy to finish with school, and I'm happy to have him finish school. Don't either of you go suggesting anything like that to him, or I'll have something to say about it."
"We're happy,"
Maggie protested, as she looked up from the message she had suddenly started writing on her phone. "Work email, probably. My point exactly." "I can beat you up," Val said, shrugging nonchalantly. "Always could, always will." "Only because I don't hit Hang on," I said, pulling out my own phone as it buzzed in my back pocket. It buzzed several times in the time it took me to pull it out. That was a phone call, not a text. Something urgent, then. I looked down at the screen, expecting to see confirmation that the call was from Tucker. It wasn't, though. Weirdly, it was from Blaze. "Well, now what in the hell does Blaze want so badly?" I asked aloud. "For starters, I don't know who Blaze is," Val answered dryly. I rolled my eyes at her and answered the phone. "Heyo." "Neo, finally. I've been calling around to everyone, but I can't get a hold of anyone," Blaze explained quickly. "What? What's going on?" I said, my stomach sinking as I immediately started inventing scenarios in my head where Tucker had been somehow hurt, dismembered, or killed. "Jonesy's coming back in this weekend. They had to pull him out and cut filming short. He's not good, man," Blaze explained. "What? What's wrong with him? Is he okay?" Maggie and Val once again traded glances, this time genuinely concerned as I pressed Blaze for more information. "Something about breaking his ankle, and then some kind of infection afterwards. He's really not doing good. I talked to him a little bit, and he sounds really out of it. Just really not with it. Worse than when he left. Way worse." "All right, well, does he need—" I started to ask without really knowing what I was going to ask. What did Jones need? Whatever I needed to do, I would do it. But, well, how could I help? "Can you come with us to get him from the airport? I don't know who else might be coming with us," Blaze explained. "Nah, say no more," I said immediately. "I'll be there, I promise." Blaze and I made final arrangements as he texted me flight details, and we said our goodbyes to each other before we hung up. "Your survivalist friend?" Maggie asked curiously. "Exactly. He got some kind of bone infection while he was out shooting in the desert, and apparently he was pretty touch and go there for a minute," I explained, pocketing the phone. "Sounds like he's stable now, but not necessarily feeling any better. He needs someone to at least get him from the airport, so I trailed off looking at Val. Perfect Val. Wonderful Val. Brilliant Val, who knew to turn off the hateful sister act as soon as we needed to seriously be there for each other. "Take care of your friend," Val said, nodding. "Maggie and I know a thing or two about extra special weddings, and as much of a hellcat as she is in the courtroom, Maggie's actually a gloopy, lovey-dovey—" "I would love to plan your bonding ceremony, Neo," Maggie said, staring at me with a serious intensity that she'd never used with me before. "I would love it." "Well, you won't have much time. We want to do it the month after the actual bonding." "So, January?" Maggie said, her voice trailing off. Her eyes were shifting back and forth like she was moving invisible chess pieces none of the rest of us could see. "It'll be tricky, but we can make it happen." "Yeah, you'd better let her do it now," Val said, cautiously backing away from her wife to join me on my side of the kitchen counter. "I promise, Tucker will be thrilled. Just let her. It's best for everyone involved." "Oh, okay," I said, simultaneously newly burdened with the information about Jones, and newly relieved with Maggie wrenching the reins of the ceremony out of my hands. Thank you?" "I need to see him again, or at least a picture of him," Maggie said immediately, frantically clicking her perfect nails against the phone. "Trying to weasel his favorite colors out of him so I can try to incorporate things. But the colors also have to complement your friends' and relatives' complexions, so—" I sighed in relief, sort of reassured at Maggie's attention to detail so suddenly and so completely turning onto my bonding ceremony. Val, for her part, rolled her eyes to heaven and sighed, like she was praying for strength. "You owe me," she mouthed to me as I nodded sheepishly. Chapter 36. Tucker. When Neo called about Jones, I could hear the panic in his voice. So when he asked if I would go along with him to Atlanta, any chance to hesitate had gone out the window. But now that I was here in the airport terminal, surrounded by all of Neo's friends, I wondered whether or not I'd made the right decision. This seemed so personal, and this guy didn't know me from Adam. Neo reached over and took my hand,
giving it a little squeeze, and it helped to center me. This was for Jones, sure, but for me? It was for Neo. He needed me, and I wasn't going to back away from that. I hear that congratulations are in order, Logan said softly. Clearly it wasn't the time and place to make a big deal out of it, but I gave him a sly smile and looked over at Neo, who'd now shifted to talk in worried tones with Blaze. Thanks. It's a whirlwind, but when you know, right? Logan asked. I nodded. Exactly. Well, Granny Harper told me that you definitely had her seal of approval at any rate. She's always been sweet on Neo. She calls him the handsome one. She's absolutely not wrong there, I agreed. Logan talked to me for a few more minutes until a very pale, very distraught Charlie rushed in. Where is he? He asked JP. Logan went to his friend and wrapped his arms around his shoulders as JP filled him in on what we knew so far, which wasn't a whole lot from the sound of it. He'd had an accident while he was in the Sahara Desert and had ended up messing up his ankle. Apparently, on top of that, his recovery hadn't gone smoothly. A few minutes later, the airline attendant made the announcement through the tiny speakers that Jones's flight had landed. We gathered around the terminal, and I tried my hardest not to look out of place. I didn't even know who I was looking for. Finally, a scruffy-looking man came limping through the gates, and I could tell from the way that Neo's arm tightened around me that it had to be Jones. I could see why Neo had called. Jones looked, well, haggard was a nice word for it. He looked like he was skin and bones, and like he hadn't slept in days. Haunted almost. Before anyone else could react, though, Charlie ran forward toward him. They were too far away to hear what was said, but apparently whatever it was wasn't good. It was enough to make Charlie's face fall, and the next thing I knew, he was melting back into the crowd of people who were now approaching him. Blaze was the next to approach. Neo had told me enough of his story to know that Blaze knew what it was like to be injured and coming home unsure of yourself. Jones didn't know what to do at first, but after a second, he relented and gave Blaze a feeble pat on the back and made a face that could have been a smile or a grimace. From there, everyone else took it as a sign that they could come forward too, and I found myself hanging back a little. I looked over and saw Charlie trying his very best to hold it together. I remembered back to the wistful look I'd seen on his face when he'd been at Nico's, and my heart clenched. Hey, you okay? I asked softly enough that none of the others could hear us. Yeah, I'm okay, he said, in the most not okay voice I'd ever heard. Look, I don't know you that well, but you don't sound okay. I'd like to know you better since it looks like, for better or worse, I'm going to be around a whole lot now. I guess I should say congratulations, Charlie said. It sounded sincere. It also sounded like the last thing Charlie wanted to do right now. Don't worry about it, okay? Look. I make a point of being there for my friends. And that, I hope, includes you, all right? If you ever need anything or want to talk or want to drink a bunch of wine, just let me know. Just putting the offer out there. That's so nice of you, Tucker, he said. It's what friends are for. It didn't seem to make him feel any better, though. Of course it didn't. And I really didn't expect it to. Whatever was going on there had been going on for a while. You lied, I said when Neo and I got back in his truck. Neo looked over shocked. About what? Charlie and Jones, I suggested. Neo's surprise melted away and was replaced with another complicated emotion instead. Well, I wouldn't say lied exactly. Neo White. Now, hold on. Lie is just, harsh. I didn't lie, it's just you happen to neglect to mention that while Jones and Charlie may be friends, Charlie is also completely ass-end over tea kettle in love with them? Neo just sort of deflated. It's been like that for years. As long as I've known them, at least, but it's always been on the down low. Why? Charlie's cute. Yep, everyone knows that Charlie is cute and sweet, and definitely waiting for Jones, and only Jones to make a move. Charlie also has a fire chief older brother that would absolutely not hesitate to beat the tar out of any alpha, friend or not, if he hurt his baby brother. Oh, well, that made sense. Good thing you've already tackled my brother, then, I shrugged. Chapter 37. Tucker. See you next semester, Dr. Thomas, I said, before handing him the paper version of the final project I'd been working on for weeks now. It was, effectively, the beginning stages and framework of the thesis that I'd spent all next semester perfecting and writing. I'd spent the last month and a half reviewing and organizing all my research, outlining the paper, and writing proposal after proposal, and now, finally, it had been approved. "Bye, Tucker. Happy holidays," he called as I left his office. I loved the feeling of the end of the semester. I felt free, like I could do anything. In reality, I knew as soon as I got home, I was going to crash and sleep for at least 12 hours. At some point tonight, the bed would jostle, and Neo would crawl in beside me, his arm coming down like an iron bar around me as he burrowed his nose into my neck. Just the thought sounded like heaven. I hadn't been feeling so hot lately, probably from all the stress, and I was looking forward to some uninterrupted time with Neo. It also filled my gut with anticipation. Neo and I had agreed that we wouldn't bond until after the semester was over. We could have done it at any old time, but when he said it, I knew we were on the same page. We were only going to be able to do this once. Maybe I should have thought it was cheesy, but I wanted it to be something that we remembered forever. I got home, and after eating some takeout and taking a hot bath, I passed out just as I'd imagined. But unlike my daydream, when I'd been leaving the department office, I woke up to the other side of the bed cold, and 2 text message alerts on my phone. "Sorry, baby. Skip's being difficult. Should be there in the morning." And, "Be ready for a surprise. X." It happened sometimes with Neo's work, and it was always unpredictable. That didn't bother me. The second text had more of my attention. Does that surprise mean what I think it means? Did Neo want to bond tomorrow? The thought was sort of overwhelming, but also really exciting. If the answer to that was yes, what would you say? I could only think of one response. "What are you doing wasting time talking to me? Go catch him. Come home and see for yourself." Neo didn't say anything else, and I assumed that meant he took what I said to heart. When I woke up next, bright winter sunlight was streaming through my window, and fingers were carding through my hair. I looked up to find Neo looking down at me, a private smile on his face. "Hi, baby. Sleep well?" I stretched and turned over to face him more completely. He was sitting up against the headboard, and I buried my face in his stomach. Would have been better if you'd been here," I sighed. "What time is it?" "Around noon. Plenty of time for me to go home and get cleaned up after I caught my skip. I may have also found the time to make you breakfast in bed." Now that caught my attention. "Breakfast?" I asked. "Yes." "In bed?" Neo laughed. "That's what I said. Now sit up and let me go bring it to you." Neo extracted himself from the bed, and I did what he asked. In a minute, he came back with a little tray. Did I own that tray? I'm pretty sure I didn't. Now I was enamored with the idea of Neo going out and looking for a breakfast tray just to make this happen. "At first, I thought about taking you somewhere nice for breakfast instead, but given everything else we had planned, it seemed sort of impractical," he explained, setting the tray in my lap. Suddenly the half-formed memories from last night snapped into place. That's why I remembered that Neo had said he had a skip he was tracking down. He told me last night when I'd woken up from my after-semester coma. He'd said a lot of things. I stared down at the food, unseeing for a minute as I processed everything. Unless you changed your mind, that is," he added. I looked up and saw him now looking down toward the floor, his hand scrubbing at the back of his neck like it did when he was nervous and feeling vulnerable. No, of course not. I was half asleep last night is all." I was certain about this. I wanted Neo, forever. I wanted to look at him and know that he was mine, that I was his. I couldn't imagine my life without him anymore. It was just strange to be here, in the light of day, talking about it. It felt surreal. I was suddenly aware that we were on the edge of something. It's great, but it feels weird, right? Am I the only one feeling weird? I asked. Neo blew out a big breath and smirked before shaking his head. No, it feels... God, I don't know. It feels like a lot, like almost too much. Exactly, I said, picking up a fork. Are these crepes? Neo blushed deeper. Might be. Did you make me crepes while I slept? I asked, my heart swelling. Yeah. You have no idea how hard it was to keep from cussing and screaming while I was doing it. Carefully, I got up from the bed and set the crepes on the nightstand. Come here, I said, reaching for him. You don't like the crepes? He asked cluelessly. I love the crepes. Really? You didn't even try them. Despite his skepticism, he was coming closer anyway. They're perfect, I said, pulling him down onto me. They're perfect, so you're not eating them? He asked. Exactly. Was there something else you wanted? Because I could— Neo, I said firmly. Neo wasn't the type to ramble, but I was, and I could see the setup to a nervous ramble from a mile away. He looked down at me instead, really looked at me, and I saw the exact moment he registered the desire that had to be written all over my face. I want you, Neo, I explained anyway, just in case he wasn't clear about what it was I was asking. The nervous alpha that had been in front of me mere moments ago seemed to have disappeared completely. All that was left instead was Neo looking at me like he wanted to worship me, and frankly, I was inclined to let him. I want to be yours, Neo. Please don't make me wait anymore. That was all it took, and Neo was on me. His rough hands skirted my sides as they traveled under my too big sleep shirt, and one of them started to pluck and tease at my nipples, while his mouth sealed over mine. His stubbled jaw rasped over the soft skin of my neck and shoulder as he littered my jaw with sweet, sucking kisses with just the barest scrape of his teeth. You taste so sweet. You always taste so sweet, he growled, lapping at my neck before pulling one of my delicate earlobes into his hot mouth. His hips were aligning with mine. My cock was eager to meet his, and already drooling a wet spot into my thin sleep pants as he rubbed his thick erection against mine. I wrapped my legs around him for better leverage as we rutted into each other like teenagers. With school and work, and all the responsibilities of adulthood, we hadn't had a lot of energy to just take our time with each other. And when better than the first time I was going to let him take me? I have some good ideas of other places I taste even sweeter, I said offhandedly. I had a love affair with Neo's tongue. Is that your request? You know, there are a lot of really cliché food metaphors I could— Okay, yep, or you could just do that. Neo had leaned back on his knees, detangled my legs, and stripped me bare from the waist with shocking ease. And the next thing I knew, he had me spread as wide as I could go while he made it his life's only purpose to devour me. The noises he wrung from my throat were already high-pitched with the need he was building within me. Fuck, baby, you're so sensitive, he said, pulling back just enough to watch as I felt one of his fingers circling my entrance. That's it, Tucker. Look at you relaxing for me. You know I'm going to make you feel good, don't you? Neo, please, I begged. Please what? I want your fingers, I said, trying my luck and writhing my hips so I could attempt to drive myself down onto the digit almost where I needed it most. Neo's response was immediate, and I found his other arm coming down across my hips to pin me mercilessly in place. Where do you want my fingers, baby? He asked. At the same time, he slowed his finger down to a complete halt, and I whined at the loss of the minimal contact he was still affording me. I muttered. Neo seemed less than impressed, and infinitely patient as he kissed the insides of my thighs. I'm sorry. What was that? Fuck, Neo. In me. I want them in me. My face burned with shame, but even so, my cock was so hard I could have cut glass. I loved that Neo could do this to me, that Neo could draw these things out of me. Can you ask nicely, baby, instead of being a brat? Oh. Please, Daddy, please. I tried again. Neo's already dark eyes darkened further. Bingo. Well, since you asked so nicely. And then two of his thick fingers were breaching me all at once. We'd done this enough in the past few months that it wasn't impossible, but it was still a stretch to take so much of him all at once with nothing but his spit and the negligible amount of slick I made outside of heat. It wasn't too much, but it was just there on the tantalizing edge of it. He paused to let me adjust around him before he started steadily working his fingers in and out of me, his calloused fingertips glancing off of the spot inside me that made my spine feel like it was on fire. Lube, he said shortly, I scrambled with love-drunk hands for the bottle on the nightstand, offering it to him like it was gold. He withdrew for just a second, but before I could even vocalize just how unacceptable that was, he was again pressing against my softened entrance with what felt like 3 of his fingers. The burn was back again, as I struggled to accommodate him. He usually didn't stretch me this much, but I quickly realized why this time was different. Shh, baby, come on. Show me you can take it. I need to get your tight little hole loosened up if you're ever going to be able to take my cock. He worked his fingers into me slower this time, and as I bore down, the initial discomfort gave way to a scalding kind of delight. Neo, oh God, I cried. That's it. So good for me, baby. Let me in. That's right, sweetheart, just like that. I felt something coil in me and release, and only belatedly, I realized that I'd come all over myself, just from the stretch of taking him, of adjusting while he praised me. Oh, Tucker, he groaned. He sounded gutted, and when I looked down, I saw him looking in wonder as my cock pulsed weakly, the last of my orgasm. He seemed to want to pull back, likely afraid that after my orgasm, I'd be easily overstimulated, but I reached down to wrap my fingers around his wrist. More, Daddy, more. Give me more, I said, too fucked out to care whether I sounded bratty or not. I groaned when instead of pulling away, he continued to work his fingers in and out of me until they could slip in and out with ease. Do you think you're ready for me, baby? I nodded my head against the pillows, and even though I knew he was going to be filling me with something even better, I still groaned at the loss of his hand slipping away from between my thighs. I expected him to fit himself between my legs, but he surprised me by grabbing me and arranging me so that I was on top of him instead. That way you can take me at your pace, he groaned, and after a little more arranging, he was there, a hand on the base of his now looped cock as the fat head of it pressed against my entrance. On trembling legs, I lifted myself up slightly and then began to lower myself onto him. Even with all the preparation, Neo's fingers were nothing like the throbbing length now trying to force its way inside me. I anchored my hands on his chest, and Neo let his hands wrap carefully around my hips, not to pull me down, but to support me as I worked him inside me with experimental rolls. We both groaned in pleasure when I felt the head of him pop completely inside along with the first inch or two, and I held myself there, willing my body to relax before beginning to take more and more of him inside. It was impossible to describe the pleasure I felt feeling him force me to accommodate him with every downward movement, and the look on his face when finally, after what felt like several lifetimes, my plush ass cradled tight against his hips. I threw my head back, letting myself wallow in the feeling of finally having all of his cock inside me for the first time before I started riding him. My own cock had flagged from its previous orgasm, but now that he was rubbing against my prostate every time, I drove myself down onto him. I was working myself back to complete, mind-numbing hardness. Neo, God, you're perfect. Fuck, you fill me up so good, I cooed, angling my hips so the thick head of him grazed constantly against where I needed him most. Eventually, my hands went to his, and I pressed them more firmly into my hips. I had a second to hope that he got my drift before he was taking over. At first, he lifted and pulled me at a rhythm that drew deep groans and grunts from his throat, and then, when that wasn't enough for him, he tipped me over until I was spread and pinned gloriously beneath all of his weight. And then, things changed. I expected him to fuck me fast and furiously, but instead, he slowed things down again. I felt close to coming before, and this was just enough to pull me back and let things build again, this time softer, sweeter. His mouth kissed every part of me he could, my throat, my cheeks, my lips, until all I could do was grab onto his shoulders and pant his name in desperate whispers. Neo, just like this. I want to come just like this, I chanted. Neo took it to heart and committed himself to keeping that pace. At first, it seemed like a gentle, coaxing sort of rhythm, but there was some inexorable tenacity to it, and soon I felt like I was going to fall apart at the constant, rocking softness of it. Neo, now, please, please, now. Neo knew what I was asking for. His eyes were blown wide, and quickly He fit a hand between us to stroke my cock as he quickened the pace slightly. I felt like I was going to catch fire. But still, I needed something. There was something missing. But then, just like that, I felt it. A groan ripped from his throat, and that is not pressed inside me. Ah, that was it. From there, several things happened in an indistinguishable blur. Neo's knot swelled to an almost impossible size, locking him inside me as he began to come, and at the same time, I felt my vision whiten at the edges as I came hard and fast around the fat knot now buried securely inside me. Neo fell forward, his face in my neck, and I pressed my nose into his hair to smell the salt of his sweat mixing with the smell of tobacco in autumn I'd learned was all Neo's own. He was muttering something, and at first, I was too blissed out to even possibly make it out. But after a moment, I realized. "You're mine," he said, saying it more than once as if he couldn't believe it, as if it were the best thing he had ever thought of. And from where I was, I couldn't agree more. Cold crepes were amazing. I fed Neo little bits of them, and the bacon, reminiscing of when we'd done that same during my heat. I felt exhausted, thoroughly and blissfully well used, and more content with the world than I ever had in my entire life. "So, what do you think you want to do with your degree once you're done with it?" Neo asked, before taking another offered bite of bacon. We'd been talking about plans once I was out of school. "I'm not entirely sure. I want to help people, but I don't know how exactly yet. Maybe I should think of a new line of work, though. It's not like my track record of helping people has been very good in my personal life," I joked weakly. Neo nudged my shoulder with his head. "I don't know about that. Besides, you can't take it personally. You can't help someone who doesn't want help, Tucker. And that's the definition of Martin. He's not ready." "You think he might be one day?" I asked. Neo shrugged. "Not for me to say. Maybe. I hope so, anyway." "You know who I feel the worst for, though." Neo made a questioning grunt. "Cass?" "Have you heard anything out of him?" Neo asked. "No, not a peep. Probably won't either." "Probably. But Tucker, if he doesn't reach out, that's on him. If he did reach out, would you help him?" "Absolutely." "Then see? It's not that you're not willing to help, or that you don't care. It's that you can't make him do anything he doesn't want to any more than you can make your brother. It's shitty, but it is what it is." "It is what it is," I agreed. "I just can't help thinking of Mama, too. What do you do if your kid turns out like Martin? What do you do if your kid starts dating someone like Martin?" Neo went quiet when I mentioned children, and didn't say anything else. It wasn't unusual for Neo to go quiet sometimes. I was definitely the one of us that did more of the talking, but he usually didn't just tune out in the middle of a conversation. I doubted it had anything in particular to do with Martin and Cass. But then that had to be kids? Shit. We'd talked about this. It was hard not to with Logan and Blaze's little one and Neo's sister's baby around. And Neo was so good with them. Jeremiah loved Neo, and Neo was sort of fascinated with him. Had he changed his mind? Was there something about me that made him think maybe we shouldn't have children together? I was starting to panic when Neo began talking again. "I've been thinking about something," he said seriously, turning on his side to look at me. I set down the mostly empty breakfast plate so I could focus. "Okay." "I love what I do for a living, but I've been thinking, for a while now, that maybe it's time I, found something safer. Maybe I'd still do some of it on the side, but I think I'm ready to start thinking about doing something else. Something that hopefully doesn't mean you end up with sheriff's deputies at the door telling you something terrible has happened." I thought back to Mama and how difficult it had been for her to cope after Daddy died. I couldn't imagine having Neo torn away from me like that. "What would you do instead?" "I want to help open the knitting shop. I know I've been talking about it, but I mean, as a full-time thing. It helped me, helped Blaze. Hell, helped all of us, really. And it was like, once I got the idea in my head, I couldn't get it out again." "Yeah? What's with the big change of heart?" I teased, knowing perfectly well what the answer was. "Just thought I might want to consider being safer now that I have somebody to be safe for. It's a good move for us, for our family," he explained. Family. Now that I could get used to. I think you should do it. If it'll make you happy, you should do it. Neo seemed relieved that he'd said what he needed to, and nodded more for himself than for me. I think I will. I'll see what the boys have to say about it now that they've had some time to think about it. But even if they don't want to, I think I'm going to do it anyway. He gave me his shyest smile, and I couldn't help but kiss him for it. He kissed me back before pulling me closer into his arms and snuggling me down into the blankets. My stomach still felt like it was in knots, and at first I thought it might have something to do with nerves from earlier when I thought Neo was implying he didn't want children. But now? Well, now I thought maybe it meant something else entirely. Chapter 38. Tucker. Man, everyone should get bonded. I felt amazing these days. Sure, it had only been 4 days, but I felt fantastic. Well, other than the stress of planning a bonding ceremony. And the fact that my brother's trial date kept crawling closer and closer. And, well, the fact that I'd not stopped feeling under the weather. In fact, I'd woken up the last 3 days and had promptly thrown up everything I'd ever eaten. Ever. Only to be absolutely starving an hour later. But who cared about literally any of that? I was in love. I was in love with my alpha. I had an alpha. It was amazing. And the other stuff wasn't that bad. True, I couldn't really do anything about Martin or his trial, but I was slowly coming to terms with that, so I could make whatever peace I was ever going to make with it. But Logan had proven indispensable with the bonding ceremony. He'd done lots of promotional work with a ton of different wedding and bonding vendors, and he had lots of contacts in the industries. Miss S. had told me up front that she would help with the cake and snacks for the reception, and between Maggie and Logan, they'd already helped me find a local barn that did receptions and events, and I'd fallen in love with the open beams and lights. Logan had decided that he would film, and Maggie had a friend that would photograph. It felt like it was coming together, and next week we were sending out invitations for the actual ceremony. And that only left the nausea, and to be honest, I was pretty sure about that too. Neo was shuffling around getting ready for work, and I leaned against the kitchen counter, just watching as he made his coffee. I admired his exposed forearms, his shirt sleeves pushed up, and the way his jeans clung to what was truly a spectacular ass. Stop looking at me like that, or I'm never going to make it out of the house. That doesn't sound so bad, I said, leering at him with a wide smile. It is if you like to continue eating, he said, plucking his keys from the hook. And if your appetite the last few days is anything to go by, you do. Hey, words can hurt, I said, clutching my chest and pretending to be wounded. Yeah. You working today? I shook my head. Tomorrow. I'll see you tonight, okay? I asked, giving him a nice kiss to keep us both going for the day apart. Neo looked torn, like for all the world he wanted to stay right where he was and see where that kiss led. Go on. Remember, you have to keep me in house and home now, I teased. Once Neo was gone, I put the last part of my plan into motion. I drove to the far side of town, to the only major grocery store we had. There were lots of places closer where I could get what I needed, but all those required an actual person to check you out. I wasn't planning on keeping things secret forever, but I didn't really need half of Burnt Hill knowing my business, especially with the confluence of old women around me. The box store had what all the others lacked, and that was self-checkout. By the time I got back to the apartment, I was less sure about this. I took the little stick from its sickly pink packaging and took a breath. There was a part of me that thought I was crazy. There was no way. Omegas only got knocked up in a heat. I mean, if folks weren't careful, it could happen, and around a heat. But until we'd bonded, Neo had never been inside me. But there was no way that I would be having symptoms if Neo had gotten me pregnant when we bonded. It was way too soon for that. Still, 10th grade gym class came to mind, and I was reminded of my gym coach explaining that any exposure to sperm could, in rare cases, lead to pregnancy if it came anywhere near an Omega's entrance. And while Neo hadn't had sex with me, there had been, a considerable amount of, fluids. It was possible. When I got home, the test just sat there much of the day. I needed the time to work up the courage to take it. Finally, in the late afternoon, I decided to bite the bullet. I took the test in the bathroom, and after I peed on it, I stuck it on the bathroom counter while I waited for it to do its thing. I was just considering dinner when my phone rang. I didn't pay attention to who it was, my eyes focused on the little lines on the test. Hi, this is Tucker. Tucker? Oh my God. Thank God. Tucker, I didn't know who to call. Oh my God, you've got to help me. Wait, I recognize that voice. I pulled the phone away as he continued babbling just to be sure. Cass? Yes! Jesus, you've got to get here now. Please, please! I didn't even think before I was reaching for my keys, the test long forgotten. I wasn't that much older than Cass, but the kid sounded terrified. If he did reach out, would you help him? Absolutely. Tell me where you are. Chapter 39. Neo. Tucker? I called into the house as I struggled to let myself in. I was loaded down with bags of takeout. Nothing fancy, just Chinese again. But it was supposed to be a surprise, early evening complete with dinner included. Early, by our standards anyway. No answer, though. I frowned a little at the lack of anyone to be surprised at my surprise. Tucker! I called again as I struggled with the bags of takeout just enough to lock the door, amble to the kitchen, and to set everything down on the counter. Tucker Spears. Again, nothing. There's Chinese food here for any half-starved master students who might be interested, so, just putting that out there, I called over my shoulder as I started rifling through the bags and organizing the containers onto the counter. Like a makeshift buffet of sorts, ready for Tucker's perusal. No, nothing. I yelled the question into the living room and then listened for an answer. Still, no answer. Not only was there no answer, this time it struck me that there was no noise whatsoever. You couldn't hear anyone pacing, or clicking at a keyboard, or listening to the same song for the 40th time in a row. Was he sleeping? I padded into the bedroom as softly as I could to avoid disturbing him if he had finally let himself nap. A nap might have done him good, for as sick as he'd been feeling recently. I creaked the door open as quietly as I could to peek inside and saw nothing. Our sheets were still rumpled into a ball, but there was no evidence that anyone had been in the bedroom since we'd woken up that morning. The bathroom light was still on, so I crossed the bedroom to search for Tucker in there. If nothing else, I thought, even if he wasn't in there, I could at least turn off the light. In what was the biggest evidence of the age difference in our relationship, Tucker constantly left every light on in the house, while I sighed and followed him around turning off the lights behind him. My hand instinctively went for the light switch, and I was just about to flick it off until my eyes happened to fall onto the counter. It seemed a little like a thermometer at first, but as soon as I'd fully stepped into the bathroom and approached it more closely, there was no mistaking what it was. Did the little blue stripe mean you were... No, 2 blue stripes. That's what it said on the stick. 2 blue stripes meant you were pregnant. But that couldn't be. Well, it could be. Just to be sure, I bent down to root around in the trash can next to the toilet until I found the box that the stick had come in. I skimmed the directions, holding the box up to my face and squinting at the tiny text, and then holding the test up to my face and squinting at it in turn. Yep, the box confirmed what the stick said. Which, of course it did, and the box and the stick both agreed. If there were 2 little blue stripes, and there were, then that meant that you were, in fact, pregnant. Then obviously, evidently, clearly Tucker was. I threw the box away from me and brought up the hand that had been holding the box to my mouth. Positive. Positively positive. Tucker was definitely, positively pregnant. Oh my God. I was going to be a dad. Tucker and I were having a baby. I ran through 100 ways to conceptualize what the 2 little lines meant until I had to fight back tears of pure joy. Fuck, yes! Tucker and I were going to have a baby. A baby! This was better than the wildest, best fantasy I'd ever hoped to entertain. This was amazing. This was a goddamn miracle is what it was. This was... Where was Tucker, anyway? I set the stick back down on the counter and reached for my phone in my pocket. Shit. It had been on silent the whole time, and I just managed to miss a call from Tucker. Probably a happy call to let me know the details. Probably. Still, I couldn't shake the trepidation that made my hands tremble as I brought the phone up to my ear to listen to the voicemail he'd left me. Fuck. 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 Something about Cass calling, and a frantic, "Don't worry, I'm on my way to get him right now." And then an address that I rushed to type into my phone's notes as Tucker recited it in the voicemail. God damn it. God damn it. Fucking perfect, beautiful, selfless idiot. I was going to shake him. Well, I wouldn't shake him. Not ever, and especially not now. But what the hell? Why was he going to get him? Especially knowing that he knew just now with the stick and the stripes and the baby? Hello? I asked frustratedly as I tried to call Tucker. Obviously, Tucker wasn't even picking up, but that didn't stop me from helloing into the phone. I so desperately wanted him to pick up. Nothing. God damn it. Tucker was pregnant. And instead of calling me, or, hell, the cops, he had rushed out himself to go see about this kid in this shitty part of town where the kid was probably in trouble with some shitty people. And pregnant, to reiterate. I groaned aloud in frustration as I fished my keys out and ran out of the bathroom, past the Chinese buffet I had been putting together, and out the door. Chapter 40. Tucker. I've never been more grateful for GPS than I was in this instance of my life. Burnt Hill wasn't a metropolis by anyone's definition, but the part of town I was going to was definitely not one I was familiar with. It was out past Gran's, and up a little 2-lane road overlooking the main city. If you'd asked my gran, she would have told you nothing good ever happens out that way, and looking around, I didn't think she would have necessarily been wrong. Cass had been nearly hysterical, and between that and the frantic whispering, it had taken more than once for him to tell me the address. I still wasn't completely sure exactly what was happening. He told me that he would be outside in the yard, but when I pulled up to the ramshackle old house, there was no one visible at all. The screen door was standing wide open, and I felt every hair on the back of my neck stand up. Somehow, I knew that going into the house was not a good idea. For a second, I considered whether or not this was a trick. Cass had been angry that I'd conspired to get Martin locked up. Could this be some sort of revenge? Still, though, it was impossible to imagine that Cass could sound that convincingly terrified. I killed the engine before I even pulled in the driveway, not sure how I'd escalate the situation if I pulled right in front of the house. I called Cass back, and I heard the phone go live on the other end, but no one ever spoke. All I could hear was shouting. Some of it was high-pitched, which I assume was from Cass, and another deeper voice was roaring back. I wasn't sure what to do. Was I supposed to get out of the car? Should I call the police? What if I really was pregnant? What then? I was still not sure when a blood-curdling scream came through the phone receiver. Fuck it. There was no way I was just going to sit here doing nothing while whatever was happening to Cass was still going on. I got out of the car and flew into the house. I wanted to keep the front door open, but there was nothing to prop it with, and it was too heavy to hang open on its own. The inside of it didn't look any more cared for than the outside did. It was covered in muck and grime, and the carpets were all caked with dirt. Listen, you little bitch. You're not going any fucking where. Do you understand me? I followed the noise into the kitchen, and when I opened the door, I was horrified. Cass had a bag in his hand, and it didn't take a genius to figure out what they were fighting about. What in the fuck are you doing? I asked. The Alpha's back had been turned to me when I'd come in, and I met Cass's terrified eyes from over his shoulder, but now he wheeled around to face me. I instantly recognized him as the same Dick for Brains Alpha that had been harassing Cass in town the last time I'd seen him. You again? What the fuck are you doing here? The Alpha roared. Let him go. Clearly he wants to leave, and I'm here to help him, the Alpha snorted. Oh yeah? You're gonna stop me all by yourself, right? He stepped toward me menacingly, and for the first time, I felt my blood run cold. It must have shown on my face because he smiled a savage smile. Not so big and brave now that we're, not in the broad light of day? I thought I made it clear to you last time to mind your own fucking business and let me mind mine. Rick, stop it, Cass said, pulling on his hand. Lay off! With a crack, Rick turned around and backhanded Cass hard enough to send him reeling into the kitchen table. Shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch. No one was talking to you. At this point, I wasn't sure what was going to happen next, and all I could think about was Neo and possibly our baby. Look, it doesn't have to be like this. Why not let him leave? I said, trying again. Because I said so, he roared, turning back to me. Because he won't leave until I say so. I'll kill him first. The distraction was long enough for Cass to grab a plate from the table and crack it over Rick's head. Instead of it knocking him out, Rick went ballistic. He reached into his pants pocket, and the next thing I knew there was a flash of silver, and Cass was screaming like a wounded animal while clutching his face. "You worthless slut! Look what you made me do!" Rick screamed. Cass leapt forward to get away from him, but Rick was too fast, and brought the knife down to plunge into his upper arm. Whatever fight was left in Cass deflated with the new wound, and he fell to the floor, blood pooling from the wound to his arm and the slit to his face. I backed as far away as I could, all the way back into the front room of the house as Rick moved forward, the knife still in his hand. "Now, sweetheart, what are we going to do with you? Save your breath. I already know you're a rat. Do you know what happens to rats, sweetheart? They get trapped." "Oh, God. Please." Chapter 41. Neo. "Fine, whatever. Yeah. I just need them to be there when I get there. And an ambulance, too. It's 4029 Crest Hill. Now! No, I don't know this situation yet. Just get me an ambulance and get me cover. Now!" I yelled at the poor 911 operator at the end of the line. I was definitely doing 60 in a residential neighborhood, not going any faster because I'd already narrowly avoided hitting a pedestrian who was just trying to mind their business and walk their dog. Cat. Animal. Whatever. I hoped to God someone would pull me over. Not that I was going to stop, but for the first and only time in my life, I wanted nothing more than to see the flashing lights and the sirens go off behind me. I didn't have any plans of stopping until I got to where Cass and Tucker were, but then at least I'd be able to lead an entourage of cops to where I was going. As it was, I had already screamed at my phone's virtual assistant to call 911 twice, had relayed the story to 2 different 911 operators, and had demanded that the cops, the ambulance, the fire chief, the fucking mayor, anyone who could help me, help Tucker show up at the scene. Now. When my GPS alerted me to turn onto Crest Hill, I swerved so hard that I drifted across the lane. Thankfully, nobody was in the lane opposite me, or I definitely would have swiped someone's bumper clean off. It was only the fact that I was on the street and needed to pay attention to house numbers that made me slow down a hair. As soon as I saw the 402 with the 9 falling off the rickety mailbox in front of the house, though, I once again swerved and braked so hard, nearly simultaneously, that my tires screeched in protest. There, parked in the muddy patch outside of the house, was Tucker's car. I didn't hear anything before I threw myself out of the truck. I was already running for the steps when I heard a bone-chilling scream come from inside the house. And then? I know people say this, but I never had it happen to me before, so I assumed that it was just an idiom. Like a saying that was supposed to remind you of a bull having a red flag waved in front of its face to make it angry. But it's not really an idiom. At least, it wasn't for me at the moment. In that moment, as I heard the scream, and as I was running hard up the steps of the house, my vision went unfocused, and I literally saw red in front of my eyes. And after that, I'm not exactly sure what happened next. I know from the massive bruise that I developed on my shoulder in the days afterward, and the fact that I narrowly avoided dislocating it, that I must have used my shoulder to bust open the door. At the time, though, it didn't feel like there was a door in my way. It felt like there was a paper-thin obstacle of sorts that I had to run through if I was going to get to Tucker. So I did. I think I must have done my best to run straight through a closed door. Bursting into the house, I was immediately confronted with the scene going on in the living room. Down the hallway and on the floor was a thin, scrawny, screeching Omega that I would eventually process as Cass. The reedy Omega was trying to half writhe and half crawl down the hallway. He seemed to be trying to army crawl on his belly, using only one arm while his other hand was covering his face as a thick, red liquid gushed through the gaps on his fingers. He was also emitting horrific, spine-chilling wails like a baby would if it could scream with the force of a grown man. He sounded less like a person than a wounded animal, and while, ordinarily, that was the kind of horror movie scene that would stop you dead in your tracks as the blood drained all the way down your feet, for me, it faded into the background. As bad as the scene on the floor was, opposite me at the other end of the living room, Tucker was trying to hold his ground bravely, but was quickly creeping backwards into the wall. Only a few inches away from him stood something, someone, whatever. I'd sort it the fuck out later, holding a switchblade a foot above Tucker and preparing to swipe it down onto him. Some kind of beast made a noise that sounded wounded, and yet furious at the same time. When the doctors would discover the vocal cord that I tore, I would eventually conclude that I was the beast making the noise. But at the time, the sound was awful enough for both Tucker and the man to stop what they were doing and to both turn to look at me with terror in their eyes. I am a well-trained bounty hunter. I have neatly and swiftly taken out knees, maneuvered people against walls, and elegantly clapped handcuffs onto wrists before the guy getting cuffed even knew what was happening. I didn't fight like a well-trained bounty hunter then. I think I crouched down to build enough momentum to push myself forward into the man threatening Tucker, and then into the wall. I heard the wind knock out of the bastard as his back hit the wall, and the switchblade clattered onto the floor. I twisted my fist into the front of his thin t-shirt tight enough to cut off circulation to my hand, and then set him down hard onto the floor. Once, twice, and a third time, I used my fist to shove the back of his head into the wall. That's probably when I gritted my teeth hard enough to crack my back molar, said my dentist after the fact. "Quit that! Quit! Neo, you're killing him! Stop!" someone said behind me, as a weight made it harder to move my arm. I realized then that the man had gone limp and slumped forward where he sat on the floor. He was definitely still breathing, so he was just out. I turned to look over my shoulder at the voice that had stopped me and found that Tucker was clinging to my arm, trying to restrain me. "You're crazy!" Tucker yelled at me as he eyed the passed-out figure by the wall. I panted hard through my mouth as it hung open. Tucker was looking at me like he was scared that I'd probably lost my damn mind and was going to turn on him next. "You're pregnant," I rasped back in explanation. Chapter 42. Tucker. After Neo came to my rescue, things started happening very quickly, almost as soon as Neo reached me. The house was flooded with paramedics and police. "Are you hurt? Did he touch you?" Neo asked. I could still feel the rage pouring off him in waves. No. Oh God, Cass, is he— Shh! The paramedics will see to him. Come on." Neo at first tried to help me to my wobbly feet, but after a few seconds instead, put one of his arms under my knees and pulled me to his chest. I curled into him desperately. I couldn't seem to stop shaking. "It's okay, baby. It's just the adrenaline," he murmured before settling me on the porch and wrapping me up in a blanket one of the paramedics had given him. A minute or two later, they brought Cass out. He was eerily still and quiet. "He's not—" Neo shook his head. "Just passed out." "Well, regardless of what Martin does with him, he's definitely part of the family now." Neo raised an eyebrow. "Why do you say that?" "Well, the family that slays together—" I didn't even finish. The look Neo gave me was thunderous, and something squirmed in my belly. I'd done things that made Neo frustrated or exasperated with me, and I'd certainly made Neo angry before we started dating, but I'd never infuriated him like this. Officers came up to get my side of the story, and I couldn't for the life of me remember what I said, only that as soon as they were done, I collapsed against Neo's shoulder. Even as angry as he was, Neo ran soothing circles on my back. "Neo, I'm so later," he said firmly. My mouth clammed shut, and I hid my head again. "Just not now, okay, baby? Let's get you home first," he said, this time in a slightly softer tone. He wouldn't let me drive home, insisting that I get in his truck and that he'd have someone else come and get my car. The drive was absolutely silent, and I braced myself for whatever was coming when we got home. Neo wasn't a hothead, and he hardly ever lost his temper. He preferred to keep things inside. I'd expected a fight. What I got instead was a hot shower, Neo holding me up as he tenderly washed my hair, my neck, my legs. Then he fed me careful bites of takeout and some hot tea that soothed my raw throat, and then he dressed me in his oldest, most worn shirt and took me gently to our bed. I'd never loved him more. I kept thinking it wasn't possible for Neo to surprise me again with his thoughtfulness, and every time he'd proven me absolutely wrong. "I love you," I said, kissing him softly. Neo brushed his hand against my cheek. "I love you too, Tucker. More than anything." It didn't take long before I was kissing him again, now with more intent. Neither one of us hesitated once it started. I needed to reassure myself that maybe eventually Neo wouldn't be so angry with me, and Neo, I think, needed to reassure himself that I was in one piece. "I need you," I said, begging for something, anything that made me feel present, alive. "I have you," he said in response, the simple words balming my soul. There were no other words for what he did other than make love to me. He held my hips and thighs in the cradle of his arms as he coaxed my cock to full hardness with his mouth. He groaned sweetly in my ear when I palmed his cock with lube, preparing it to go inside me. And when we finally came together, every roll of his hips was accompanied with the drinking of groans and whines from one another's mouths. "I need you. I have you. I need you, just there. I have you, just like that." I'm not certain how long it went on, but by the time we were sprawled, sated and quiet on the bed, the sun had set completely, and it was dark outside. "You're still angry," I said, breaking the silence. Neo sighed. "I am, but that's not the thick of it, Tucker. I was scared. Absolutely out of my mind. But I'm proud of you too, you know. You helped Cass. You may have saved his life. I just wish you hadn't put yourself in the line of fire." I nodded. It had been reckless, especially with... "Oh, shit. Jesus. How is it all possible to forget you're pregnant?" Neo was quiet. The concerns from the other night came back to my mind. I'd assumed his silence after we bonded had been about him telling me about his potential career change, but maybe I'd been righter than I'd realized. Maybe Neo didn't want kids. After the night we'd had, I'd certainly understand if he didn't want them with me at any rate. What had I been thinking? Was his unhelpful response. "And you feel about that? How, exactly?" I prompted. Neo didn't say anything. He didn't have to. He just rolled me gently, so achingly gently onto my back, and started kissing the soft skin of my belly. "I've always wanted to be a dad," he said, voice rough with emotion. He looked up at me with dark, excited eyes, and I felt tears spring to my eyes. "Me too." We didn't say anything else right away, just basking in the knowledge of the secret we were sharing. I imagined that nothing would make Mama soften faster to the notion of Neo than her first grandbaby. My hand went down to pet Neo's dark hair as I imagined this next chapter of my life. I know it was a stupid way to do it, and I don't think I'd ever do it the same way again, but I think, in some small way, saving Cass made up for all the things I couldn't save about Martin. I couldn't save Martin from himself, but maybe I saved Cass from a life with people like Martin, and maybe that's enough. "We can go see Cass in the morning if you want," Neo offered. I nodded. "I'd like that." Neo hummed at the hand in his hair still rubbing at his scalp. Sometimes I was convinced my alpha was more house cat than man. He cracked an eye to look back at me again. "What should we do in the meantime?" I smiled and pulled him back up to my mouth. "I have a few ideas." "Only makes sense to celebrate," Neo agreed. So we did. Epilogue. I never liked whiskey very much, as a rule, but after getting home, we were getting more and more acquainted. For the first few days, I hadn't been able to catch my breath when I'd first got back to Burnt Hill. "Jonesy, what about this? And Jonesy, don't do that. Let me get that for you, honey. Blaze, help Jones." And my personal favorite, "What's wrong, Jones?" Finally, it had died down after it became clear that I didn't need a stream of friends and granny women standing vigil by my bedside. I just wanted quiet. Well, and lately, whiskey. It was a good time of year for it anyway. The TV show had meant my bank account was a lot fuller than it usually was around this time, so that, plus what I had saved, was more than enough to let me kick my feet up, literally, while my ankle completely got back to normal through the slow months in the winter. So that should be fine. I didn't have any obligations to anyone or anything, and I could just wallow in my own feelings of misery. But that was just it, wasn't it? Every time I closed my eyes, all I could remember was the pounding heat of the desert, the scalding pain every time my leg moved, and the broken bones ground against one another. I thought I was going to die out there. And it had been scary. And it had been depressing. More than anything, I remember being angry. I was there, lying in the sand, burning in the heat of the day, absolutely furious. Because this wasn't supposed to happen to me. I was an expert in this. I'd spent my entire adult life learning how to do this, and now I was going to die because I wasn't as good at it as I thought. What a fucking joke. An old guide had told me once, "You can't prepare for fate." And he was right. I told the same thing to clients more than once. They couldn't help that 2 weeks into a month-long hike, they caught pneumonia, or that the snowstorm that was supposed to go north had gone south instead. Some things just happened. But some things didn't happen to me. That was just for other people, not me. I was invincible. Needless to say, the desert had disabused me of that notion entirely. And, more than anything in the world, when I was laying there dying, all I could think about was Charlie. All I ever thought about was Charlie. All I'd ever thought about for the past 7 years was Charlie. I hunted for the smell of lavender and lemons in the necks of other omegas. I chased the sound of laughter down the corded necks of alphas, hoping against hope that it would sound like his. I searched for the velvet of his skin on the breasts and thighs of women. Sometimes I'd find pieces. The glow of one woman's hazel eyes was close to his. The alpha I'd met in Atlanta had bit at his lip the same way. I was tired of cobbling together pieces of something I'd never had to begin with. I also couldn't stop. And then at the airport, he'd been there, rushing forward, his eyes wide with concern, and I'd stopped him, smothered the fire before it could spread. I could hardly complain now about the cold. I was interrupted from my misery by a knock at the door. JP would still drop by most evenings to see how I was, usually with beers as he filled me in on what was happening in the outside world and what I'd missed while I was gone. "Come in," I hollered, making my way into the kitchen to grab some glasses for the beers. "It's open." I realized a moment too late what a mistake I'd made. "Jones?" a voice said, familiar and deep. My heart sparked. Lemons and lavender filled the space. I turned. I didn't care why he was here. I wanted him here forever. "What are you doing here?" "You should go, Charlie." Charlie didn't falter. Stupid, stubborn man. "I have a proposition for you," he said. No way." "Okay, I'm listening." Sign up for free audio content. Get notice of new audio releases from Austin Bates and free access to the Knitting Club bonus chapters. To sign up, please visit authoraustinbates.com/audio signup knitting/ or open the PDF included with this audiobook for a direct link. This has been Packing Heat, Knitting Club Book 2. Written by Austin Bates. Narrated by Christopher Koslerich. Copyright 2020 by Special Fiction Books. Production copyright by Special Fiction Books.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.